Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 3001, Protesting Lucky. Ves blissfully woke up from his slumber. Though he had already left Majestic Teal behind a long time ago, he still thanked his fortune that he managed to make it out of Prosperous Hill 6. Every day he woke up without having the threat of getting attacked by a fringe group, or the overpowering forces under the control of a political faction made him feel at ease. Obviously, Ves still hadn't fully processed the lingering trauma of his latest adventure. It was truly harrowing for him to go back to a circumstance where he lacked the protection of thousands of strong and loyal mech pilots. It was as if all of his hard work and effort into raising the military wing of the Larkinson clan was for nothing. "Well, I learned my lesson now," he murmured. He would pay extra attention to any planets that imposed strict restrictions on how many escorts an organization could send down. The problem was that this custom was quite common. Prosperous Hill 6 wasn't even the worst of the bunch. As a port system, it had to accommodate a high amount of foreign traffic, and all of those businessmen, industrialists, and entrepreneurs could never completely place their trust on the planetary guard or soldiers for hire to protect them against their rivals. "The problem now is that my clan has grown too powerful." This was a rather strange problem to have, but it definitely gave him some new headaches. According to his assistant Gavin, the threat level of the Larkinson clan had grown so much that even the strongest second-class states would be wary of the arrival of a massive fleet that possessed the equivalent battle power of a military mech division. The expeditionary fleet could do a lot of damage if all of its mechs went on a rampage. Perhaps the Larkinson clan's ability to unleash total annihilation was not as exaggerated as that of Uranus, but the sheer amount of mechs meant that Ves could theoretically command all of his forces to spread out and wipe out many population centers at once. Even if the bigger and more strategic cities were protected by military garrisons, not every city enjoyed as much protection. The Larkinsons could easily take advantage of the holes of any planet's defensive strategy and wipe out millions of people while inflicting even greater material damage without getting wiped out in an instant. The Larkinsons needed that power in order to protect themselves. Yet that also put them on the list of high-risk visitors whenever they crossed over in any state. The expeditionary fleet already detected signs that this was the case. There were monitoring devices pointed at all of their ships and maybe mechs if their resolving power was good enough. Military patrols and other, less overt signs of monitoring persistently dogged the fleet. Some star systems became a lot more unfriendly towards their arrival than others. While local authorities knew better than to provoke an independent fleet with thousands of battle-ready mechs at its disposal, there were several annoying ways to get their message across. It didn't matter to Ves. He had no intentions of making any extended stops in Winged Serenade, or any other place for that matter. His fleet had already bought enough supplies to last a couple of months, and if the Spirit of Bentheim stopped her production activities, the clan could probably spend a year or two in space. "This is the advantage of grasping power by myself," he whispered. He was not strictly beholden to any single state or organization. While the clan was still dependent on others to acquire valuable materials and strategic goods such as capital ships, the Larkinsons had already grown strong enough to trade with organizations that Ves could only look up to in the past. Money could not solve every problem, but it had enough power to address the mundane issues plaguing the fleet. As Ves thought about the plan to acquire the next batch of capital ships, he began to feel a bit of pain from the top of his head. He activated a mirror projection that showed what was going on. Resting atop the pillow where his head rested, Lucky was gnawing on his hair for some reason. Teeth that were sharp enough to cut through extremely resilient exotics such as unending alloy were merely bending his hair strands. Saliva that was corrosive enough to soften and melt briar alloy was merely causing his hair to become stained with cat saliva. What the hell? Have you lost some circuits, Lucky? Meow, meow. You're being too demanding. Aren't you happy with your briar alloy meals? I've even supplemented your diet with some other exotics every day. Meow. You're a cat. Other cats are perfectly fine with eating the same cat food every day. Besides, those exotics in our vault are too precious for you to eat. I need them all to fabricate our next expert mechs. You can forget about taking a bite out of them. The warning system that I have set up already told me you have been lurking close in the last week. Though Ves was not able to block Lucky from sneaking into his vault in order to gorge on his pea-stones and other precious materials, he at least succeeded in setting up a rudimentary spiritual tracking system. While he still wanted to refine his design of this system before he deployed it on a wide scale, so far its ability to detect Lucky was quite good. Ves was quite proud with how much his spiritual engineering had progressed. Hopefully he would be able to use his new invention to detect all manner of spiritual infiltrators. He still remembered how he never noticed those freaky Hotamac cultists standing in close proximity to him. The way they completely negated both visual and electronic detection was incredibly weird. Gloriana had already woken up earlier, so the other side of the bed was empty. She had been sleeping less as of late in order to devote more time in the design lab. Damn overworker. She'll work more effectively if she takes adequate rest. Well, it wasn't as if Ves was any different. Every time he became passionate, he could never resist the urge to cut back on his sleep despite knowing the consequences. The expert mech design projects were her passion, so even if she had to cut short her sleeping cycle for several months, she would gladly sacrifice her beauty sleep in order to dedicate more hours of her time on refining her designs. Ves calmly walked into the bathroom and took a quick shower. Naturally, the shower of his grand stateroom was extremely luxurious and efficient by second-class standards. Before water poured down from the ceiling, a strong gust of wind removed most if not all of the dust and dirt particles from his body. Meow! Lucky, who had followed him inside for whatever reason, got shocked as well, causing him to jump towards the ceiling of the large shower cabin. Seconds later, a shower of cleansing water poured down his body. Soap and other cleaning and perfuming substances had already been infused in the drops, so Ves did not need to grab any soap. Gravitic modules built underneath the shower cabin gently caressed his entire body at once. It was as if 100 invisible hands scrubbed his entire body at once. Even his hair was being massaged by fine threads of force. The shower only lasted 30 seconds at most. Any longer was completely unnecessary, as the algorithms running the shower cabin already determined that he had been cleaned to the most optimal state. Any further scrubbing was counterproductive and would lead to health problems down the line. As a quick blast of air and force blew away all of the moisture clinging onto his body, Ves exited the shower cabin and dressed himself in his dignified-looking patriarch uniform. It was not an especially extravagant piece of clothing. Aside from the extra golden filigree and other minor flourishes, it bore a high resemblance to the typical standard service uniform of the Larkinson clan. This was a deliberate design choice. He had no reason to dress himself up too much in front of his clansmen. Doing so would just increase the power distance between himself and his subordinates, and make it seem as if he was not truly one of their own. Ves was still accustomed to the somewhat casual and close way the old Larkinson family exercised leadership. There was no need to be overly pretentious in front of the people that had become his new family. Besides, after witnessing many examples of good and bad leadership, he felt that all of the artificial trappings of power were merely icing on top of a cake. If the cake itself was rotten, then it didn't matter how much sugar he poured on top of it. At best, the sweetener would just mask the foul taste. At worst, It would make him misjudge his own situation and believe he was infallible when he had already stumbled. Meow. His indignant cat landed on top of his head again, messing up the neatly combed hairstyle that his grooming bot had just prepared. I told you already, I'm not feeding you with the good stuff. At least wait until our situation has stabilized. It's rather difficult for us to obtain quality exotics when we are constantly on the move. Meow meow. His cat settled on his head as if it was his cushion. Though Ves could easily bear the weight of his metallic pet, it was still an annoyance to go about his day while wearing an irritable cat as his hat. Blinky, do something about it. Get rid of this squatter. A purple blinking cat emerged from his mind. The star cat materialized next to Lucky and attempted to dislodge the protesting gem cat. His black-tipped tail already started to swish in anticipation of another fight. Bro. Meow. The two cats wrestled against each other while playing King of the Hill. Lucky tried his best to stay on his chosen perch, but Blinky made it very difficult for the gem cat to have his way. Suffice to say, Ves did not enjoy a quiet breakfast. It took half an hour later before a bruised and battered companion spirit returned to his mind in order to recuperate. It seemed that this time Lucky had gained the upper hand. Meow! Lucky arrogantly flipped his tail as he settled back on top of V's hair, making it even messier than before. If Lucky was an organic cat, then Ves might have felt a bit worried if his pet would use his head as a litter box. Fortunately, Lucky was a different sort of critter. Ves would gladly present his black, messy hair as Lucky's personal toilet as long as the pet produced as much waste product as possible. Are you at least in the process of forming a new gem in your stomach? Meow. I hope you don't produce another nonsense gem like the Supreme Comprehension one. Although it ultimately helped me out, it also got me in a lot of trouble. I have had enough excitement for a time, so please focus on producing normal gems. Meow. Lucky tapped his paws against V's forehead. Ves merely shrugged and went about his day. Just as he started to receive his daily briefing from Gavin, an alarm rang throughout his private office. That's a ship-wide alert! Ves widened his eyes. He didn't have to wait long before someone informed him of the emergency. What is it, General Vril? Someone struck our expeditionary fleet, sir. 5 support ships and 1 combat carrier have blown up. Wait, I'm getting new information. As far as we could tell, our forces are not under attack by any other nearby forces. The space around our current location is largely devoid of other fleets. The most likely explanation is sabotage. The explosions that tore apart the ships have likely been generated by high-yield bombs planted in strategic locations within their hulls. Ves felt his chest grip tight. Who do the vessels belong to? Is it the new Heavenswarder vessels that have recently entered our fleet? No, sir. None of the affected vessels are ours. Vril quickly reassured. 4 of the destroyed ships belong to the Cross clan while 2 hail from the Glory Seekers. All 6 vessels had joined the expeditionary fleet a long time ago. They are not recent additions. Huh! Ves frowned in puzzlement. Chapter 3002, Ignited Storm. After a quiet journey through the majestic Teal Star sector, the expeditionary fleet had become engulfed in another incident. This time, the cause and effect weren't immediately clear. The Golden Skull Alliance fleet had not done anything special at the time that 6 of its starships blew up without any chance of recovery. Suffice to say, the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers had become incredibly alarmed. They had all raised the alert level to red and sorted every single mech that they could bring into space. Thousands of mechs belonging to many different mech forces joined the patrols that had already become a lot more vigilant for possible attacks. In the end, a total of roughly 9,000 mechs of the Golden Skull Alliance had entered full battle readiness, which was several thousand more than Ves expected. While the amount of available mechs his clan could deploy at this time was still limited, his two allies had been working quite hard to raise their effective strength. What gave him a sense of comfort was the Infinity Guards putting their own mechs into the field. The thousands of space-borne mechs that emerged from their combat carriers might not be up to military standard, but the deterrent they possessed was far greater than their actual battle strength. No one sane in the Star Cluster wanted to mess with the Star Strider security group. This should especially be the case now that the expeditionary fleet had entered Winged Serenade. The headquarters and several powerful fleets of the powerful mercenary organization were based in this star sector. Yet the chunks of debris spreading out in all directions were not illusions. 6 starships blew up without warning. Not just logistical ships, but also a combat carrier became swept by explosions from within. This was an incredibly frightening attack for multiple reasons. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan weren't known for their sloppiness. Both of them abided by military standards of the states they came from and did not slack off in their security measures. It should have been impossible for saboteurs to plant enormous bombs within the hulls of several starships. From an engineering standpoint, a typical bomb could ruin a few compartments at most. Anything that was more powerful than that should have been large and noticeable enough to be detected ahead of time. This was particularly the case for the bombs that rent the combat carrier apart. It took extreme force to shatter a combat carrier's entire hull. Yet for some reason, these extremely powerful bombs remained undetected until someone finally detonated them at once. If they can blow up 6 of our vessels, they can blow up 12 of our vessels. When Ves raced to the bridge, Nita quickly retrieved a case mounted on the back of her heavy armor and threw it on the deck. The case unfolded and turned into an open suit of combat armor behind V's back. Within seconds, the armor engulfed his body and covered him completely except for his head. Though he was still conscious of the possibility that there might be assassins or infiltrators about the spirit of Bentheim, he felt that the odds of this possibility coming true was too low. Even if he misjudged, he had nothing to worry about. The bridge of the capital ship was one of the most secure compartments in the fleet. His honor guard were on full alert and kept very watchful eyes on every crew member sitting behind their consoles and workstations. Minutes later, the blast doors to the bridge opened just enough to allow Calabast and her pet to squeeze inside. The spymaster hadn't bothered to don any battle gear. She quickly strode to the Larkinson patriarch's side and began to give him a short briefing just as she was receiving lots of new information from her black cats. "Tell me what is going on?" Ves asked. Sabotage and infiltration was Calabast's specialty, so it was better to get a situation report from her rather than General Vril. The general was probably too busy directing the mech forces to spare much time to entertain Ves anyway. Now that they had entered a dangerous period, the professionals should be allowed to do their jobs without getting pestered with too many questions. Even Calabast was busy commanding her own force of spies and security personnel. She was just a lot better at multitasking with the help of her advanced implant and impeccable training. "It doesn't look good for the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan," she began with a troubled voice. "While I am still in the dark about the party who attacked us, the simultaneous detonations make it very clear we are dealing with one organization with hostile intentions towards our entire fleet. What concerns me is that this hidden group has managed to infiltrate our alliance to such a deep extent that its agents managed to plant powerful bombs while circumventing every security measure designed to stop these kinds of plots from going through." Ves had a phobia for enemies in the dark. As long as he could anticipate a threat, he could form targeted contingency plans in order to manage his risks. It was a different story when the enemy was too good at hiding. Ves could only form some general plans and hope they fit the situation. He could not make any more specific preparations or warn his guards and soldiers to watch out for specific attack methods. A few concerning fears went through his mind. Freeze all ongoing production operations aboard the Spirit of Bentheim, Ves commanded. Keep this ship locked down even if the alert level is lifted. We need to sweep our entire flagship for signs of sabotage. I don't care if we'll delay our journey a bit. Please pay special attention to all recent shipments of minerals and other goods. On it, sir. The production halls have already stopped production, but we will lock it down to the greatest degree. Calabas nodded in approval. This is a good precaution. The reason why those Glory Seeker and Crosser ships exploded without warning is because there were multiple chains of failure aboard those vessels. A traitor is behind each and every chain. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan both carry tens of thousands of personnel aboard their starships, so it is impossible to ensure that each of them are honest. Yet it is not so easy for our hidden enemies to plant so many infiltrators in a single ship. The fact that this had likely taken place meant that there had to be some high-ranked traitors within both organizations. Otherwise, how could that unknown person concentrate a sufficient amount of saboteurs on specific vessels? While Ves generally didn't bother to think about the internal affairs of his allies, right now he had grown quite annoyed at their lapses. You can't blame them for slipping up, Calabas said. She obviously sympathized with her counterparts in the other two organizations. The Glory Seekers and Crossers don't have our advantages. Aside from very rare exceptions like the one that has beset you on Prosperous Hill 6, it is too difficult for any of our clansmen to develop nefarious thoughts and get away with it. Combined with the fact that there are no non-Larkinsons aboard our starships, the only feasible way to sabotage them is to insert infiltrators into them. But a movement as big as blowing up an entire ship at once can't be done in this fashion. The best way to ruin a ship was to have a traitor or two take advantage of their high-level permissions. Since it was practically impossible for the Larkinson clan to have any traitors in their midst, this means had become completely invalid. Ves relaxed a bit as he accepted this logic. The fact that no Larkinson vessel had blown up with the other ones was a clear indicator that this was likely the case. That didn't mean that he completely let down his guard. His clansmen needed to stay sharp and guard against any follow-up attacks. Yet as the minutes continued to pass, no enemy approached their fleet. The relatively quiet star system visited by the expeditionary fleet was just an ordinary low-industrial planet. It didn't possess a lot of developed industries and there weren't many fleets within the star system at the moment. Even after performing extensive scans in every direction, the fleet failed to detect any mech or ship within at least a light hour around its current coordinates. The alert level slowly lowered to yellow. Many mechs cautiously flew back to their motherships, but half of the available mechs were still assigned to complete their hours-long guard missions. Calabas had gathered a lot of information by now. She also performed extensive analyses and formed many guesses. While she worked, Arnold comfortably laid on the deck before her feet. From time to time, the spymaster pushed her boot forward, causing its tip to push Arnold's over. Squeak, squeak! The eight-legged exabeast didn't seem to mind getting pushed around. His chubby body eagerly crawled back forward so that he could lick Calabas's boots or rub his nose onto its glossy surface. Meow! Lucky arrogantly turned his head away from the shameless sight. Arnold was a disgrace of a pet in his eyes. The exabeast was so weak that it couldn't even put up a decent fight against any cat. Even Ves questioned why Calabas took a fancy for a weak and defenseless pet that only knew how to submit or run away. This attack doesn't make sense. Huh? Ves turned to Calabas. What makes you say that? The planning and preparation for this wave of sabotage is quite extensive, she noted. It is already difficult to plant bombs and keep them hidden on a single ship. The fact that it happened on 6 ships of 2 different forces is a sign of deliberate and strategic planning. If those ships blew up during a sensitive time, then the enemy who arranged it all could have inflicted considerable damage to us after triggering other attacks. Those follow-up attacks don't seem to be coming, at least for the moment. The best moment has already passed, Ves. It has become increasingly unlikely that whoever detonated the bombs had anything else in mind. That is also what makes this initial attack so perplexing. What goal does it achieve? What kind of benefit is worth losing the opportunity to inflict greater damage to our fleet at an inopportune time? These were good questions. Now that Ves started to think about this incident from the perspective of benefits and losses, it truly appeared that the masterminds hadn't advanced their interests with this sudden act. The expeditionary fleet still retained virtually all of its strength. Though its journey was delayed by a bit, the delays generated from turbulent FTL travel were greater. In fact, this isolated terrorist attack should be considered a loss for the attackers because the advantage of surprise had been wasted to achieve marginal results. A sensible enemy who was powerful and competent enough to set this all in motion shouldn't have gone through all of that trouble just to inflict the equivalent of a bee sting to the expeditionary fleet. Calabast widened her eyes a few minutes later. She had just received some explosive news that might explain what had happened to their fleet. You should see this, Ves. Instead of explaining any further, she activated a news broadcast. She tuned in on the main broadcast of Galaxy News 1. The news presenters projected in front of Ves and Calabast were reporting on a huge incident that had just broken out without warning. We are receiving ongoing reports of sudden terrorist attacks of varying scales breaking out across human space. Every star cluster and star sector is beset by both small-scale attacks launched by isolated people and larger attacks orchestrated by larger organizations. The damage is incalculable, and the losses are rapidly mounting across the Milky Way as well as the Red Ocean. The news network showed several dramatic clips of footage. In a wealthy state in the new Rubarth Empire, a noble descendant of the current emperor had lost his mind and used all of his potent arsenal to kill his own mother before beheading his sister. In an average state in the galactic heartland, an entire mercenary corps that was relaxing on a resort planet had gone mad. All of its mechs violently slaughtered the tourists and locals who were working and having fun. Though the local planetary guard and some helpers quickly put down the murderous mercenaries, over 500,000 people had died. In a simple town situated in the galactic rim, the core members of a small religious church turned into bloodthirsty madmen. They left their church and used all of the guns in their hands to kill every person they came across. If not for the fact that a retired veteran still had access to a cheap mech, these crazed fanatics could have slaughtered the entire population. It seemed that many people across the galaxy and beyond had suddenly transformed into monsters who only cared about inflicting as much death and destruction as possible. Many of the clips happened to catch a disturbingly common phrase uttered by all of the people that had gone mad. Return our stolen crown. Return our stolen crown. Return our stolen crown. Both Ves and Calabast looked flabbergasted at this civilization-wide development. Neither of them could imagine what had happened to cause so many people to utter the same phrase across so many locations. Calabast slowly narrowed her eyes and gazed at Ves. Did you happen to come into possession of a crown lately? It wasn't me. Ves innocently raised his hands. I swear I did nothing this time. I'm truly innocent. Meow. Lucky, who was still nesting atop Ves, also raised his paws in innocence. Chapter 3003 Sudden Uprising. It wasn't just the fleet that was attacked. All of human space was also suffering. When VS switched to other broadcasts such as Galaxy News Network, the Rebirth Daily, the Terran Telegraph, and the Red Ocean Digest, the stories they told were all similar. No state seemed to be spared. Terrorist attacks broke out in even the most secure locations of the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rebirth Empire. Other first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate states fell victim to various attacks. Both poor and rich states had to contend with the ravages of this sudden transgalactic terror wave. For some stupid reason, Calabas did not immediately allay her suspicions when VS protested his innocence. Her strategic partner had stirred up so much trouble lately that it seemed that every awful incident was his fault somehow. VS truly felt wrong, though. He didn't think he had anything to do with something that could cause so many people across so many different areas of human space to lose their sanity. "I know quite well that I don't have any crowns or other fancy headwear in my possession," VS emphatically said in order to dispel Calabas' suspicion. "I might have picked up some treasures back on Prosperous Hill 6, but your black cats should easily be able to trace all of the goods we've plundered and shipped back to our fleet. The other gains I've made largely consist of exclusive research data that have no relations to any crowns." The spymaster judged that VS didn't have any direct relations to the current incident. She lowered her suspicions and opened up another interface. She needed information. A lot of information. Seeing that much of the terrorist attacks happened elsewhere, she couldn't rely on her agents to explain what was happening. Only the news could give her an indication of what was going on. She immersed herself in the news reports that had just been put on the galactic net. VS browsed the news as well, but not before issuing some commands. "We don't have to return to yellow alert, but let's make sure we are on guard. Wherever we go, don't allow any ship or mech to approach our security perimeter. I don't care what the local laws permit people to do. Anyone who comes close and ignores our warning should be shot down without mercy." "Yes, sir." "Also, please keep an eye on the local unrest in our current star sector. We should steer away from any locations where a lot of trouble has erupted." "Yes, sir." "Do not answer any calls for help or communicate casually with outside organizations. We need to assume a more cautious posture. Pretend that we are operating in a war zone. Nowhere is safe. We need to revise our planning with regards to when we recruit and pick up supplies." VS did not want to suffer because he was too complacent. He smelled a grand conspiracy from this civilization-wide unrest. Even though the scale of attacks weren't actually big enough to topple entire states or cause the societies of entire planets to collapse, the bloodshed and material damage that the madmen had inflicted was already quite immense. The worst part about it was that humanity continued to be beset by terrorist attacks. A space station has plunged into a city in the galactic heartland. The city's shield generators failed to resist all of the damage, causing at least 3 million humans to die upon impact. A large mech manufacturing complex exploded as several industrial machines overloaded at the same time. The culprit, a rogue mech designer, had eroded the programming of these powerful machines over a span of 4 years. The Komodo War has entered into a temporary lull as both the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony have suffered from many terrorist attacks. The war is unlikely to end due to this incident, but many citizens from both states have decided to return our stolen crown. Return our stolen crown. Return our stolen crown. No matter what kind of person committed the awful deeds, they all shouted the same 4 words. VS could not fathom how so many people living in so many different parts of human space simultaneously shouted the same demand as if it was their company's slogan. It didn't seem as if all of these hidden sleeper agents were instructed to shout this phrase ahead of time. Calabas happened to concur. "We still lack a lot of information, but I think I can make a guess. A major incident must have taken place recently. It could have happened a few months ago, but this outbreak of terror is too sudden and seems to be awfully devoid of planning and immediate strategic considerations. Aside from sowing fear and getting their demand across, the perpetrators are wasting too many opportunities. A spy master like her would definitely think this way. Many of the people who had gone mad were all people who occupied both the lowest and highest echelons of society. The fact that even exalted Rabarthan princes and eminent Terran clansmen became infected by the craziness was enough to showcase the horrible power and influence of the masterminds. Yet all of these extremely hidden assets exposed themselves to the public on their own accord and launched attacks that inevitably led to their deaths without achieving any other discernible value. It was just like the random terrorist attack on the Glory Seekers and Cross clan. Without enacting some sort of follow-up plan, the random explosions did not fundamentally hurt the expeditionary fleet. You know what I am thinking about? What is it, Ves? This has all of the signs of a boss issuing an impulsive command. I don't know who he or she is, but something must have happened that has obviously tipped this person over. This person must wield an enormous amount of authority to be able to trigger so many people to go mad at once. That, or the loss of this so-called crown is so severe that an entire council of leaders agreed to let their subordinates loose in response to the theft. Cabas grimaced as she continued to flick through news reports across the galaxy. My own analysis concurs with your guess. Every organization is led by people, and those at the top can easily abuse their power whenever they lose control of their emotions. What frightens me is the scale and the background of the organization that is responsible for setting off so many people. It has to be a transgalactic organization, and one that can reach every corner of human space. Not even the Red Ocean is exempt from this terror wave, which means that powerful pioneers that are capable of earning lots of MTA or CFA merits are part of this powerful but evidently hidden organization. There aren't many transgalactic organizations in human space that possess this much reach. Ves lowered his eyes in concern. From the sheer number of people this organization has managed to turn, as well as the extremely high status of a number of them, this organization is incredibly powerful. It must be far more powerful than a typical megacorporation. What organization can you think of that comes close to matching the big two? Both Calabast and Ves exchanged concerned glances. They both knew something about the Five Scrolls Compact. There was no other organization that had the ability and the craziness to unleash so many hidden assets at this random time. It makes me wonder what this crown is all about, Ves lightly said. Anything that such a powerful organization wants back must be a relic of extreme importance. Don't even think about it, Ves, Calabast growled. Hey, I'm just wondering, that's all. I'm not crazy enough to paint a target on my back. Besides, what are the odds that this missing crown is anywhere near our fleet? Something as important as this relic ought to be stationed close to their headquarters. I heard that it got breached once. Its security likely hasn't improved all that much. Neither of them knew the inside story behind this chaotic incident. They were just swapping guesses at this point. The only reassurance was that they both judged that their clan was not involved. They were just incidental victims, just like many other innocent people in the galaxy. The fact that the expeditionary fleet got attacked was not a sign that the Golden Skull Alliance was specifically targeted. While there was no doubt that the Compact, or most likely one of its branch organizations, had plotted against the expeditionary fleet, neither Ves nor Calabast exhibited too much concern. Massive organizations like these like to have their finger in as many pies as possible, she said. If this particular organization truly has the power and reach to threaten the Big Two, then they can easily plant their own spies in our midst without exerting too much effort. They're probably sleeper agents as well. They could spend their whole lives keeping their true sides in the dark as long as their superiors have no reason to target us specifically. Ves agreed with this guess due to the simple fact that the compact hadn't gone after him despite possessing the mythical metal scroll. If the cultists truly knew who he was and what he held, then they should have made a much greater effort in infiltrating the Golden Skull Alliance. That doesn't mean that the remainder of our fleet is free of sleeper agents, though, Calabast warned. Look at the news. Not all of the hidden assets have shown their fangs. More are emerging after every moment. It is conceivable that more will attack when they see an opportunity to inflict greater destruction. Worse yet, I believe the majority of hostile agents in the ranks of our allies will continue to live among us while wearing their false identities. If Ves was in charge, he would have ordered just 5 to 20% of the agents under his command to go mad and expose themselves in the process. With 80% of the hidden assets still in place, he would still be able to retain a lot of possibilities. Days passed as the expeditionary fleet reluctantly journeyed deeper into the Winged Serenade Star sector. Terrorist attacks continued to break out without any signs of abating. Space stations burned. Starships disappeared into the void. Mechs killed their own mech pilots. Hospital patients mutated into cannibalistic monsters. The news across the galaxy continued to spread more fear among the people of the galaxy. Entire states were becoming paralyzed because too many people had grown too scared to go out and live their daily lives. The news agencies as well as many official organizations such as the Big Two began to refer to the unrest as the Crown Uprising. Everyone who heard the phrase "return our stolen crown" had become sick of it. Absolutely no one in the galaxy except for those affiliated with the nefarious organization that sparked the uprising wanted to utter those blasted words. Ves was starting to feel more and more unsafe even though his powerful fleet was traveling along one of the safest transit routes through the Winged Serenade Star sector. Plenty of minor and major incidents had erupted in nearby states. It didn't matter whether their security levels had remained high for centuries. The hidden agents were seemingly everywhere. Who thought it was a good idea to steal a relic from the Five Scrolls compact? It was a lot safer to poke a dragon. Now the entire galaxy had gone mad because someone couldn't resist stealing from the most powerful organizations in human space. Whoever caused the Crown Uprising deserves to get spanked, Ves growled in frustration. That person needs to get punished day and night. I want to squeeze my hands on this blasted thief's throat. I want to tie this stupid crown stealer up and perform lots of experiments. He or she doesn't deserve any mercy. Death is too kind to the criminal who provoked those crazy bastards. Chapter 3004 Shifting Human Space. The Crown Uprising affected every part of human space. Not even the Golden Skull Alliance remained unaffected by the chaos erupting in every star sector. The expeditionary fleet suffered both directly and indirectly from the ongoing slew of terrorist attacks. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan had all entered a heightened state of alert. Every crew member could be a potential traitor. With 6 broken starships as undeniable proof that there were enemies among them, both Colonel Ariadne Woden and Patriarch Reginald Cross implemented drastic measures to prevent any subsequent acts of sabotage. The movements of every Glory Seeker and Crosser became restricted. They were tracked everywhere they went and often had to stay in a team so that everyone else could keep an eye on them. Hordes of security officers manually inspected every accessible space to check whether they had missed a hidden bomb or other illicit equipment. The disruption that all of these extreme measures caused in the past few days was so severe that the expeditionary fleet had to pause its journey. The leaders had no choice but to prioritize safety over speed. Even though the combat potential of the fleet hadn't dropped in the slightest, the explosions along with the heavy-handed checks severely impacted people's morale. The bonds of trust and camaraderie that the Glory Seekers and Crossers had built up with each other became a lot more shaky. If Ves and Calabast could figure out that the organization in the shadows only activated a portion of their sleeper agents, then Colonel Ariadne and Patriarch Reginald could come to this conclusion as well. The latter two leaders didn't even have to be familiar with the Five Scrolls Compact. There were many secretive organizations in human space. Many of them had risen and fallen over millennia. The Big Two did not lack challengers, and there were many delusional people in the galaxy who thought they could defeat the undefeatable. Strangely enough, the Larkinson clan adopted a much more moderate attitude. The existence of the Larkinson network was pretty much an open secret among the clansmen. Both early and late joiners became aware of how they were able to feel an indescribable kinship and closeness to anyone sharing the same affiliation as theirs. Some even discovered that they came under some sort of adverse influence whenever they contemplated decisions that obviously harmed their fellow clansmen. No one else outside the Larkinson clan enjoyed this invisible benefit. This was why the Larkinsons did not institute their own version of martial law. While the leadership did impose some restrictions and performed extensive checks, the crew members weren't forced to abide by too many oppressive rules. Most of the inspections that went on throughout the Larkinson fleet were directed at imported goods and other items brought in from the outside. The Larkinsons held near absolute trust in each other. Only their trading partners posed a risk to them, so checking everything the clan had bought, including the graveyard and dragon's den, became paramount. Of course, inspecting all of this was an enormous endeavor in itself. If not for the fact that the Larkinson clan hired more than 50,000 people in a short amount of time, it would have become too cumbersome to complete the inspection of the two new capital ships within a year. Though Ves should have been devoting his time to fleshing out the draft designs of the Chimera project and the Sentry project, he really couldn't be bothered with his work now that humanity became beset with a crisis from within. The Crown Uprising affected everyone. Ves did not want to cast every concern aside and tunnel vision on his own work like usual, only to allow a hidden danger to grow. Perhaps he might get pulled out of his design lab one day to find the massive Hemington Cross activating all of her thrusters and charging bow first into the starboard side of the Spirit of Bentheim. For better or worse, the safety and integrity of the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan also affected the safety of the Larkinson clan. As long as they kept traveling together in a single combined fleet, Ves and the other Larkinsons couldn't help but worry about the reliability of their allies. Calabast was obviously working overtime lately. When Ves dropped by her office, she looked like she had injected at least 3 stimulants in her bloodstream in order to cope with her enormous workload. Squeak, squeak! Not even Arnold was in the mood to cuddle Calabast or lick her boots. The exabeast morosely ate his bowl of specially prepared meat while looking as if he was being neglected. Meow. Lucky wasn't even interested in bullying Arnold this time. The gem cat remained perched on top of V's left shoulder, as if he was a shoulder-mounted missile launcher. Due to the heightened alert status, many Larkinsons opted to wear hazard suits or even better protection. Even Ves opted to wear his unending regalia even though he was quite sure that nothing would happen to him. He still had to set an example though, so he wore his armor even though it gave him bad associations of Prosperous Hill 6. "What's up, Calabast?" The older woman sighed. "We're dealing with the situation as best we can. Compared to what is happening elsewhere, we're clearly in a better shape than most, but that is not an excuse for us to lower our guard." Ves grew grim as he sat down in front of her desk. "Tell me your greatest worry." "The transgalactic terror campaign has rattled the Big Two quite a lot," she replied, causing Ves to jerk in his seat. "What is happening is so widespread, so damaging and so difficult to prevent that it has injected fear into the hearts of every human alive today. Our society is shifting towards a darker and less optimistic direction. Public sentiment is dropping to levels unheard of since the end of the Age of Conquest. The Age of Mechs was a period of reconstruction, consolidation, and accumulation. This might not sound that impressive, but it was heaven compared to the hell that happened in the waning days of the Age of Conquest. This pretty much meant that everything became a bit better with every year that passed by. Humanity today was unaccustomed to universal decline and the prospect of living in a galaxy that was becoming worse over time. What does that mean to us? Ves narrowed his eyes. Tell me your views. Well, first off, many peaceful states don't seem so peaceful anymore. Terrorists can emerge in the largest of cities and the smallest of towns. They're hidden in villages, space stations, and starships. Less stable states that are no strangers to war are faring the current crisis better than states that have never confronted violence on a larger scale. As a consequence, a lot of leaders and politicians are overreacting right now. Militaries are being mobilized and the market for mechs and other military goods have become active. Ves shone his eyes. Lately, the LMC had hit a plateau in its growth. The customers who were all interested in acquiring LMC mechs mostly received their orders already. While there was lots of repeat business and a steady influx of new customers, the extended hype from the release of the ferocious Piranha IC and so on had already faded. Yet this time was different. Now that security became a lot more valuable, the demand for mechs that could suppress terrorists and end incidents would definitely soar into the sky. This means big business. He grinned. It also means greater costs and less convenience to our own operations, Calabas retorted. It has already become harder for us to acquire new goods and supplies. Every product that can make us stronger can also make others stronger. If we want to keep our fleet adequately supplied, we need to pay more in order to maintain our strength. I've heard that the average price has already risen by 20%, and it will certainly grow worse over time. As long as we sell more mechs, this price jump isn't a big deal. I'm more worried about losing access to scarce and exclusive goods. Gloriana would definitely get pissed if the deals she made to acquire certain batches of strategic materials fell through. The widespread terror campaign also affected the Big Two in some ways. The MTA has become significantly more active in recent days, she said. The association usually takes months or years to make a high-level decision, but it has made its moves almost immediately after the terror campaign has begun. Its mechs are showing up more often, and its agents are becoming more busy. We best stay out of their way when we encounter them. They are all authorized to act with lethal force when they stumble into a so-called crown terrorist. The 5 scroll compact's show of force could not go unchallenged. The MTA possessed a charter that granted them the responsibility of guarding the interior of human space. The terror campaign directly undermined the association's mission and threatened to tear down their prestige. Therefore, it was no surprise for Ves to hear that the meshers finally got off their lazy butts in order to show they were still in charge of human space. Ves thought of another possible development. The MTA is big, but I doubt it has enough manpower to address every single priority. I think they will release a lot of missions soon. Human space remained largely stable as a whole. While there were plenty of states going to war on each other, this did not bother the MTA as long as no one broke any taboos. This time was different. The crown terrorists were utterly crazy and did not have any regard for taboos. There were already cases where some of them managed to trigger nuclear bombs, subject an entire city with lethal radiation, or poison the water supply with a new and unknown toxin. Calabas nodded in agreement. You're most likely correct. Perhaps you should keep an eye on the mission boards for a time. It's unlikely that any of the missions will pay well, though, and our current goal is incompatible with long-term guard assignments. That was indeed a bit troublesome. One of the reasons why Ves hadn't accepted any mission after leaving the Nixian Gap was that the ones that paid well were too inconvenient. This time might be different, though. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to accept a lucrative mission right away, but as long as the terror campaign continued, the MTA would only become more and more desperate to regain order. After discussing a few other guesses and observations, Calabast finally proposed something significant. I think we should really do something about the ongoing security crisis of our expeditionary fleet. How? By granting the glory seekers and crossers the same advantage that we currently enjoy, she stated. It is the fastest and most efficient way to increase the security of our expeditionary fleet. We can't keep looking over our shoulders like this, Ves. Since we are in the unique position of possessing an answer to this problem, I think you should consider sharing it to our closest allies. What? Absolutely not. Ves became alarmed. The Larkinson network is one of our core secrets, and one of the most distinct advantages. Even though we haven't been doing our best to keep it from spreading, as long as there is no solid proof of its existence, we can continue to play stupid and deny that it exists. That will become a lot harder if we spread it out to others. Besides, granting equivalent networks to the Larkinson clan's allies also strengthened them. The balance of power would shift in their favor. Why would Ves ever take the initiative to drop a rock on his feet? The spy master sighed in exasperation. You're too short-sighted about this issue, Ves. Stop being selfish for 1 second and think of our greater concerns. Do you want to keep traveling with dependable allies, or do you want them to resent us for withholding an easy and effective solution to their trust problems? What you can offer is exactly what they need to stabilize their own ranks. This means you possess an incredible amount of leverage. Think of the deals you can make. Ves had to admit that she made a good point. Once the glory seekers and the crossers learned of what his spiritual networks could do, he would definitely take up an extremely favorable bargaining position. He already began to rub his smooth-shaven chin. If that's the case, maybe I can use this opportunity to gain some valuable and unique benefits. Chapter 3005 Misapplied Logic. Selling a spiritual network to his allies was a major decision. It was not something to be decided on a whim. After discussing this option with Calabast, Ves decided to put her in charge of laying the groundwork of a potential deal. Properly speaking, a trusted diplomat should be doing this job, but a spy usually acted as a decent substitute. Calabast was the sort of person who excelled at seeking advantages for herself. She should know how to maximize the Larkinson clan's bargaining power and persuade their business partners into opening up their wallets. As Ves reluctantly continued to stay on top of the ongoing developments while trying to resume his design work, he received a surprising request from Master Willix. He looked at the notification on his comm with a mild surprise. He never spoke directly to her for quite some time. Ves didn't take the initiative to talk to her because he didn't want to get confronted on what he had been doing back on Prosperous Hill 6. What kind of criminal was stupid enough to approach the authorities on his own initiative? Another reason was that it simply wasn't necessary. Gloriana was in charge of the design projects this time, so it was natural for her to coordinate with the master who supervised them. The nature of designing expert mechs was extremely technical, which fully conformed to Gloriana's specialty. Ves even thought that he would be able to spend months without ever speaking with his reluctant patron within the MTA. The longer this went on, the lower the likelihood that Master Willix would confront him on stealing 5 precious vials of high-grade light-prolonging treatment serum. This was why he became quite nervous after receiving Master Willix's summons. While the timing of this message suggested that the topic she had in mind was likely related to the ongoing terror campaign, Ves still worried whether she would mention some of his misdeeds on the last planet he visited. I need to control myself, he muttered. He tried to suppress all of his nervous tension before leaving the design lab. Various thoughts swirled through his mind as he moved down to the hangar bay and boarded his shuttle. While Gloriana probably didn't care about discussing expert mech design over the galactic net, Ves was different. The topics that he sometimes discussed with Willix demanded greater precautions. This was why he had to travel all the way back to his former flagship, the Scarlet Rose. He still left the Dark Break module in the mobile supply carrier because VS simply didn't trust it enough to install it on the Spirit of Bentheim. While it was rather inconvenient for VS to travel all the way back to his old ship, it was a small price to pay in order to gain a lot of peace of mind. "Wait in my shuttle, Lucky. I don't want you to get too close." Meow. Lucky lazily flipped his tail while resting on top of a shuttle seat. VS threw a viable exotic towards his cat in order to keep the pet happy. Meow. Though VS hadn't stepped aboard the Scarlet Rose for many months, he was still familiar with her layout. He entered the dedicated communication chamber and approached the dark metal slab that rested in the center. After inputting a few commands, he waited until the Dark Break module established a highly secure connection to Master Willix. The woman looked the same as ever. VS had met her enough times by now to shake off his instinctual fawning and worship towards Master Mech Designer. Though he respected their formidable design ability, they were human in some respects. That didn't mean he underestimated her. VS only possessed a partial glimpse of her role within the association. He didn't know how much power she wielded, but he could definitely make some guesses. "Master Willix!" VS pasted on a sincere-looking smile on his face. "I've missed you quite a lot. I was wondering if you forgot about me or something. You seem to have grown very chummy with Gloriana lately." The great mech designer remained calm and collected. The projection of her lab-coated body barely showed any sign of tension despite the severe crisis the MT faced. A modest smile appeared on her face. "Miss Gloriana is quite devoted towards her work. It is a pleasure to feed her passion and guide her into developing her own solutions. She is a fantastic young woman to work with. You are lucky to have her as your partner." VS briefly coughed. "Yes. I'm very lucky, yes. I couldn't ask for a better collaborator. Perhaps she might not be aware of her brilliance at the moment, but you will assuredly find out once you have moved past the preliminary phases and proceed with the main design work. She has developed some new methods that will surely play well with the expert mechs that we are developing." He already heard his wife mention that a few times. Just like how VS was constantly building up his spiritual toolbox, Gloriana was also building up her own array of exclusive tools. Perhaps she never had the opportunity to use most of her tools when she worked on mass production mech design projects, but now that she was working on mech designs more suitable to her inclination, she would definitely be able to make use of her most potent methods. VS continued to discuss various issues about the expert mech design projects with Master Willix. She remained annoyingly reticent about various topics that VS most wanted to know. "You don't have to concern yourself too much with reserving space for resonating exotics," Willix dismissively answered one of his questions. "Just design your expert mech as if it is just a standard mech. I can easily modify the structure and components in a particular section so that they incorporate the right amount of resonating exotics. I will take care of all of the matters related to combining the resonating exotics in ways that will result in resonating abilities when activated by a compatible expert pilot. It is too soon for you to involve yourself in this process." Naturally, she gave no exact reason why this was the case. VS expected this already, so he wasn't too upset about the lack of answers. He could at least use this opportunity to ask other questions that were relevant to his work. "I'm guessing Gloriana must have told you about the mounted war gear concept that I am attempting to apply to the Chimera project, ma'am," he began. "What do you think about it? Am I going in the right direction, and what aspects do I need to pay attention to in order to make it work?" The master directed a twinkling gaze towards him. "The idea of equipping mechs with swappable, external equipment is not a new one. The logic of it is similar to the reason why individual soldiers equip combat armor and other gear when they are in service. The assumption is that human bodies are weak and unable to exert enough strength in combat. It is for this reason that they need to rely on highly sophisticated equipment to leverage power that is far beyond their ability to exert through natural means. Humanity is a technology-based race. We are not endowed with superior strength like some other alien races. We don't fight with our own bodies. We can't grow or evolve our bodies into superior combat forms, though that hasn't stopped people from trying. Willix twitched her mouth into a disdainful sneer. You are quite correct about that. The so-called Uranus that you have experienced in person is but one of a long line of doomed attempts to redefine humanity. I am sure your little ordeal has taught you the folly of abandoning your humanity. We are strongest when we rely on our intellect and our tool-making ability to develop our society. Ordinary mechs are more than adequate for our race to satisfy our need to fight. Ves tactfully didn't mention that warships were even better tools to wage war with. No matter what kind of mech the MTA was capable of designing, he seriously doubted that it could overpower the best of what the CFA had to offer. The incident with Uranus fully reinforced his impression that size mattered. Let us get back to the previous topic, she said. I have just explained to you the rationale for humans to rely on external equipment to fight. Do you believe it applies to mechs as well? Not exactly, ma'am. Ves reluctantly answered as he thought about the issue from this angle. Mechs are different. Human bodies are all inherently weak. Even if you can augment them, it is prohibitively expensive to make them ready for modern combat. Mechs can be weak as well, but more often than not they are quite effective in battle by themselves. Depending on their design, budget, material composition, and so on, they can be fabricated in huge batches and allow many mech pilots to exert considerable strength. Yet mechs don't necessarily need to borrow all of that power. Why is that, Mr. Larkinson? Because they are machines. They are works that can be specified and designed with great precision. We can put anything in them as long as we have the resources, know-how, and technology to implement our ideas. A mech is already a war platform by itself. Mounting external equipment on it doesn't necessarily make sense from that perspective. I see you have made the most important realization. Master Willix nodded in approval. Mechs, at least the most popular humanoid variety, are designed to imitate the human form, but that does not mean they have to inherit all of the weaknesses associated with our physique. In fact, the goal is quite the opposite. Mechs exist to compensate for our inherent weaknesses. Since they have to be strong in order to be useful, they are already adequate by themselves. Aside from arming them with necessary weapons, the need to mount additional modules and equipment on them grows weaker. Do you know why most of humanity doesn't bother with this versatile option? Ves knew that Master Willix was guiding him towards a deeper answer. He took a couple of dozen seconds to think over this issue. It's not efficient, he finally answered. Sure, mounting extra modules and other gear onto mechs can strengthen their performance, but on a wider scale it is probably better to just design a higher quality mech that incorporates the added strength in a much more effective and cost-efficient manner. Due to the limitations of mounting external equipment onto mechs, a lot of potential is lost and a lot of capabilities are being wasted. In most cases, it is already sufficient to field naked mechs that are designed to handle a job without needing additional assistance. That is a good answer, Mr. Larkinson. Mechs are not as weak as humans, so it is a mistake to blindly apply a model that works for the latter but is never meant to be used on the former. Ves frowned. He could hear the implicit disapproval in the master's guidance. Fortunately, he also recognized a window which he could use to stick to his vision. Even if that is the case, there are exceptions for everything. I can already think of one scenario. Expert mechs and expert pilots are scarce in our clan. While I can just design a vastly superior mech for one of my expert pilots, there are limitations to this approach. Their mass and volume can only be so much before they lose the ability to duel against other expert pilots. Since I don't have that much access to excellent but extremely expensive exotics, the only other method to strengthen an expert mech is to mount war gear on its frame to make it bigger. As long as size and mass limitations are no longer a big consideration in certain battle scenarios, I can make full use of the advantage of scale to design a loadout that can give an expert mech an enormous boost of power without paying too much. The master raised her eyebrow. Your logic is not wrong, but what you save in cost and other resources, you take on significantly more burdens. You already recognize the impact that excessive gear can do to the mobility of your design. I'm told that Miss Gloriana has already told you about the resonance compatibility problem. There are numerous other issues that affect the performance of your work. I can manage the downsides. What we need is to improve our top-end power, and there is no easy way to do so unless you are generous enough to donate first-class exotic materials to our clan. If not, I can only resort to a more stupid method and rely on size to make one of our expert mechs stronger. Unless you can give me a better solution, I will stick to my chosen course. Master Willix let out a soft sigh. Your determination is stronger than I expected. Have it your way, then. I will do my best to help you integrate the resonance characteristics of your mounted war gear with the rest of your expert mech, but only once. You will have to find another consultant in order to integrate additional war gear loadouts to your special expert mechs. Ves smiled. This is all I want. Chapter 3006. Common Interests of Humanity. When Ves heard how hard it was to integrate different resonating exotics into a single mech frame, he became worried that Master Willix would refuse to extend her services to make the Superior Mother's incarnation compatible with the core mech of the Chimera project. Though it was not impossible for Ves to find another consultant to do this job, he would definitely have to pay a bigger price for worse service. Out of every mech designer that he could solicit for this job, Master Willix was by far the best and most competent choice. She would do a far better job at preserving the mounted wargear's existing strengths while adding additional power in the form of resonating abilities. Fortunately, she acquiesced to his demand even if it didn't technically fall into the scope of their original agreement. She was only really obligated to design the core mech, which in this case was the hero expert mech that Venerable Joshua was supposed to pilot. Now that he obtained her promise, he didn't have to worry about screwing up the first incarnation. If he was designing a normal mech, then he wouldn't have to bother with this. But since he was working on an expert mech, it was best if he could gain the cooperation of the best professional he could find. Ves was quite happy that he was able to obtain what he wanted so easily, but he momentarily forgot that Master Willix wasn't so easy to deal with. She might be generous sometimes, but she was never the sort of person who allowed others to take advantage of her without paying something in return. Mr. Larkinson, to be honest, I did not take the initiative to contact you in order to discuss your expert mech design projects, she stated. There are more important matters on my agenda. Naturally, contributing to the design of a handful of second-class expert mechs was just a minor chore for her. All of the difficulties that Ves and Gloriana had to overcome was nothing more than a breeze to a master mech designer. I don't see how that is my business, ma'am. Are you sure about that? The projection of her eyes seemed to penetrate through his mind. Let me ask you frankly, then. Do you have any relations to the crown uprising that is sweeping across human space? What? No! Ves immediately replied and adopted the most helpless expression that he could manage. Why would you think that? I'm just a mech designer. I'm an honest businessman. I'm anything but a thief. Did you happen to pick up any crown-shaped objects on Prosperous Hill 6 or anywhere else by any chance? No, Ves emphatically answered. I'm pretty sure I did not. I can't fully account for the actions of my subordinates, but I think if they obtained a fancy crown from somewhere, our people would have noticed. I am absolutely sure that we are not connected to those stupid terrorists. We are merely their victims, just like all of the other people who have suffered from their random acts of violence. Though Master Willix continued to stare deeper into V's eyes, she eventually retracted her presence. I believe you, Mr. Larkinson. It is indeed unlikely that you have any relations to the supposed crown that the terrorists are demanding back. The galaxy is immense, and it could be anywhere. Then why did you ask me this question as if there is a realistic chance that I might have taken this crown? Some of our intelligence sources suggest that the crown may have fallen on this side of the galaxy, she casually said. We are not quite clear about this, to be honest. Do not be surprised if you witness much greater activity from all of the nearby branches of our association. Oh. VS was starting to have a bad feeling about this. Even though he was pretty certain that he and his clan did not pick up a suspicion crown, he did have several dealings with the Five Scrolls Compact in the past. If the crown the terrorists were yelling about was a symbol for something else, then he might be in more trouble than he realized. Though he grew slightly more nervous, he quickly forced himself to relax. His biggest offense to the Five Scrolls Compact, aside from possessing their precious sacred scroll, was helping his mother banish this temple protector fellow into the higher dimensions. That was already ancient history to VS. The impulsive and unplanned crown uprising should have erupted right after the end of the Battle of the Abyss if that was the case. Since it was highly unlikely that these two events were related, VS did not have to bear any suspicion. For some reason, Master Willix looked disappointed for a moment. It was as if she judged that VS was definitely involved for some reason. This was unfair. This was naked discrimination. VS was not some kind of repeat offender who screwed up every place he visited. It was purely a coincidence that Uranus activated and almost wiped out an entire metropolis. Is that all you wanted to ask? VS asked while he defensively crossed his arms. Seeing that this crown business has affected the upper ranks of the first-rate superstates, it is way too big for me to get involved. I don't want anything to do with this conflict. I just want to get to the Red Ocean and start a new life for myself and my clan. I am not stopping you from pursuing your dreams, Mr. Larkinson. Yet it is impossible for any human to remain uninvolved. The crown uprising affects us all. We must each do our duty in order to quell this galaxy-wide rebellion before it breaks the long centuries of stability that we have always enjoyed. VS furrowed his brows. Why do you call it a rebellion? Isn't this uprising just a simple temper tantrum from some massive organization? This massive organization you are referring to is our greatest enemy. It is one of the most potent hidden dangers of our society. Make no mistake, Mr. Larkinson. This is but the first step to a greater plan to dislocate the mechanisms that keep us united and together. The days of constant peace and quiet reconstruction have come to an end. Forgive me for being blunt, but aren't you exaggerating a bit, ma'am? There are only so many brainwashed terrorists in existence. These guys are dying by the trillions. Sooner or later there will be no terrorists left because the previous ones have already blown themselves up. We don't have anything to fear after that. You are being too naive. Willix shook her head. It is difficult to convey my perspective of this epochal shift to you without breaching confidentiality rules. Let me just state in general terms that the enemy that is undermining our society should never be underestimated. There are more ways to damage humanity's institutions aside from launching indiscriminate suicide attacks. If that's the case, then I'm glad that I am leaving the Milky Way. There are lots of old powers and old states here that must have been fertile ground for this great enemy. The Red Ocean is still pristine and the pioneers who are doing business over there are all extensively vetted. Don't have to worry too much about this hidden enemy in the new dwarf galaxy. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Mr. Larkinson. Our enemy greatly values phase water for many of the same reasons that we do. It is a substance that allows for large-scale space manipulation. Building beyonder gates and equipping mechs with FTL-capable mini-drives is the least of what it can do. It is the key material that is needed to push our civilization to the next level. How? Perhaps you will find out in a couple of centuries. Willicks smiled in an intriguing fashion. There are grand and ambitious plans in the making. Our association hasn't been sitting still all of this time. The difficulty we face is that our hidden enemy will not allow us to strengthen all of humanity. We have always waged a war in the shadows, but the outbreak of the Crown Uprising marks the first true turning point where our greatest foe has decided to take a step into the light. This is rather concerning to us because the darkness has always been their home. Was she implying that the Five Scrolls Compact was about to make itself known? Whoever is in charge of public relations over there should be fired. Ves snorted. The Crown Uprising is one of the worst marketing campaigns that I have ever seen. I don't think that any human will look kindly to the source of all of the terrorist attacks. Pretty much everyone hated the Crown terrorists. Ves could not conceive of a reason why anyone would voluntarily join their ranks, but apparently he was wrong. I told you not to underestimate our hidden enemy. Their intelligence and decisiveness are considerable, and they are able to offer unique rewards that will tempt any human no matter their rank or station. All you see is a large number of terrorists losing their lives. What you don't know is that this hidden organization has always been good at enticing more fools to join its ranks. You should take great care when you are approached by one of their recruiters. Do not act clever and think you can take advantage of this situation. It would help me if you can name this mysterious organization. I get invitations to join all sorts of clubs and associations every day. I can tell my assistant to block any letters that come from this great enemy. Denied. Oh well. It was worth a try. He could infer that Master Willicks had good intentions in mind. She avoided saying more not just because of confidentiality rules, but also to protect Ves from the compact. It was quite terrible to attract their attention. Fortunately, journeyman mech designers did not register on their radar at all. Not even senior mech designers were impressive enough to get noticed. You are short on merits, are you not? Yes. Then it's your lucky day today. She directed a mild grin towards him. I happen to have a small assignment for you that can net you 2 to 5 million MTA merits depending on your results. The mention of MTA merits instantly made him more excited, but his common sense quickly reasserted itself. Ves knew exactly how difficult it was to earn so many merits at once. The MTA always aimed to make profitable transactions. It was practically their nature as a trade association. Therefore, if they promised to reward someone with a hefty chunk of merits, then the job in question must definitely be difficult. I'm not interested, he immediately replied. I have already used up my danger quota for the year. I just want to sit back and design my mechs in peace. I don't want anything to do with the Crown Uprising. We are at war, Mr. Larkinson. As a mech designer and a member of humanity, it is your duty to contribute to the safety and continuation of our society. We cannot allow malcontents to put an end to our golden age. That sounds noble and all, but would you rather subject yourself to a targeted inspection by our compliance department in order to determine what exactly you have gained from your visit to Prosperous Hill 6? Willicks pinned Ves with an impatient glance. I would be glad to do my duty and serve the common interests of humanity. Ves finished with a beaming smile. Of course, I don't mind earning a couple of million merits while I am doing my part in ending the Crown Uprising. As a descendant of a long line of dedicated soldiers, I am eager to fight for a righteous cause. Please instruct me, Master. A nervous atmosphere descended upon the communication chamber. Ves had shown exceptional skill at turning around his attitude, but that did not hide the fact that he really didn't want the MTA snooping too closely in his own affairs. Fortunately, Master Willix was willing to let this slide. She slowly nodded in satisfaction. That is exactly the answer I wished to hear. Let me proceed with explaining what I expect from you. I have been covering for you for quite some time. It is only fair for you to assist me in solving a small issue. Ves already dreaded what this small issue might be. He didn't believe it was as trivial as she made it sound. Chapter 3007, Ves the MTA Minion. When the MTA came calling, people answered. Only absolute idiots dared to defy the Might Mech Trade Association. The transgalactic organization's stranglehold on the mech industry, its absolute military might, and the Big Two's monopoly on light-prolonging serum all ensured that no one rejected the measures when they issued their requests. Fortunately, the association rarely approached individuals on its own accord. The main reason was that it was already vast and powerful enough to solve its own problems. Ever since the Age of Mechs kicked off, the Mech Trade Association had become the dominant father of human civilization. Its vast influence blanketed almost every part of human space, and no one could completely divest themselves from this distant, but extremely overbearing parent. It was fine if the association remained in the background. Too many events took place in the galaxy for this immense power to devote its attention to each and every one of them. To the upper echelon, the mundane lives of the space peasants under their care were no more consequential than ants locked inside a terrarium. However, once those big round heads loomed close and focused a pair of massive eyes onto a single ant, the little insect in question would definitely not feel comfortable. Ves currently had the illusion that he had become that ant. He did not dare to underestimate Master Willix just because she looked like a professional, middle-aged human woman. One of the scariest aspects of the human race was that its most powerful and formidable members often looked no different from other people. If it wasn't for the fact that certain transcendents like master mech designers possessed an air that caused them to stand out from the crowd, Ves could easily be fooled into assuming that Master Willix was just a doting ant. This was why he maintained a lot of vigilance towards Master Willix right now. Since she felt the need to apply coercion in order to get him to cooperate, the task she was about to announce must not be light. Ves hated trouble. He already had his fair share of it during his last adventure, and did not have any stomach for more. At the very least, the great master could have waited until he completed his expert mech design projects. Not only would he feel a lot more secure with a handful of expert mechs at his disposal, enough time would have passed for the rest of his mech forces to complete their consolidation and expansion efforts. Right now, the strength of the Larkinson clan was rather messy. The new lifers and Heavenswarders had only just begun to get accustomed to fighting as Larkinsons, and his expert pilots were still stuck with prime mechs. Even if Ves and his allies possessed enough strength to fight a military mech regiment head-on, the enemies he faced were only growing more and more stronger. He already had plenty of headaches to worry about. He didn't want to add another major problem to his plate, but his patron in the MTA didn't seem to care. I have already revealed enough about the state of our civilization and how its stability is being undermined by our detractors, she stated in a calm voice. Though our association is mighty, we have many opponents. While our individual enemies cannot compare to us when they confront us by themselves, it is a different matter if they pool their forces together. Conspirators in the shadows, states that dream of becoming nations, and vengeful aliens are constantly sharpening their knives. Ves frowned. Even though he did not believe that a little mech designer like him could not possibly influence such high-level power struggles, he still couldn't stop himself from gaming this scenario. Your association is actually in a worse state than I thought, ma'am. He slowly voiced his own views. Since you aren't joking around with this, it means that you are truly concerned about the future of the MTA. This is not what I expected, to be honest. I always thought you guys are too strong to entertain any pessimistic thoughts. Willix sighed. There is much history that is buried from the public. We have been fighting against threats that most people in the galaxy are not aware of. This is by necessity, as the trauma of the second half of the Age of Conquest was too great. Without providing centuries of peace and stability, humanity could not recover to this extent. In fact, our human enemies shared this cognition as well, so they were content to play along. Ves minutely widened his eyes. He always wondered about why the Five Scrolls Compact allowed their existence to be suppressed by the Big Two. He would have thought that it was better for their brand recognition and recruitment efforts if at least some word of their existence leaked out to a portion of the public. Perhaps these crazies realized that there would be nothing left for them to rule over if their actions caused more humans to go extinct. Maybe this was why they shook hands with the Big Two and agreed to stay in the shadows. However, after 4 centuries of long-term peace, humanity was not as fragile in the past anymore. Even though destructive conflicts like the Komodo War continued to rage throughout human space, on a galactic scale the population of humans had grown exponentially. The original rationale for remaining quiet no longer existed. Ves was sure that all of humanity's enemies benefited from the peace and quiet as well. As Ves remained in thought, Master Willix continued to emphasize the gravity of the situation. As I have stated before, we are beset by enemies, but so far they are too afraid to challenge our association when we are at our peak. It would be stupid for them to attack our war fleets and fortifications head-on, so they have wisely chosen not to do so. Instead, they are gnawing at our foundation instead. Our best analysts and strategists are already convinced that the Crown Uprising is only the first phase of a greater plan. It is not as impulsive as it seems. The so-called crown that these terrorists are demanding back might not even be real. Ves didn't think it was as simple as that, but he refrained from contradicting the master mech designer. Our association is able to exist and remain stable in our high position due to the support of the people. If this support erodes, we won't suffer in the short term, but as generations go by, a new perception will take hold among the people that will paint us as incompetents at best and tyrants as worst. Once this transition has taken place, it will not take long before our society begins to crack. She put great effort into painting the MTA as the guardian of humanity, but Ves was not so naive to think that the Meshers just wanted to maintain their supreme power and wealth. They were the biggest winners of the Age of Mechs, so it was logical that they had a vested interest in maintaining the current order. Even if someone else came along and claimed to be able to lead humanity to a better place, the MTA would no doubt smash this challenger to pieces in order to cling to its current throne. Ves let out an impatient breath. Okay, I get it, Master. Humanity, and by extension the MTA, is in grave danger, so it needs all of the help that it can get. Though I still doubt what this has to do with a small figure like myself, can you get on with explaining my assignment already? I am not in the habit of wasting time, Mr. Larkinson. In truth, you should not be hearing about this until you have become a senior mech designer. Once you reach that height, you have gained enough strength to participate in the true affairs of our race. Many of the missions that we issue are all related to them in one fashion or another. The higher you climb, the more you are able to contribute. Never forget that as long as you are a mech designer, you are intricately tied to the Mech Trade Association. She was right. His profession was fully represented by the MTA, and much of his design-related activities could only be performed under the auspices of the very same organization. There was no way that Ves could ever develop a friendly relation with the CFA for this reason. What Master Willix implied was that it didn't matter if Ves was not an internal member of the MTA. His current profession already pushed him into their camp regardless of his actions. He could either resist this fact and piss off his only powerful supporter, or he could just bend over and surrender to this inescapable reality. This was what Master Willix was aiming to achieve. She wanted him to submit on his own accord and stop resisting her authority because he was too insistent on maintaining his independence. He hated it, but what could he do? He literally relied on her favor to keep the rest of the MTA off his back. Fine, he said in a tired but sincere tone. I get what you are trying to say. I truly do. I will do as you say, though don't forget about the merits you've promised. Willix curled her lips into a subtle smile. We always pay for honest work. Have no fear about that. Our association is quite aware that people like you need some encouragement to do your best. Let me introduce you to your assignment. Ves straightened his back and became more attentive. He long wondered what she sought from him. There was very little he could offer that could interest MTA, but he could think of one unique advantage. His spiritual engineering capabilities. Did the MTA intend to borrow his glows in order to identify the rebels or something? Had Willix discovered the existence of his spiritual networks and sought to present the MTA with its own exclusive version? The master seemed to have read his thoughts. She shook her head. It's not what you think. Your expertise has great potential, but it is just that. We have enemies who possess even more profound and unusual capabilities than you. I fear that these enemies can easily warp your immature creations and exploit their vulnerabilities to ferment greater mischief. Do not believe your applications are infallible. You should wait until you have realized your design philosophy before you are ready to fight in this arena. This was actually quite a good point. Ves knew quite well that the Five Scrolls Compact possessed a much richer accumulation in spiritual engineering than him. His works may seem like child's play to them. If this was the case, then he should lay low before he advanced to master. Then what is my task? Ves frowned in puzzlement. If she didn't want any of his spiritual inventions, then what else could he offer? The woman smiled. Your duty is quite simple. I will be transferring a batch of 20 of our specially trained mech pilots to your clan. While they are internal members of the MTA, they are not allowed to reveal this to anyone while they travel with your fleet. What I am asking from you is to take them under your wing and turn as many of them into expert pilots as possible. The stronger and more remarkable they become, the better. Of all the requests he anticipated, Ves never thought she would issue such an ordinary request. What did this have to do with the fate of human civilization and all that stuff? The MTA had plenty of expert pilots in their ranks. A couple of extra additions would never change the strategic outlook. Master Willix didn't seem to notice, though. The Mech Trade Association will reward you with 500,000 MTA merits for each expert pilot that has successfully undergone apotheosis, regardless of how much assistance you have provided to them. After 5 years, your mission will end regardless of how many of our mech pilots have succeeded. We will take the remainder back at that point. Of course, we expect you to do your best to fulfill our demands. If you have not achieved any notable results, then don't blame us if we deduct your merits. What? Ves almost shot up into the ceiling. That's not fair. I earned those merits fair and square. Chapter 3008 Dog Food. Ves awkwardly coughed. I am honored that you have faith in my ability to train expert pilots, but aren't you being a little too optimistic here? The probability of expert pilots emerging from a crowd of mech pilots is somewhere around 1 to several thousand, if not worse. This means that there is a high chance that the 20 MTA mech pilots you are sending to me simply don't have what it takes to undergo apotheosis. I don't want to waste my time and have my merits deducted from my account for nothing. The dark break module continued to project Master Willix's body without fail. It was so high-tech that Ves could easily mistake the physical projection as real if not for the fact that it could not replicate her powerful spirituality. Despite this limitation, Ves still sensed an instinctive source of power from her projection. This was an impression that he could never shake, no matter how much he reminded himself that he was looking at a tactile illusion. Right now, he could feel her irritation towards him. He hadn't been behaving very diligently so far. It was hard to blame him, as Master Willix essentially roped him into a mission against his will. Just because he surrendered to her authority didn't mean he liked being browbeat. You have already taken on this sort of mission before, have you not? She raised her eyebrow at him. Willian of the Urbish clan has turned from a cowardly disgrace of a mech pilot to a strong and fearless expert pilot. He's doing quite well for himself last I checked, though he is still mute for some reason. That is not a bad trade-off if I might say so myself. Ves twitched his mouth. Our conventional training programs failed to inject some courage into William. We had to resort to extreme measures in order to kick him into shape. I wouldn't exactly call him a success story. Do you really want me to subject your fancy MTA mech pilots to similar treatment? We must all make some sacrifices in this dire time, she said without any remorse. That said, no one will benefit if you send back just half of the mech pilots I have given you in a broken state. The better your results, the better it will strengthen my position. What are you up to, ma'am? Master Willix sighed. There are many clever people in the Mech Trade Association. I am but one of many masters in its ranks. If I wish to have my voice heard, I must build up my political capital. I am already pursuing several initiatives that will likely increase my standing within my circle of peers, but I am not the only master who is trying to rise to a higher position. Many of my rivals are working as hard as they can to assume a leadership position within our great organization. VS entered more familiar territory. Though the MTA was unfathomably powerful, it was still an organization comprised of humans. This meant that it was probably rife with factional struggles and selfish power grabs just like any other organization. What does it matter if you fall short, Master Willix? He needled her with a playful grin. You selfless masters are all servants of humanity and the MTA, are you not? It shouldn't matter who among you gets to lord it over the rest. You are all on the same side. I wish that were so. Master Willix disappointingly shook her head. You should already know better, Mr. Larkinson. You have already touched upon the power struggle between the Rim Guardians and the Prime Humans. This is but one of many quarrels that has beset our association. There is an even higher level struggle within the upper hierarchy. The one that I am involved in actually goes all the way to the Galactic Mech Council. What? The Galactic Mech Council was the supreme decision-making organ of the MTA. If Master Willix was chummy with one of the 100 counselors, then she possessed enough influence to change the course of human development. Oh, don't get me wrong. A single master such as myself cannot possibly approach a Galactic Mech Counselor, she quickly clarified. However, I am affiliated with someone who can definitely catch the attention of one of the highest leaders. You're talking about the star designer that you're friends with, right? She nodded. Correct. Even so, there are only around 70 star designers in existence. There are many more masters currently alive today. Do you think it is easy to attract the attention of one of these great designers? The matters they handle and the problems they are dealing with are a billion times more grand than what is going through your head. Even if I have a solid connection with a star designer, there are many more like myself who can say the ASME. It is imperative that I get ahead of my rivals and gain a higher standing before the subsequent phases of the enemy plan unfolds. I cannot trust many of my colleagues to act responsibly and do their best to preserve the association. VS understood her position more and more. She was not so different from himself, in a way. Just like him, she was not assured of letting other people be in charge. She would only feel assured that everything would go right if she assumed leadership herself. Though she painted herself as a noble and selfless servant of the MTA, VS had serious doubts whether that was entirely true. If Master Willix wanted to climb to a higher position, then she must surely be motivated by a more direct reason. It was none of his business, though. The master did not look willing to elaborate any further, so VS did not think too much in this direction. All he knew was that Willix wanted to obtain a promotion in order to ingratiate herself to one of the top dogs of the MTA, and to do that Ves had to do his best to pitch in and make her look good. "If you expect me to do a good job, then tell me about 20 mech pilots that you are sending," Ves said as he crossed his arms. "How old are they? How good are they? What training have they gone through? What are their personalities? Are they pissed at the fact that they're being assigned to my clan? How far can I go in order to push them to their limits?" He hoped he wouldn't be getting spoiled brats or something. Perhaps it might be a great way to earn a colleague's support by turning one of their descendants into an expert pilot, but these sorts of signs weren't easy to suppress. "I can only speak in general terms as I have not finalized the section, but you can rest assured that I will only dispatch professional soldiers with native backgrounds. These individuals tend to be the easiest to control. They all answer to different individuals, so they are not a united group." "What is the point of turning them into expert pilots when they will just go on to benefit your colleagues?" Ves asked. "It is a demonstration of ability," she replied. "I am essentially proving my ability to deliver expert pilots to the association. As long as I become known for this, my peers will respect me for it. This will help elevate my standing. Don't underestimate the value of doing this. Mature expert pilots have already formed their loyalties, so they are exceptionally hard to win over. In contrast, younger mech pilots can very easily be persuaded to join someone's camp. As long as these talents succeed in breaking through, then you will effectively be able to command an expert pilot." That made a lot of sense. In fact, this was what Ves had been aiming to do as well, with some degree of success. He didn't know where he went wrong with Venerable Janzi, but at least Venerable Joshua's fanatic loyalty towards him had become permanently locked. There was only one big problem with this arrangement. "You do know that you are not the person who is actually responsible for enabling this conversion," Ves replied with a brief cough. "I'm the one who is doing all of the hard work here. You are the one who gets to reap most of the rewards. The only remuneration that I receive in return is just a paltry sum of 500,000 MTA merits per head." Master Willix did not relent, however. "You can stop trying to bargain with me. As I have stated earlier, I have already provided plenty of assistance to you. It is only fair for you to reciprocate. I wouldn't have approached you with this assignment if I thought you were incapable, but since I have confidence in this ability of yours, I think it is appropriate to call on you for this matter. Besides, 500,000 MTA merits is not a trivial amount for what I am asking." Seeing that Ves couldn't renegotiate this term, he gave up. He merely listened to Master Willix as she explained her conditions. "I trust in your methods, so I am willing to grant you a great amount of leeway for this assignment. You can be as harsh with the batch of mech pilots as you want. You can even send them into battle and risk their deaths. They cannot use their prior status within the association to call the shots or refuse any lawful orders you give to them. Just take into account that it becomes harder to gain any benefits if too many of them die during this 5-year period." "Will they really accept taking orders from the leader of a second-class clan?" Ves skeptically asked. "No offense, but you meshers are too powerful and full of yourselves." Willix adopted a harsher posture. "I can promise you that none of the mech pilots will resist your training or call the MTA in order to stop you from doing what you want. It will not further their career in the slightest if they object to this arrangement. What I cannot do is to persuade them to follow your instructions sincerely. You will have to do that yourself." Ves pressed his lips into a line. These weren't the hardest of conditions that he heard, but he still had his work cut out for him. The status disparity was too big. This was the equivalent of sending one of his children to a space peasant. After issuing a few more specific instructions, Ves roughly knew how he should treat his incoming guests. "When will I be receiving these little bastards?" he asked. "It will likely take a couple of weeks to finalize the list. Once I do, it will not take long for me to send them to you. In fact, I will transfer them over to your care in person. This will also allow me to transfer some important materials relevant to your expert mech design projects. His eyes lit up at this mention. Are you giving us valuable resonating exotics? The master nodded. I might as well. Consider this an advance payment for your services. Don't expect too much, though. It is not good to pair expert pilots with resonating exotics that are too potent. The difficulty of controlling an expert mech and harnessing its resonance abilities increases drastically if you go overboard. It is good for you to aim high, but you must always make sure that you stay measured when you design something as important as an expert mech. Though his enthusiasm dampened a bit after hearing this, Ves still felt pleased at this development. As long as he and his wife gathered enough resonating exotics, they could quickly move on from the tedious conception and research phase and proceed with the actual development phase. He knew what she was doing, though. Master Willix wanted to keep Ves at her disposal, so she cleverly released a string of rewards in order to ensure his compliance. Though his pride took some hits, his greed was satisfied. He didn't mind if Willix wanted to attach a leash to his collar, as long as she supplied him with enough dog food. Chapter 3009 Conversion Ratio. So what did you talk about with Master Willix earlier? Gloriana asked as Ves returned to the design lab after departing from the Scarlet Rose. Woof. I beg your pardon? His wife sent a glare in his direction. Meow! Clixie hissed as she sat up from Gloriana's lap. Calm down. I was just distracted for a moment. Ves raised his hands in innocence. We had a lengthy talk about my new assignment. She wants me to do something for her. In return, she'll gift us a number of valuable materials as well as a lot of MTA merits depending on my performance. Gloriana instantly forgot about getting barked at earlier. She rose up from her chair and ran over to Ves until her hands clung onto her uniform. Tell me more! Her lavender perfume already wafted into his nose, causing him to forget about the more unpleasant aspects of his conversation with Master Willix. He agreed to his wife's request and sat down in order to give her a very brief summary, leaving out many details but conveying enough to get her up to speed. In the meantime, Lucky and Clixie cuddled together and began to lick each other's faces. Meow. Meow. I see. Her request is not light by any means. Gloriana became a bit more serious. She must have her reasons for approaching you. How confident are you in your ability to turn these random MTA mech pilots into expert pilots? Ves hesitated. It depends. Certain individuals have a talent in this aspect. If the mech pilots that Master Willix has selected all possess this critical quality, then I am fully confident that I can push half of them to expert candidate, and maybe expert pilot within 5 years. The issue is that the talent to become an expert candidate is actually quite rare. He was quite afraid that Willix would send 20 hopeless cases to him. If none of the MTA mech pilots possess spiritual potential, then Ves would have to put a lot more effort into his experiments in order to achieve a breakthrough on this front. So you can't determine your chances until you actually meet the mech pilots, is that right? He nodded. I don't think I'll get lucky, though. I think that mech pilots with the necessary talent are already participating in better training programs. They're stronger and more skilled on average, and they learn faster. Anyone who is unlucky enough to be sent outside the MTA in order to train with us will likely be those who have already tried and failed to an extent. He was quite confident about this conclusion. The MTA was not a slouch when it came to training its own mech pilots. Master Willix would have never turned to him if her own organization could already solve this problem in-house. Gloriana was already thinking about the implications of this mission. Have you realized that this might be a repeat deal for you? She pointed out. Huh! Think about it, VS. Let's just assume that you have succeeded, not just once, but several times. It is already a success if just 1 or 2 out of 20 manage to break through. The result won't look very remarkable, though. You may have beaten the statistical odds, but it could always be chalked up to a coincidence. Yet what if a fourth of the MTA mech pilots manage to undergo apotheosis? If we are able to turn 5 out of 20 into expert pilots, then our conversion ratio is insane. This is no longer a coincidence. This is proof that we have an effective formula. VS placed his hand on her shoulder. Hey, calm down. Don't get too excited. Have you ever thought about what a huge target we'll be painting on our backs once the MTA and the rest of the galaxy finds out that we can transform 25% of all mech pilots into expert pilots? Even if the mech pilots trained by the MTA are a cut above the rest, the association's own conversion ratio shouldn't be higher than 1 in several thousand. If he assumed that the MTA had no way to induce spiritual potential in its own people, then it was impossible for the Meshers to form too many expert pilots. They were limited by the same constraints as everyone else. In fact, even VS couldn't do anything about it unless he resumed his radical and fatal experiments with the aspect of transcendence. While he had the guts to run these experiments on random human criminals, now that he returned to the fleet, it was very hard for him to obtain a large batch of adequate human test subjects. Gloriana looked disappointed. Master Willix needs us to succeed. We shouldn't hold back too much. So what if we succeed 5 out of 20 times? We can just chalk it up to our extreme training program. Maybe you can make it so that the 15 failures have all died in the process. As long as we pretend that there is a very high likelihood of death attached to our method, I bet people will become a lot less interested in our methods. You underestimate the greed that people harbor for a method that can reliably produce expert pilots. VS shook his head. Manpower is one of the cheapest and most abundant resources in the galaxy. It is well worth the price to exchange the lives of 75% of all of the mech pilots in a batch in order to turn the remaining 25% into expert pilots. The individual combat prowess of the latter is at least 100 times greater than the former. This effectively resulted in a humongous increase in total combat strength. Of course, the higher-ups responsible for the new expert pilots also had to invest a lot of money, effort, and resources into supplying them all with expert mechs, but that was not a big problem for huge organizations like the MTA or the first-rate superstates. None of the people at the top cared about the plight of the many failed mech pilots who died over the course of the grueling training program. Then what will you do, VS? I'm still thinking about that, he said. It depends on how much Willix can shield me from suspicion. I don't mind handing her 10 expert pilots so that I can collect 5 million MTA merits as long as she can take care of the rest. Fortunately, the mech pilots she is dispatching to us will remain incognito while they are serving alongside my men. It's not politically convenient if everyone becomes aware that we are hosting these high-status individuals. Though VS would not object to that outcome since that meant he could protect himself by using the MTA's reputation as his shield, Master Willix did not allow for that. This assignment already breached the MTA's neutrality rules to some extent. It was only acceptable if few people knew about it, but it was another story if it became widespread. This was why Master Willix had to put a lot of effort into disguising the identities of the MTA guest pilots. The goal was to turn them into expert pilots, and experiencing actual combat was the best way to stimulate their potential. Who would have the guts to fight them if every enemy learned that they were spilling Mesher blood? It was too bad that Master Willix couldn't send a batch of 500 mech pilots to the Larkinson clan instead. It would have been much easier to get away with turning all 20 politically important mech pilots into expert pilots if that was the case. Yet transferring 500 mech pilots of unknown origins to the Larkinson clan on a temporary basis was too eye-catching. It was too easy to attract snooping investigators who would definitely be able to expose his improper dealings. In the end, Ves failed to settle on a strategy. He decided to defer his decisions on this assignment until he met the mech pilots in person and learned what they were capable of. It was too premature for him to make an elaborate plan at this point. After he informed his wife of his new mission, he briefly spoke with General Vull over the comm in order to make the appropriate arrangements. He clearly couldn't blend in the incoming MTA mech pilots with the rest of his mech forces. The newcomers would have to join the Larkinson clan in order to do so, but that was unacceptable. The point was to produce expert pilots who would all be loyal to their patrons in the MTA. He wouldn't be able to deliver the desired results if all of the individuals in question turned into committed Larkinsons. "This is not an easy request to fulfill, sir," General Vull replied aboard the graveyard. "Our armed forces have all been set up on the assumption that we would be fighting side by side with our own clansmen. Our common identity is one of our greatest sources of strength on the battlefield. We risk breaking this implicit trust and camaraderie if we sprinkle random outsiders within their ranks. I haven't heard any complaints about Venerable Devia Stark. She's an expert pilot, sir. Our men trust in her sincerity, and she is an invaluable helper to us due to her ranged prowess." Despite the general skepticism, he agreed to deal with this problem. Perhaps this wouldn't be the last time that the Larkinson clan would temporarily play host foreign fighters. After he ended his call, Ves remained in thought. He knew that the greatest challenge to this mission was to succeed in implanting spiritual potential into the minds of mech pilots, who were lacking in this aspect. As long as he made it to this point, everything else was manageable. "I guess I'll have to spend more time with the aspects of transcendence." He did not dare to make use of the fourth and most mysterious statue of Lufa since he brought the entire batch back to his personal workshop. So many heads and bodies had exploded in the presence of its glow that Ves had no intention to subject any clansman to this treatment. Yet now that it became more urgent than ever to get this magical process to work without killing anyone, Ves felt a much greater urgency to solve this intractable gridlock. A potentially brilliant idea entered his mind now that he was looking at this problem from a fresh perspective. "If I continue to perform the same experiments as before, it's highly likely that I'll have to burn a lot of excess biomass," he concluded. "After all, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results." This famous quote was very relevant to this particular experiment. While Ves tried his best to tweak the variables for each test, the fact of the matter was that he hadn't changed the most significant variables. What if he changed the nature of the glow? What if he altered it by changing or upgrading its source? "What if I upgrade Lufa?" He voiced his great idea. It had a lot of potential. Previously, Ves never entertained this suggestion because he simply didn't have the resources to afford the upgrade. His circumstances had changed now. With 5 vials of high-grade serum in his possession, he had ample quantities of one of the key ingredients that could qualitatively upgrade and design spirit. What was even better was that the birth of Blinky meant that his own energy limitations were a relic of the past. He had access to multiple sources of excess spiritual energy. This supplied him with more spiritual energy that matches his attributes than he could use up. There would be absolutely no problem with merging any additional ingredients into Lufa. The main challenge, therefore, was to find the right ingredients and come up with a workable plan to evolve Lufa into the desired direction. His ultimate goal was to make the aspect of transcendence viable. "If I can make this happen, then this mission wouldn't be a challenge for me to complete at all. In fact, I have to try my best to make it harder than it looks." A lot of merits would assuredly land in his pockets if he could pull this off. Chapter 30:10 High Impulse Booster Modules. Though the burden of taking on his new assignment troubled Ves a lot, he couldn't neglect his other priorities. With the promise of firm material support from Master Willix, Gloriana's search for compatible and suitable resonating materials became a lot simpler. Now that they had a better idea of what they were working towards, every mech designer was able to do their work in a much more targeted manner. Everyone wanted to complete the preliminary phases and begin with the actual design work. The journeyman of the design department made substantial progress into refining the draft designs of all 6 expert mechs. It wasn't fast enough for Gloriana's liking, though. Every day, she cracked her metaphorical whip onto the backs of other mech designers. Gloriana had become so passionate and frenzied that she practically rode the entire design department to exhaustion. This was not all bad, though. What Gloriana lacked in tact, she made up for it with her sound judgment and excellent eye for detail. Her heavy-handed instructions steered every mech designer to the right path and prevented anyone from wasting too much time on fruitless endeavors. Her leadership style caused her to treat every subordinate like an automaton. As long as a mech designer worked as quickly, efficiently, and effectively as a well-oiled machine, Gloriana would have no problem. The downside was that as long as anything went wrong, she got triggered. She had a very low tolerance to failure, excuses, and inability to comply with her instructions. "Ves, you idiot! I told you to lay off with the idea of adding a missile launcher module on the Chimera project. Venerable Joshua doesn't need it, and it will only introduce a number of structural weaknesses into the frame. Now remove that stupid module or I will remove your bedroom privileges." No. Don't do it like that. You might have become a journeyman, Keddies, but you're a long way into mastering the art of mechanics. The center of mass is too low here. That might not be an issue if we're talking about a land-bound mech, but we're talking about an aerial and space-borne machine. The Decapitator project relies a lot on evasion and maneuverability to fight, so it is pivotal to keep the center of mass closer to the middle. You are completely letting down your Hexer heritage, Juliet. It is no wonder you got exiled from the hegemony. While I admire the solution you have applied to the Disruptor Project's flight system, you took thrice as much time to come up with this answer than you should have. Next time, don't explore so many alternate options. Figure out the best way forward first next time. Fortunately, Gloriana had a sense of measure when dealing with the apprentice mech designers. She didn't expect too much from them to begin with, so she only did not raise her voice all that much. The high pressure she exerted on everyone increased their stress levels. Yet none of the lead designers and the assistants hired by the LMC were average. Journeymen were quite competent, or they wouldn't have been able to advance to begin with. The apprentices hired by VS and Gloriana both had their good points. For example, the Braves might not be the smartest and most inventive of the bunch, but they fared quite well under pressure. They were quite suited to complete lots of smaller and easier tasks within tight deadlines. As for the erudites, Gloriana knew them best. She depended on Miles Tovar, Mayor Tordo, Merrill O'Brien, and other clever heads to solve the more difficult and time-consuming tasks. What especially helped was that the apprentices all started to receive their cranial implants. With the addition of lots of lifer implant surgeons and other related specialists, the Larkinson Biotechnology Institute was able to perform a lot of implantation procedures at once. The excellent and abundant treatment facilities aboard the Dragon's Den increased the capacity of operations even further. Keddies was the first of many mech designers and professionals who fused their minds with life-changing, quality cranial implants. The difference in cognitive abilities was drastic. Even the most average apprentice mech designer became something akin to a genius after receiving a high-quality brain implant. The result of all of this was that the design department, under Gloriana's lead, got more work done in remarkably less time. As long as people got used to the pressure, it didn't feel all that bad to meet Gloriana's high expectations. True mech designers never shied away from challenges, and they always sought to surpass their limits. Everyone in the design department confirmed this description. This was the benefit of maintaining strict and thorough hiring criteria. The design department may be too small and short-handed for the projects they were working on these days, but none of the mech designers were total letdowns. During one briefing, Gloriana focused her attention on the Disruptor project. "How much speed and acceleration can I expect from Venerable Tussa's expert mech?" she asked. Juliet Stamaros pointed to the flight system and additional booster modules mounted onto the most recent draft design. "The forward acceleration of the Disruptor project is not the best, but this trade-off has allowed me to implement powerful short-term boosters that can near-instantly push the expert mech in other directions. The impulse that these boosters modules can exert is formidable for their size, but the downside is that they are expensive and use up materials that are not easily found. However, as long as we stock up on the necessary exotics, we won't have to worry about running out for years." That was going to cost a lot of money, but nobody cared about that. VS had already made it clear that they did not need to limit their budget allocation too much. As long as they didn't buy wildly expensive first-class materials, everything else was fine as long as it could be sourced. Gloriana studied the contextual parameters of the booster modules. By necessity, they had to be placed on the sides in front of the light skirmisher in order to push it in directions other than forward. "I don't like how there are so many of them placed in positions that a frontal enemy can easily attack. These boosters are more than adequate when it comes to allowing the mech to evade quickly, but they are not particularly known for their toughness. A single decent attack can knock them offline or even shatter them entirely. We'll quickly go through our stock of spare materials after every intensive battle if that's the case." "That is true, but these are the only booster models that provide the performance we need," Juliet replied. "I have implemented 2 solutions to reduce their chances of getting damaged. First, every booster is covered by a grid made of unending alloy. While this grid is relatively thin and fragile compared to the rest of the armor system, it should be enough to withstand casual physical strikes by other expert mechs. That doesn't help much with energy attacks," VS pointed out. "A grid can easily block solid slugs and sword attacks, but most of the energy of a laser or positron beam will just slip through the many gaps." Juliet nodded. "The Disruptor project is not the most suitable mech to fight against mechs that utilize energy weapons. Striker mechs, laser rifleman mechs, and any artillery mech that utilize very precise energy cannons can more easily land their attacks on light mechs. This is not a weakness that we can fully negate." She had a good point. Light mechs and light skirmishers depended heavily on evasion to stay alive. Weapons that affected a wide area such as flamethrowers or weapons that were pinpoint accurate with muzzle velocities that equaled the speed of light such as laser weapons possessed an inherent advantage against these elusive mosquitoes. "We can't make too many compromises. I can get behind the choice you've made, Juliet. It is not ideal, but it is truly important that Venerable Tusa gets the power he needs to survive on the battlefield in his own way. He will just have to rely on his superior evasion abilities to prevent his boosters from getting eliminated by energy attacks. I hope he can also make use of his resonance shield to save us the trouble of repairing these finicky boosters," Gloriana reluctantly affirmed. Weaknesses were undesirable, but not completely unacceptable as long as they could be compensated in some fashion. It didn't matter if the booster modules were relatively fragile compared to the rest of the expert mech as long as Tusa was able to use the capabilities he had at his disposal to prevent them from ever getting hit. There were other downsides to the booster modules, though. Part of the reason why they were so powerful and so fast-acting for their dimensions was because they burned a very potent type of high-grade second-class booster fuel. It was quite difficult and expensive to source this fuel. The Larkinson clan would have to make sure to spend big and buy it in bulk so that Venerable Tusa didn't have to worry about running out of this essential combat resource anytime soon. VS quietly sighed. He already knew that expert mechs were expensive and difficult to maintain, but it was only now that he started to experience the headaches that others in this position suffered. High-end machines were completely different beasts from standard mechs. They required very different logistical approaches. Regular mechs came in lots of copies, so it always made sense for the Larkinsons to buy a lot of necessary supplies and raw materials in bulk. The more copies of a single mech model the Larkinson clan fielded, the easier it was to provide the right support. Still, all of this trouble was acceptable as long as they fully complemented Tusa's fighting style. Juliet was practically gambling on the hope that Venerable Tusa possessed enough skill and piloting acumen to keep the precious boosters out of harm's way. He'll become an excellent dogfighter and duelist with this choice. Ves smiled as he mentally mapped out the probable performance of the Disruptor project. This expert mech will be able to fight at a considerable advantage against other melee expert mechs up close. It is also deadly against larger and more sluggish expert mechs that can't keep up with its speed. Gloriana didn't look as optimistic. The fuel capacity of these boosters isn't much, though. I agree that its performance is excellent as long as it is fresh and fully charged. However, if it fights too intensively, it can quickly run out of steam in just 15 minutes in the worst case. Once the booster fuel runs out, the Disruptor project can only rely on its flight system to remain untouchable. Suffice to say, that is not an ideal situation. I don't think it will come to that unless Venerable Tusa is an absolute moron, Ves quickly commented. Tusa is skilled and experienced enough to know how to conserve the use of the boosters. He won't squander the fuel when he's not being focused upon or not locked into a duel against an expert mech. In any case, many parts of his expert mech can take a lot of hits, so he doesn't have to evade every attack that comes in his direction. The mech designers would have to instruct Venerable Tusa carefully about these considerations. It wouldn't do for him to have the time of his life on the battlefield only to lose half of his evasion capabilities because his expert mech already ran out of booster fuel. What else do we need to talk about concerning this project? I have some questions regarding the possible resonance materials that you plan to attach to the boosters. Juliet spoke up. Do we use them to integrate an ability that increases the impulse of the boosters at all costs, or can we implement a solution that can reduce their fuel consumption and increase their longevity? Right now, the running time of this expert mech is the shortest out of the 6. If we continue in this direction, it will be the first expert mech to enter the battlefield and the first one to exit it as well. That is indeed a problem. Light skirmishers are actually expected to last longer on the battlefield so that they can chase after fleeing enemies and perform other crucial tasks that require a quick response. Gloriana frowned. Let me think about it further. Chapter 3011, The Potential of Luminar Technology. Though the journeymen of the design department argued quite extensively about the booster modules of the Disruptor project, they had good reasons to focus on this aspect. Light mechs depended heavily on mobility to perform their roles on the battlefield. This was even more important for their expert mech versions, as it was literally the only reason why they were able to survive in fights against other deadly expert mechs. The opponents that Venerable Tusa would face in the future were far different from the dummies he encountered during his most recent campaign. His battles back on Prosperous Hill 6 were no different from bullying children in his perspective. The biomechs he faced were sometimes decent, but were mostly lower-end models that could not keep up with the performance of a military-grade mech. Their mech pilots were quite skilled, but that was only due to the fact that second-rate states were able to provide better training to its mech cadets. The criminals and members of various fringe groups that Tusa faced weren't comparable to the elites he fought during the Battle of Reckoning. Since the main goal of the Disruptor project was to enable Venerable Tusa to fight against other expert mechs, the design choices had to prioritize this need the most. It was natural to sacrifice many other niceties in the process. Even if expert mechs possessed a lot more capacity and could integrate a lot more tech, when fighting against other high-end mechs, these advantages no longer seemed as powerful. Gloriana insisted on maintaining a consistent approach to all of their projects, so Venerable Tus's future expert mech had to give up a lot of staying power in order to ensure it possessed enough peak performance to defeat another expert mech. It's not ideal, but battles between expert mechs don't last too long in most cases, Gloriana stated. It is very much worth it to compress all of the combat potential of our expert mechs so that they can eliminate opposing expert mechs quickly. We don't have to rely on our expert mechs to carry the rest of the battle. Our regular mech forces are already strong enough to win any conventional battle. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Though there were flaws and holes to this logic, it was the most fitting choice to make under the circumstances. The only reason why Ves felt a little queasy about this choice was that the Disruptor project could potentially expend its resources very quickly if locked in a very difficult struggle. He felt it was actually a tad bit too short. This was not a big deal if they fought against weaker opponents, or those who were unfamiliar with the combat doctrines of the Larkinson clan. Yet if they fought against enemies that possessed a thorough understanding of the clan's fighting approach, then they could easily employ strategies to drag out a battle and seek to exhaust Venerable Tus's expert mech first. This was a potential danger, and one that might actually be used against the Larkinson clan one day. The only reason why Ves didn't speak up about it more was because his mech forces weren't completely helpless in extended battles. His fleet enjoyed the protection of a formidable array of artillery mechs and cannoneer mechs. The former was especially useful in attrition battles as they were much easier to supply and support when they were locked into bunkers rather than launched into open space. Their formidable cannons were still effective against second-class expert mechs. It was just that it took a lot of time for them to deal significant damage against these well-armored machines. In the future, Ves intended to design more mechs that possessed more staying power. He wanted to differentiate the living sentinels and encourage them to trade in their explosive power for stability. That was a matter for another time, though. Before Gloriana rounded up the discussion on the Disruptor project, she briefly turned her attention to its weapon loadout. Kedis, how much progress have you made in refining the weapon design? The newest lead designer of the design department stopped caressing Bloodsinger for a moment. It's going well, all considered. There is not that much complexity as long as we rely on unending alloy as the main material. It's incredibly hard, but aside from that it's not the ideal material to use for a pair of twin knives. It's a dense material and it's difficult to work with. I have no problem with determining the exact shape and length of the blades, but it's annoying to work around the constraints of a material that has already been set. Have you thought about enhancing the penetration capabilities of the knives by empowering them with heat, or some other method that can allow them to pierce thicker armor? Ves asked his student. I've already thought of those options, but I don't think they're necessary. Kedis shook her head. Weaker augments aren't worth the trouble. They'll barely make a difference while significantly draining the mech's energy reserves. Stronger augments are even worse. While I recognize that they can enable the Disruptor project to punch its knives through more resilient armor, just activating them for a single second already consumes a lot of energy. It's not feasible or even necessary in my opinion. Why is that? Gloriana questioned with a critical expression. Doesn't this go against our goal to enhance the peak performance of our expert mechs? The Disruptor project already consumed a lot of energy according to its current configuration. It can't really take anything more. Look, light skirmishers aren't swordsman mechs or spearman mechs. The latter two are much better equipped to pierce through frontal armor. A light skirmisher never does that. It utilizes speed and precision to outmaneuver an opponent and sink its short but sharp blades through the weak points of an enemy mech. The weapons don't actually have to be all that powerful for this approach. I understand that, Kedis, but some of the expert mechs we face might not be that easy for Venerable Tusa to outmaneuver. What if we face a high-tier expert mech? Then I hope we outnumber the opponent in terms of expert mechs. Ves said. Enough, Gloriana. I think Kedis has a good point here. The trade-off that you're aiming to make isn't worth it. If you really want to empower the knives in some way, then we need to cut back on the other energy-draining options. That's unacceptable. The mobility of the Disruptor project has to remain high. Then we should just settle with simple, naked blades. Kedis excels in sharpness, so she will definitely be able to ensure their performance is definitely up to par. If nothing else, we can just incorporate a resonating material in the knives so that Venerable Tusa can temporarily empower them with armor-piercing properties or something. His wife reluctantly nodded. Very well. I guess we will have to place even more faith in Venerable Tusa's piloting skill. Right now, the Disruptor project is shaping up to be an expert mech that places an extreme amount of importance on skill. A good expert pilot will be able to create miracles with this mech, but a poorer one will cause it to collapse a lot faster than we anticipated. Unending alloy or not, the Disruptor project was still a light mech, with all of the inherent downsides that came with it. Ves had no doubt that other expert mechs would be able to inflict significant internal damage to Venerable Tusa's expert mech if the latter was caught flat-footed. The overall draft design of the Disruptor project was almost set. The only remaining uncertainty was how the resonating materials that the Larkinson clan was set to gather would enhance the expert mech. Resonating exotics and resonance abilities had the potential to completely transform the combat effectiveness of an expert mech. A more basic resonance ability only provided more generic boosts that weren't all that great, but the better ones often introduced more reality-defying effects that were highly effective in combating other expert mechs. This was also why Gloriana worked so hard to get the best resonating materials she could. Their quantity and quality directly determined how easily the Larkinson clan would be able to fight against other expert mechs in the future. They only had to look at the medium and high-tier expert mechs of the Cross clan to realize the difference. After settling some other matters on the Disruptor projects, Gloriana briefly turned her attention to another expert mech. Ves, how far are you into figuring out the design of the energy rifle for the Sentry project? I'm still working on it. You know I've been busy lately. I'm also taking longer than I thought on how to generate higher quality luminar crystals. I've been performing some experiments, but I'm not yet satisfied with the quality that I've been able to produce. That's no excuse. Ves raised his hands. Calm down. I may have suffered some delays, but I am definitely getting closer to a viable solution. The Bright Beam Prime has already proven that blending prime mech properties with luminar crystals can produce a powerful enhancement. The only issue that is bothering me is that the luminar crystals that we can utilize are still too fragile for second-class expert mech standards. Master Willix hadn't agreed to teach him how to synthesize second-class luminar crystals. Perhaps he might be able to change her mind by dropping to his knees and pressing his hands together, but he preferred to come up with his own solution. He had already started to create better and more interesting luminar crystals whenever he was able to squeeze enough time to tinker in his personal workshop. The crystal cube that he managed to salvage from the crystal ruins a long time ago was an essential piece of this. He had always used it to produce higher quality luminar crystals than usual, but it turned out that he had been using it the wrong way all this time. The Bright Beam Prime proved that luminar crystals were spiritually reactive. Everything this strange race made out of crystal was therefore designed to interact with spirituality from the start. What if Ves tried to manipulate the crystal cube in the same fashion? He soon discovered that the cube could act as a control interface that could manipulate the properties of every crystal he attempted to synthesize. The only problem was that he didn't know how to use it. He was like a monkey sitting in front of a modern terminal. He could press all kinds of buttons and activate numerous random commands. Yet that did not mean he would be able to design a fully functional mech this way. Luminar technology was incomprehensible to Ves, but that was not the case for entities that were related to it. Blinky inherited a bit of luminar influence, but not enough to engage in advanced luminar engineering. The illustrious one was different. When Ves channeled or asked for help from this recently promoted design spirit, he was able to manipulate the crystal cube in a much more targeted and effective manner. The result was that he was starting to produce better luminar crystals. Of course, there was still a lot of trial and error involved. It mainly had to do with the input materials he provided to the production process. The crystal cube could enable him to synthesize higher quality crystals, but if the input materials were crap, the end product wouldn't be much better. Ves had ordered a diverse batch of materials that were typically used in the production of crystals in order to achieve a breakthrough on this front. Unfortunately, the outbreak of the Crown Uprising resulted in considerable shipping delays and disruption. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to wait too long until he obtained what he needed to finish this essential chore. He had a hunch that luminar technology had a lot of potential, and that he was one of the few mech designers who could draw it out. The Sentry project would be his first attempt to prove he could excel in this field. Chapter 30:12 Deeper Studies. Though Ves was taking longer to finish the configuration of the Sentry project's energy rifle, he believed he was onto something. Luminar crystals have two distinct advantages compared to other energy weapon catalysts, he enthusiastically claimed to his wife. They are very efficient and effective at their jobs. They can enhance the power of a laser beam without needing to input extra energy. They can also add special properties to the attack when combined with a prime mech. We're only scratching the surface of what we can do with luminar crystals now that I have figured out how to unlock their potential. Gloriana's face turned sour as she crossed her arms. The room in the design lab turned pretty tense as her heels clacked sharply against the metal deck. She stepped closer to Ves until she loomed over his seated form. Ves? Yes, dear? I expected you to spend your time on refining our draft designs. I did not give you a license to get distracted by a random study that takes up way too much of your time. Whoa! Calm down, Ves hastily said. You don't understand the benefits yet. Do you really think I'm just doing this to improve the Sentry project? Gloriana narrowed her eyes. What are you talking about, Ves? He was quite used to her blowing up in his face these days. He already prepared a good excuse. How many expert mechs will we arm with laser weapons? How many custom mechs and other special mechs will we arm with laser weapons? Each of them will be able to hit a lot harder if they are equipped with improved luminar crystals. Our fleet has plenty of melee expert mechs, but we are still deficient when it comes to ranged expert mechs. We can partially make up for this shortcoming if we can add some extra punch to our ranged expert mechs in this way. That sounds fine and dandy, Ves, but couldn't you have just waited until after we have completed our current round of design projects? We have to stay focused on what is important. We already have plenty of design problems to take care of. We'll only get bogged down even more if you add new ones on top of that. Stop chasing after every shiny toy just because you can't control your urges. Ves did not back off. He knew he was right and he had to convince his wife that he was on the right path. I can't just do it later. This is a core feature of the Sentry project. It just wouldn't be the same if I developed this tech afterwards and integrate it with the finished expert mech. As long as I incorporate the new crystals into the Sentry project from the start, I will not only be able to tune the improved energy rifle to the expert mech to a significantly greater degree, but I'll also be able to figure out how to best embed the crystals into the mech frame to produce the greatest possible synergy. It is a lot harder to do this when the expert mech is already complete. I'll have to perform a time-consuming overhaul that will take the expert mech out of commission for quite some time. That is better than wasting time right now and causing the completion of our expert mech designs to be delayed. Come on, Gloriana! Don't be like that. Didn't I tell you that it's fine to be a little more adventurous during our design process? The benefits of my little side study are absolutely worth it. Not only will the results immediately strengthen the offensive power of the Sentry project, but it will also enhance the performance of the Chimera project as well. After all, the rifle we're arming it with is also energy-based. His wife briefly paused at that. If VS chose to invest so much time and effort just to improve a single expert mech, then it was quite questionable whether it was worth it. If his efforts improved multiple expert mechs, then that was a different story. Seeing that Gloriana was leaning towards the other direction, VS smirked and brought out his killer argument. The expert mech design project you're collaborating with the Hexers is also an energy rifleman mech, right? I'm sure your lovely little brother Brutus would be able to ensure his survival a lot better if he's armed with a rifle that performs as much as 30% better than normal. The other expert mechs of our clan will also be able to provide him with more support on the battlefield. Think of how Venerable Deville was able to save your brother's life in the nick of time during the Battle of Reckoning. My attempt to integrate luminar crystals with Prime technology is the key reason why the Bright Beam Prime possessed the power to divert a fatal resonance-empowered attack. That was the final push that tipped Gloriana over. Her eyes glazed over a bit before she regained her composure. She directed a measured look at VS. If that is the case, I expect you to deliver solid results before Master Willix arrives to deliver our much-awaited batch of materials as well as the mech pilots we are supposed to take under our wing. Can you do that, or do I need to revise my estimate of your research capabilities? Hey! I'm a great researcher. I have made many interesting discoveries and came up with a lot of useful innovations. You can disparage whatever you want about me, but don't question my scientific credentials. I am absolutely certain that no one in the clan is better than me in this aspect. I'm the Larkinson clan's version of the Supreme Sage in our fleet. An awkward silence fell in the room. Gloriana blinked. Didn't the Supreme Sage build a monstrous bio-juggernaut that proceeded to go out of control, kill millions of civilians with its indiscriminate attacks, wipe out an entire mech division including all of its expert mechs before requiring direct MTA intervention to take down? You're not wrong, but you have to admit that the Supreme Sage is quite brilliant when he's on the right track. After all, the former leader of the Life Research Association had successfully been able to produce a slightly inferior version of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. VS directly benefited from the success of Special Project V. His wife didn't seem very interested in pursuing this argument any further. She simply accepted his claims and expected him to deliver in a few weeks. Though VS was already distracted by numerous side projects, he was confident he could meet her expectations. He had a special affinity for luminar crystals that he was just starting to unfold. The journeyman talked a bit more about the Sentry project and other expert mech design projects. For example, they held a brief discussion on the armor layout of the Bulwark project. None of the journeymen present were true armor specialists. Gloriana came close, but her design choices sometimes led to disappointing outcomes. Gloriana sighed. I am already shouldering a lot of responsibilities, VS. It would be nice if you can find a defense-oriented journeyman. You know my policy on that, honey. It is hard to guarantee the loyalty and reliability of journeymen when we add them to our clan. You don't want to take in a crown terrorist who will blow up our design lab from the inside, do you? Let's just wait until some of our assistant mech designers manage to break through. That will take years, if not decades. No one aside from Miles is close to the threshold. This was an old argument to them, so Gloriana did not insist too much this time. She was confident she was able to handle this aspect by herself. She might not be able to enhance the defensive properties of the expert mech through some mysterious method, but she was very confident in her ability to optimize the armor layouts of all of the expert mechs to perfection. The journeymen finally ended their lengthy meeting and went on to perform their individual tasks. Everyone had their hands full with work, and Ves even more so now that he committed to completing his studies on luminar crystals within a handful of weeks. Even so, he still had to allocate his time on other necessary tasks. One of them was checking up on the progress of the Larkinson seeds. He hadn't been spending enough time on them as of late, and that was dangerous. Who knew what Michael and Xantha Larkinson were doing while there weren't any people to supervise their activities? It was both fortunate and unfortunate that Ves wasn't responsible for Rennie and Mays and Larkinson. The two seeds who had briefly attended a Hexer university had turned into eager followers of Gloriana. For her part, his wife attentively guided their studies. You should have reached your second or third year of studies if you were following a normal curriculum, he began as he looked at the two brats across the work table. From what I have seen, the two of you haven't slacked off in the slightest. Good job. It's not easy to maintain your drive when you don't have as many peers around you. Are you still set on pursuing your chosen specialties? Both young men nodded. Ves felt a bit ambivalent towards their response because he wasn't fully comfortable with their chosen paths. Xantha, how much progress have you made into deepening your understanding towards heavy firepower? I've been mixing both theory and practice whenever possible, the eager adolescent said. It helps a lot if I can study mechs with big guns in my free time. I practically visit the Transcender Punishers every day. Their huge Gauss cannons and their formidable positron cannons are just so huge and imposing that I get inspired every time I look at them. The Eternal Redemption model is a lot harder to see, though. The Penitent Sisters don't visit or get close to the Spirit of Bentheim, so the only chance I can catch a glimpse of them is when our fleet has dropped into real space. It's cool to see their big cannons blast distant asteroids to pieces. Ves observed Xantha carefully. The young student had grown even more passionate about extreme firepower. It didn't appear he would be changing his direction. Don't fixate around specific mech models, Ves gently admonished. If you study the Transcendent Punisher and the Eternal Redemption too much, then all of the work you will make in the future will reflect the heavy weapons that you have admired for so long. This is not good for your future development. I suggest you study some of the more modest ranged weapons of our mech roster. You need to study what makes them different, and what choices you can make to increase their firepower. Thank you, teacher. I don't exactly like the weaker guns, but I will do my best to study them, I guess. Every gun shares a common root. If you want to understand everything there is to cannons, then you need to understand their downscaled versions as well. After he finished instructing Xantha, Ves turned towards his more problematic student. Michael, are you still determined to design living mechs that possess more autonomy? The other student nodded. Yes, sir. I can program my own rudimentary AIs now, and I can tweak the operating system of a mech to accept them. The results aren't so great, though. In every simulation that I run, the AIs always get trounced by the human mech pilots who volunteered to test my work. Ves smirked and crossed his arms. That's because you're pitting AIs with the skill of a beginner mech pilot against highly trained human soldiers. You don't know what piloting a mech is like, let alone all of the factors that mech pilots are trained to take into account, so it is natural that your AIs are so easy to defeat. This isn't something that you'll be able to overturn unless you invest at least a decade or more on this topic. Are you willing to commit to that, Michael? I do. I knew from the start that I'm not pursuing a conventional specialty, but I've learned from your example. Besides, my AIs don't have to be good enough to fight against other human mech pilots by themselves. They're meant to complement friendly mech pilots. Chapter 3013, Weird Tech. Ves didn't want to raise average mech designers. Anyone who received his tutelage should follow a unique and exciting path. This was why he tried his best to help his students develop in more creative directions. Kedis was a good example of someone who managed to do that. Though Ves wasn't directly responsible for her ascension to Swordmaster, He had succeeded in laying the foundation to her successful rise. As Ves listened to Michael and Xanther elaborate on how they had narrowed down their studies to their chosen specialties, he felt that the young men weren't quite there yet. Their ambitions weren't small, but they were still a distance away from setting unique and original goals. Well, it wasn't as if he could expect anything more out of students who had yet to graduate. They still needed to learn how to walk before they could run. For a moment, Ves thought about granting them companion spirits as a little experiment. Would he be able to turn them into the next versions of Kedis if he granted them a little spiritual assistance? It was a viable idea. While he didn't want to accelerate the growth of their companion spirit seeds by using up a portion of potent universal life energy, it wasn't necessary to go that far. The two adolescents still needed years before they became ready to do some actual design work. This gave them plenty of time for them to grow alongside their companion spirits. Perhaps this was a better way for them to develop the companion spirits that were most suitable to their specialties. Accelerated growth might provide instant power and allow a companion spirit to become immediately useful, but Ves was not ignorant of the downsides of this approach. The bond between him and Blinky wasn't quite comparable to the bond between Kedis and Sharpe. Whenever he saw the pair, he noticed that they were a lot more in tune with each other. Sharpe automatically assisted Kedis in whatever task she did in the most appropriate manner. In comparison, Blinky spent most of his time sleeping in his mind, trying and failing to defeat Lucky in violent scuffles and trying to deepen his bond with Goldie instead of Ves. He was too much of a playful cat to provide any serious assistance to Ves during his design work. "At least he's able to supply me with energy on demand," he muttered. Ves knew that Blinky had a lot of untapped potential. Just his ability to manipulate the Warclaw energy in his body was extremely important to his future health. Yet because Blinky grew so rapidly without learning any lessons in between, the Star Cat was like a newly graduated mech pilot who just entered the cockpit of a Valkyrie Brunhild. The disparity was too big. Though this was a serious problem, Ves knew he had to be patient. He could already feel Blinky growing more and more familiar with his new abilities. It would only be a matter of time before Blinky mastered his potential to the same degree as Sharpe. As for granting companion spirits to his students, Ves decided to flesh out this idea later. He still had to find and combine some good ingredients in order to provide Michael and Xanther with spiritual assistance that fully complemented their future design philosophies. This was the best way to transform them into exceptional mech designers. If the pair managed to bloom under his tutelage, then he would enjoy a very stellar record as a teacher. By that time, Ves predicted that a lot of people would clamor to become his student. "Sir, when will we be obtaining our cranial implants?" Michael impatiently asked. "All of the assistant mech designers are already starting to get theirs. Once they recovered from their surgery, their learning speeds increased by multiple times. When will we get to enjoy this enhancement?" Ves snapped out of his contemplations. He directed a disapproving glance at Michael. "You little brats! Are you that impatient to improve yourselves?" The pair nodded like chicks. "Well, tough luck, because you're not getting any yet if I have anything to say about it." Ves grinned. "What? Why?" "Because you already have enough augments. Look, the basic courses that you still have to go through aren't that difficult. It is worth slowing down a bit in order to go over them with plenty of attention to thought. Piling up a cranial implant on top of your already formidable genetic augments is completely overboard for mech design students like you. I'm afraid that you'll just rush through the basics without experiencing the gradual revelations that any future mech designer enjoys. It is by thinking about and questioning the theory that design philosophies are born." The two dummies didn't get it. They just thought that Ves wanted to make them suffer by denying them a powerful study aid. As someone who possessed a cranial implant himself, Ves knew how it could distort the mind of someone who depended on knowledge to achieve success. While it was truly worth it to obtain one, it was better to wait until the recipient in question had matured to an extent. Every student who aimed to reach journeyman had to develop an intimate appreciation of the boundless field of mech design. At the same time, they needed to respect the knowledge that their predecessors had accumulated and made available to those that came after. Knowledge had a price, and only those who worked hard to expand their understanding would have a better idea on how to forge their own path into uncharted territory. Of course, this was all his own opinion on the learning process. It might be that he was just pulling guesses out of his but without knowing whether they reflected reality. He based most of his theories out of his own personal journey into mech design, and that was hardly representative of what other mech designers had to go through. Ves seriously doubted they possessed the system. He finished the little session by handing over some long-term homework assignments to the pair. He was already preoccupied with several different projects, and had no time to guide his students as closely as he liked. It wasn't all that bad, though. Despite their complaints, Michael and Xanther ingested enough candy to turn themselves into formidable learning machines. They could navigate his library on their own. If they really needed clarification, they could always approach one of the apprentices in the design department if necessary. When Ves finally dismissed them, he contemplated whether he should bind them more closely to him in the future. The alternative was to let them develop on their own without trying to push them into a direction of his choosing. If he chose the former, then Michael and Xanther would very likely become eligible to join his inner circle in the future. Ves turned his attention back to his various projects. Aside from spending time on fleshing out the Chimera project and the Sentry project further, he spent several hours trying to synthesize better luminar crystals. His progress in the latter was rather inconsistent, but he was slowly learning how to get better at synthesizing luminar crystals through the process of trial and error. Basically, he made a lot of mistakes and screwed up more times than he could count. Fortunately, his workshop was so well equipped that he could easily synthesize hundreds of modest-sized crystals a day, especially when he was just out to create samples instead of full-size products. Damn! The hardness of this crystal has dropped by 27% compared to my current best. Ves muttered as he tossed another finger-sized crystal over his shoulder. A pile of hundreds of crystals of different shapes, sizes, and colors rested haphazardly on the deck. No cleaning bots had cleaned up this mess as of yet, as Ves may needed to scan or revisit them afterwards. After experiencing yet another failure, Ves started anew and studied the formulas that were heading in the right direction. Blinky, how do you think I can increase the hardness of my crystals? Mro. Okay, let's try this then. Ves reached across the work table and picked up 3 different samples of special materials that he recently received. Out of these 3 materials, which one will increase the hardness of the crystal when added to the formula? Blinky pointed at the sample in the middle. Mro. You sure? Mro. In fact, Ves didn't need to ask. By focusing his attention on what his companion's spirit was feeling and thinking, Ves would easily be able to notice a subtle affinity towards one of the materials. What about the illustrious one? What does he think? When Ves briefly channeled the luminar design spirit, he temporarily viewed reality in a different fashion. It was hard to describe how certain elements stood out more while other elements receded in importance. Yet just because his senses became more freaky didn't mean he could easily piece together the formula to synthesize second-class luminar crystals. What is the damn ratio? How should I balance out the different materials? It wasn't enough to know the right materials. In order to create a truly superior product, he had to process them and combine them in numerous sophisticated ways. Only by following the right steps would he be able to synthesize crystals that were tough enough to survive the rigors of expert mech combat. Yet, in order to get closer to the correct proportions and processing method, Ves could not completely rely on Blinky and the illustrious one to achieve a better result. The most they could do was to give him some hints, and give him some sporadic warnings whenever he was doing something wrong. Hence why he had to create a lot of different iterations and perform live tests on what he made. The more data he generated, the more prompts he received from Blinky and the illustrious one. His hand tapped on top of the crystal cube. "It would be nice if you came with an instruction manual." This was the downside of working with alien technology. The crystal cube could strengthen many crystals by processing them in a way that caused them to acquire a lot of internal circuits. These alien circuits were completely unfathomable and indecipherable to Ves. Yet they were also the primary reason why the crystals were able to exert additional power or impart different effects. At the end of his session, Ves looked at the 5 new crystals that he deemed the best of the bunch. He picked up a specially fabricated laser rifle that he had specifically designed for testing purposes. He then proceeded to slot in the first crystal into a chamber that was also designed to accommodate the experimental products. He didn't fire the rifle himself. That was too dangerous. Who knew if the crystal overloaded and caused the entire weapon to blow up in his face? Instead, he handed the rifle over to one of his honor guards. The soldier moved to a shielded firing range further back that Ves had set up for this purpose. When the guard fired the rifle, an invisible beam struck a metal dummy bot. Bubbles appeared across the poor target. Soon, the bot shattered as all of its metal surfaces were torn apart by strange bubbles. Ves could only scratch his head at this result. Next one. The second crystal slotted in the test rifle fired a purple beam that caused the target to erupt in corrosive fire. The fumes were so toxic that portions of the platform underneath started to get covered by holes. Next. The third crystal fired an ordinary white beam that did not consist entirely of photons. Though the light beam traveled considerably slower than light, it was able to inflict a small but noticeable degree of physical damage towards the target dummy, causing it to get knocked back by a few meters. Next. The fourth crystal produced a more esoteric effect. Whatever Ves put into it caused the energy beam to follow a spiraling trajectory towards its target. Other than that, it behaved like a normal laser beam, which meant the spirals were almost completely pointless. Useless. Next. Ves perked up a bit after his honor guard slotted in the last crystal. The soldier carefully took aim and pulled the trigger. Plumph! A surprisingly loud noise echoed across the firing range as a blinding white beam almost blinded the visual sensors in the space. Ves couldn't even see the light beam that had slammed into the latest dummy bot and blasted it into lots of tiny pieces. The power of this last crystal was the most formidable that he had ever witnessed so far, but it came with a very troublesome downside. The honor guard had already let go of the rifle. Its entire middle section had melted from the excess heat released by the disintegrating crystal. Ves could only sigh at this mixed result. How the hell did you Luminars come up with this weird tech? Chapter 3014 Complete Tech Base. Though Ves had discovered hundreds of odd applications of Luminar technology, the crystals he made with the help of the crystal cube still failed in one aspect. They broke too easily. The MTA must have figured out a way to synthesize harder crystals that were at least comparable to other second-class materials, but Ves didn't have access to that know-how. He felt tempted to contact Master Willix in order to beg her to grant him access to this crucial research, but he had a very strong hunch that he would return empty-handed. She rejected his requests before and had little reason to think it would be any different this time. In general, the MTA did not like it when humans dabbled with alien tech. It was one thing to develop technology derived from alien theories and applications. It was another thing to directly make use of alien technology without understanding their fundamental mechanisms. Right now, Luminar technology was like a black box to Ves. The crystal cube along with the indecipherable crystal circuitry were so different from human tech that he would probably need centuries to understand all of its principles. The most valuable component of Luminar tech was how it seamlessly integrated and interacted with spirituality. Ves was quite greedy to unlock this secret, but he did not intend to devote all his time to do so. He did not specialize in energy weapons or crystal technology. The only reason Luminar technology was relevant to him was because of its relation to spiritual engineering. Yet that was not enough for him to single-handedly transform Luminar technology into something that could be mastered by other humans. Fortunately, I don't have to achieve this much, he reminded himself. I just need to make enough progress to add something of value to our ranged expert mech designs. He was moving closer. Every day, he managed to synthesize crystals that were a little tougher. Even if only 5 out of 500 improved on this aspect, this was still a step in the right direction. The only annoying part of it all was that Ves had no idea when he would be able to reach his goal. The illustrious one was obviously able to manipulate Luminar technology to a degree. Yet his theoretical understanding was still too spotty to provide consistent answers. Maybe I shouldn't have used up the fragment of the blinding one, Ves muttered. If I still retained a piece of the original Dark God, I could have preserved his knowledge to the highest degree. The fact that he used it up as an upgrade material to another design's spirit meant that much of that accumulated knowledge and memory became lost. The illustrious one was a separate entity from the blinding one. It did not carry over most of the memories of the blinding one because they defined one's personality. Ves did not want to resurrect the hostile Dark God, so he made sure to cast those irrelevant bits aside in order to obtain his desired result. Perhaps I threw away too much, though. If he knew that Luminar technology became a lot more powerful and practical when combined with spirituality, he would have taken a different approach. Well, at least I'm making some progress. That's better than many other people. I doubt the MTA researchers are able to match my speed if they don't have my advantages. From the research documents that Ves had previously received from Master Willix, he did not get the impression that the MTA research team assigned to study Luminar technology possessed anything comparable to the crystal cube. The elite researchers likely also lacked the ability to harness spirituality, thereby causing them to miss much of the potential of this powerful tech. It was a mistake to underestimate their research prowess, though. Spirituality or not, the MTA's mastery of the sciences was so great that they were probably able to deepen their mastery of the more physical aspects of Luminar technology. As Ves continued to tinker with different crystal formulas, one day Calabast interrupted his current preoccupation. "What's up?" he frowned as he faced her projection. He didn't like it when someone came and interrupted his flow. He had already lost his previous mood. It would become a lot harder for him to get back into the groove for today. The news she presented to him wiped away all of his annoyance. "We've reached an agreement with the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan about imparting them with your so-called networks. Both are willing to provide us with both immediate and ongoing concessions in exchange for your help. I think the deal we've settled upon is very favorable for you, but you should take a look at the terms." "I'll be there right away." When Ves left his personal workshop in order to head over to Calabast's office, she had already prepared a brief presentation. "My networks are absolutely unique, you know that?" he told her. While I cannot guarantee that they will be able to discover crown terrorists that are already within the ranks of those organizations, it has at least proven to be effective at identifying those who mean harm when they attempt to join. Our two allies won't have to be so careful about recruiting new people anymore. To be honest, VS wasn't so eager to empower his allies. Why should he give up his advantage and share one of the core strengths of the Larkinson clan to them? The most important consequence was that the Glory Seekers and Crossers would be able to catch up to the Larkinsons and gain more weight in the Golden Skull Alliance. Yet the situation wasn't as simple as that. With the Crown Uprising still going strong, human space continued to deteriorate. The amount of incidents throughout the galaxy had exploded, and even the most peaceful and prosperous states were beginning to experience difficulties. The Larkinson clan couldn't shoulder all of the future burdens alone. For better or worse, his clan would be better off if the rest of the alliance flourished as well. Of course, VS didn't want to give away his networks for free. Far from it. If he was about to grant his allies such a powerful capability, then he'd better get his money's worth. So what does the deal look like? He asked as he sat down in front of Calabas's desk. Squeak! Arnold noticed his arrival and rose up from his bed below the desk and scurried behind Calabas's boots. The exabeast wasn't comfortable whenever VS was around for some reason. Perhaps it had to do with how the mech designer fantasized about performing experiments whenever he looked at the eight-legged beast. A brief smile appeared on Calabas's face. She was not annoyed at her new pet's antics at all. She even allowed the alien critter to lick the surface of her boots. VS briefly wondered how much alien saliva had already covered her footwear. It must be hell for her cleaning bots to scrub Arnold's donations away every day. I've tried my best to put your priorities first, Calabas stated as she appeared unaware that VS was staring at her boots. First off, several terms of the Treaty of the Golden Skull Alliance will be adjusted as long as the deal goes through and your networks are able to deliver on their promises. Tell me about the ones that matter. Let's talk about the capital ship quota, she said. Right now, out of the 20 slots that are available, our clan has claimed 8, though technically we only have access to 7. We gave away 1 slot to the Glory Seekers so that they can bring their indigo tremor along. The Cross clan are entitled to 6 slots. VS raised his eyebrow. 6? I thought they only secured 5. The Cross clan's guest designer has been busy lately. Professor Benedict Cortez supposedly completed a big mission for the MTA and received at least 6 million MTA merits as a reward. Damn! And he did all of that while staying aboard the Hemington Cross? Calabas nodded, which caused VS to feel even more pissed. The only way for him to earn that much merits was to complete high-risk missions in dangerous areas like the Nixian Gap, or somehow manage to convert 12 mech pilots into expert pilots. No matter how VS looked at it, he had to go above and beyond to earn so many merits in a relatively short amount of time. Meanwhile, the man who used to be called the Skull Architect probably earned his merits by sitting behind his desk and working on some kind of advanced mech design or something. It was too easy. If VS was able to earn merits in such a relaxed manner as Professor Benedict, he wouldn't have gotten involved in so many dangerous incidents. We're not the only ones who are making progress, VS. The Spy Master reminded him once again. The Glory Seekers have absorbed a large batch of Hexer refugees while the Cross clan has forced itself to open up to recruitment as well. In fact, the Cross clan are finally beginning to enjoy the benefits of hosting a senior mech designer. The Crossers have already swapped some of their older mech models with improved ones. The merits that Professor Benedict is able to contribute is also critical to the Cross clan's reconstruction. I've heard that he is already paying for the clan's next capital ships. This was just the beginning. Though Professor Benedict was anything but a conventional mech designer, Now that the former pirate lord was settling down in civilized space, his formidable design capabilities were finally starting to be felt. If not for the fact that V's design philosophy was so unique and irreplaceable, Professor Benedict would have become the highest-earning mech designer in the Golden Skull Alliance by now. "Let's get back on topic," VS said as he shook aside his worries concerning the rise of a rival within the Alliance. "What was that about capital ships?" "The Cross clan is willing to give us 2 of their capital ship slots." "That's all?" "Don't look down on this concession," Calabas snapped. "The Crossers are quite ambitious, and they know that entering the Red Ocean with as many capital ships as possible is vital to starting off on the right foot in the dangerous new frontier. Now, they have not only given away the equivalent of 10 million MTA merits worth of ship slots, but they have passed it on to us. The effect is therefore double of what is obvious at first glance." VS understood what she was getting at. This modest-sounding concession practically ruled any opportunity for the Cross clan to become the dominant partner in the Golden Skull Alliance. In this context, giving away 3 ship slots sounded rather excessive. That would weaken the Crossers too much while making the Larkinson clan too dominant. From a neutral perspective, it was not good if the Larkinsons became strong to the point of never getting challenged or pressured by their rivals. "This is far from enough to matching the value of my networks. What else do I get?" he asked. "The complete component license libraries of both the Hexers and the Crossers. You will gain near-complete access to all of their exclusive component designs, at least the ones that they still retain. Please note that this also includes several tech that is usually hard to come by in public, such as heavy mech weapons, stealth technology, starship systems, production equipment, and other sophisticated designs that are not necessarily related to mechs. The only tech that they have excluded is either related to very fine applications of high technology, or trump card designs for high-tier expert mechs. The rest is untouched. In short, what they have promised to us is almost the entire technological foundation of their states." This was a far more interesting concession to VS. As a mech designer, how could he not be attracted by the prospect of gaining access to more tech? The best part was that the transfer would be permanent. The Larkinsons were actually at a huge disadvantage in this aspect because it was too young and never enjoyed any sincere backing from any state. Though the Larkinsons were able to make up for this shortfall by borrowing from the Hexers, this was a temporary and unstable arrangement. VS felt a lot better now that he wouldn't have to knock on the doors of the hegemony each time he wanted to design a mech that made use of advanced Hexer components. "I'm not surprised that the Cross clan doesn't value its technological base as much anymore now that it has almost fallen, but what about the Glory Seekers? Is the hegemony okay with this offer of theirs?" "We've already cleared it with the hegemony, VS. I wouldn't have presented it to you if this wasn't the case. It's all okay. The Hexers pretty much treat you as one of their own by now. With the Friday men about to enter Hexer territory, the matriarchs have much bigger problems on their hands than worrying about whether you'll misuse their tech." This was still a very generous concession regardless of the thoughts of the matriarchs. This was exactly what the Larkinson clan needed in order to advance its engineering activities and form an immediate foundation and increase its independence. Chapter 30:15 Temporal Benefits. The Glory Seekers and Crossers were being quite sincere this time. Calabas did not disappoint him in trying to milk as many benefits as possible. In a time where the entire galaxy became engulfed in mass unrest, it was quite wise for Colonel Ariadne Woden and Patriarch Reginald Cross to pursue any means of increasing the security of their respective fleets. VS wasn't fully satisfied, though. He knew the value of his networks best. The advantages they bestowed were worth so much that even the Terrans and Rebarthans would be begging on their knees to obtain these powerful spiritual creations. It was too bad that VS would practically be committing suicide if he did so. The first-rate superstates had very powerful enemies who would stop at nothing to prevent the former hegemons of human space from rising up again. There was also the Five Scrolls Compact to consider. Master Willix had already given him a pointed warning about that, and he did not think she was kidding at the time. As long as he and his partners were flying under the Compact's radar, it shouldn't be a big problem making use of spiritual networks. However, as long as someone capable enough learned of their existence, the Compact would definitely look into his inventions. Since the cult was probably the most authoritative organization in human space with regards to spirituality, who knew how they would react? This was why Ves thought it was best not to spread his spiritual networks that much, especially the more intimate ones like the one presided over by the Golden Cat. It was already quite a risk to spread it out to two other organizations. Technically, the Glory Seekers should have all become a part of the Superior Mother's network by now, but that one was different. The network governing the Hexers was much looser, did not require active acceptance from the Superior Mother, did not watch out for treacherous or harmful thoughts, and did not make everyone who was a part of it more intimate with each other. In other words, the Glory Seekers only enjoyed a very weak preview version of the more intimate spiritual network that was protecting the Larkinson clan. What else did the Glory Seekers and Crossers promise? He calmly asked as he adopted an expectant look. What our allies have promised is already useful, but the scales aren't balanced in my eyes. Well, the third major concession they made is a solemn commitment to stand by the Larkinson clan and defend us no matter the circumstances. They're even willing to hold a grand ceremony in order to formalize and honor this pact. This was the first time since he entered Calabast's office that he snorted. They're simply bowing to reality. Once the Glory Seekers and Crossers adopt my networks, they become dependent on them. The only person who has the qualifications to tinker with them is me. This grants me a lot of power over the two organizations. In fact, Ves could easily abuse his access to their network to insert foreign values to their organizations or even cause them to view Ves with absolute respect. He could pull off so many shenanigans that he could practically collapse their foundation overnight. If not for the fact that strong-minded expert pilots and other individuals were basically immune to the influence of spiritual networks, Ves would have actually felt tempted to pull off a scheme to turn them into vassals of the Larkinson clan. Still, as long as this arrangement went through, the price of falling out became too much for the two partners to bear. If they had any sense of intelligence in their minds, the leaders of the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan would never risk the consequences of proceeding with an ugly breakup. In that sense, the defense pact that the Glory Seekers and the Crossers generously proposed was nothing more than a recognizing reality rather than moving towards it. By making a commitment that was already a fact, the two allies lost nothing while being able to pretend they were magnanimous enough to entertain yet another demand of the Larkinson clan. From the intrigued expression on Calabast's face, she recognized the truth as well, but the forms still had to be obeyed. It would be a lot better if agreements like these were formalized in written agreements rather than remain unspoken. It looks like we'll be together for the long haul then, Ves murmured. We won't merge into a single organization, but we won't be splitting off from each other anytime soon. Calabast nodded. I think this is good for us. No offense, Ves, but you tend to attract enemies a lot easier than others. It would be good if our allies become more committed to defending us. After all, if we fall, who knows what will happen to their networks? They need to keep the only source of tech support alive, which means that your well-being will become one of their core priorities. That only matters as long as our allies can actually keep up with our growth. We've only just begun to ramp up. I don't even dare to guess how many capital ships and mech pilots we have under our control in a decade, but it will definitely dwarf what we have right now. Will the Glory Seekers and Crossers be able to match us, or will they grow into non-entities down the line? The spymaster fell in thought while she bumped the tip of her boot onto Arnold's nose. Squeak, squeak. My judgment is that they won't disappoint you, she eventually answered. Let's take the Glory Seekers first. Ostensibly, they're a detached force of household troops of the Woden dynasty. We both know that detached is defined rather loosely here. The influx of Hexer refugees in the past few months has indicated that it is actually functioning as an active arm of the Woden dynasty and by extension the rest of the hegemony. That in turn means that the Hexer state is essentially backing the Glory Seekers. The implications of this will become more and more impactful over time, especially if the hegemony loses the Komodo War and the remnants begin transferring all of their resources and hopes on its diaspora. This was a realistic assessment. Ves had already noticed this in fact from the way that Gloriana was able to cooperate extensively with the hegemony. No ordinary journeyman would have been able to persuade a state to provide so much aid in ordinary times. As for the Cross clan, I've already discussed this with you. Professor Benedict Cortez might not be blessed with an existing industrial and commercial base like yours, but a senior mech designer is always a force to be reckoned with. Depending on his future business endeavors, he will definitely become the primary source of funding and innovation in the Cross clan. His influence will rise and he will be able to drag the rest of the Crossers with him as well. Also, don't forget Patriarch Reginald Cross. I don't know if he'll ever be able to advance to ace pilot, but if he does... If Reginald Cross succeeded, he would become an existence that possessed the same amount of prestige as a master mech designer. In truth, this was something of a complicated subject. Ace pilots were generally equated to senior mech designers first, but as they grew into their power, they quickly became existences that everyone would be forced to look up to. This was similar to a master mech designer. This was why the mech community unofficially divided ace pilots into two categories. Junior ace pilots were the ones who didn't have enough time to consolidate their power and mastered their new capabilities. Senior ace pilots were those who truly made use of their expanded capabilities to fight at a level that was far beyond that of an expert pilot. No matter whether someone faced a junior or senior ace pilot, both of them were easily able to crush expert pilots with ease. This was why the balance of power would definitely shift towards the Cross clan if Reginald succeeded in accomplishing the improbable. Maybe you're right, Ves said. Our two allies do have the capital to keep up with us. From what it sounds like, we might be the ones who have to worry about getting left behind by them. It's a good thing that this agreement will cement our status no matter how much we fall behind. He began to look more and more favorable to this deal. As Calabas proceeded to mention some other, less important concessions, Ves felt pretty good about selling his networks to the partners of the Larkinson clan. Yet Calabas did not sound completely optimistic. Before you go off to sign the new agreement, you should think about it more critically. While my team and I have tried to persuade the Glory Seekers and the Crossers to make more concessions, they are not inept when it comes to bargaining. Consider the temporal nature of the first and second major concession. What? Ves almost wanted to scratch his head. The Cross clan giving us 2 of their capital ship slots and both partners giving us full access to the current version of their tech libraries are extremely useful right from the beginning, but over time, they become less relevant. He frowned at that. You mean we're getting scammed? I wouldn't say that. I am just trying to say that these concessions are mostly short and medium-term benefits rather than long-term ones. She clarified. For example, giving us 2 capital ship slots is extremely critical in our first decade after entering the Red Ocean. Capital ships are direct sources of power in the new frontier, and their scarcity ensures that they will play a disproportionate role in every pioneering fleet during the early days of colonizing the dwarf galaxy. Yet what about 50 years later? What if the Red Ocean develops to the point where the production of capital ships isn't bottlenecked anymore? Then, I guess 2 more or 2 less capital ships is a trivial matter to the Larkinson clan. Ves slowly commented. Well, it's not as if ship slots are relevant anymore once we enter the Red Ocean. The slots were only ever about using up the limited ship quota of a Beyonder ticket. That is true, and it is also important to note that the early impact of extra capital ships is still extremely valuable. Gaining just a bit of greater power in our early period can make a huge difference in our growth down the line. It's an investment that can pay off 100 or even 1,000 times in a few generations from now. That is because we wouldn't be as constrained from the start, thereby allowing us to take greater risks in a period where the Red Ocean is still filled with rapid growth opportunities. This was a rather complicated topic and one that was difficult to quantify, but Ves understood the gist of it. The concept was no different from a startup company borrowing lots of money in the hopes of becoming a unicorn in the future. The tech licenses we gain access to will also decrease in value over time, Calabas noted. Our allies won't give us access to new licenses and innovations for good reasons. They don't mind giving away their existing tech because it doesn't hurt them, it's already there, and it will become outdated in a number of years anyway. Granted, getting almost all of their current tech will definitely boost our clan's technical capabilities during our crucial rapid growth phase, so it is not as if we are being scammed. The only issue is that it is impossible for us to continue the development of all of this existing tech. We lack the huge amount of researchers, developers, and engineers that can update all of the different pieces of tech. This was true, and this would always be the case so long as the Larkinson clan was not able to match a true state in terms of population, development, territory, industry, commerce, and so on. The Larkinsons would still have to depend on outside help to keep up with the newer generations of technology. Still, this was better than their prior situation, so Ves was already happy with this benefit. Even if we can't update all of the licenses and so on over time, it is already useful to have the designs of so many different devices in our central database. This allows us to become self-sufficient because we can just make specific machines that can solve a lot of our problems. It won't matter if the performance of such machines lags behind the more modern ones. It beats having no solution. Chapter 30:16 Alliance Considerations. Although the deal negotiated by Calabas presented several caveats and problems, Ves leaned in favor of the terms. So what did it matter if the concessions were slanted towards the short and medium term? This was exactly the most vulnerable period of the Larkinson clan. The previous battles and crises the Larkinsons had gone through had almost killed everyone. The clan's future came into question far too many times to count due to the fact that its military forces were still outmatched on a regular basis. It took an extraordinary effort on the part of Ves and the current and future expert pilots of the clan to snatch victories from the jaws of defeat. This was not a viable approach for the future. A small number of people shouldn't be forced to snatch victories under difficult circumstances over and over again. It was better if those victories never strayed close to the deadly jaws in the first place. In order to accomplish that in the short term, it was okay for the Larkinsons to borrow the strength of others. So far, Ves was quite satisfied with the reliability and competence of the Glory Seekers and Cross clan. Unlike the Larkinsons, the backgrounds of their two alliance partners were much more solid. They came from true second-class states and were not newcomers to the sort of battles that were being waged at this level. Their civil and intellectual development was also robust. In comparison, the Larkinson clan grew too quickly to build up their foundation in this aspect and more. So the concessions made by the two allies came in very handy. Ves wouldn't have to worry about the Larkinson clan beginning to suffer all kinds of logistical deficiencies due to a lack of technical options. Technology was the foundation of human civilization. Humanity's ability to make tools and machines to accomplish difficult goals and solve difficult problems was its basis for dominating the galaxy. Therefore, it made a huge difference if the Larkinsons obtained a nearly complete tech library. Even if many devices and technical designs could be bought from the open market, the more advanced designs were not so easily obtained. In any case, it didn't matter if this tech library wouldn't be updated. With the current pace of technological development, the designs would still be useful and efficient for at least a century, if not more, for certain devices. Mechs were rather special in that the smallest differences could potentially swing the outcome of entire wars. The mech industry had to work hard to meet the insatiable demand for better, stronger, and more efficient mechs. Anything that wasn't directly related to combat did not possess this urgency. Starship development was much more relaxed, as many ships were built with the expectation that they would last at least a century or more under normal operation. Perhaps competitive environments demanded constant progress and faster innovation. Yet if the Larkinsons were just operating a normal expeditionary fleet, it didn't matter that much if their mining machines were 10% slower or if their efficiency in synthesizing a complex fuel formula was 30% worse than the norm. The point was that the Larkinsons possessed the capability to mine asteroids and synthesize fuel on a fully independent basis. In frontier space, there was a huge lack of services. Whatever products and services the early pioneers made available would always be overpriced and in huge demand for at least the first 2 decades. The capability to construct starships and capital ships was a good example. This was an industry with an extremely high barrier of entry due to all of the specialized tech and know-how required to construct the most advanced and modern vessels. As long as the Larkinson clan received all of the knowledge and specifications related to shipbuilding and many other industries, it would have no problem with building ships in-house straight away once the Larkinsons gained the right facilities. Aside from this, VS also valued the other implications of the deal. The long-term dependence on the new spiritual networks ensured that the glory seekers and the crossers remained shackled to VS and the Larkinsons. As long as VS was able to maintain his spiritual monopoly in this new and unique sector, it was extremely unwise for his existing customers to turn their backs on him. He knew his spiritual networks the best, and he also possessed the keys to control many of their parameters. VS faced betrayal more times than he could count. The fundamental reason why people lied or screwed him over was because there were more benefits to doing so than to remain honest. Only a few groups of people like the Sword Maidens and the Kinners were able to resist this impulse and remain true to their principles. As someone who did not fall into this rare and special category, VS found it hard to trust other people's promises at face value. To him, true trust and loyalty had to be paired with concrete interests in order to remain solid. The intertwining of real interests would naturally ensure that either or both sides of an agreement remained committed. VS already had various entanglements with the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan, but they were not strong enough for his liking. For example, the Glory Seekers and Hexers liked him in general due to his contributions to the Komodo War, but this did not change the fundamental problem that he was a male. Who knew whether some radicalists would rise up among them who insisted that cooperating with boys was evil? He had to ensure that the Hexers, or at least the Glory Seekers in specific, remained friendly to VS and his clan. The Cross clan, on the other hand, was tied to the Larkinson clan by only 2 flimsy bonds. Patriarch Reginald and Professor Benedict both latched onto the clan because they believed that VS could help them break through their bottlenecks and advance to the next step of their careers. What if they achieved their dreams? If both of them achieved their biggest goals, then the Cross clan effectively turned into a much scarier beast now that it was led by both a master mech designer and an ace pilot. It would not make much sense anymore for the Cross clan to continue to hang out with the Larkinson clan, let alone take a lower position. In this case, the existence of a spiritual network watching over the rank-and-file crossers would ensure that the Larkinson clan would never be suppressed, even if it became the weakest partner in the Golden Skull Alliance. A great example of what might happen if the partners of an alliance grew too weak was how the Friday Coalition changed since its establishment. Out of the original 9 coalition partners that banded together in order to resist the Hexers, 3 of them had become history. Hardly anyone knew their names or their other characteristics in the Komodo Star sector because they were losers who failed to secure their future. Ves did not want his Larkinson clan to fall off in a similar fashion. He needed to build up as many advantages as possible in order to ensure his clan could keep up with the development of the Golden Skull Alliance. He also had to make sure his clan would still retain the capital to remain independent as the Red Ocean became a playground for increasingly stronger organizations. All of these considerations meant that Ves had many reasons to accept the deal and not that many arguments to reject it. There weren't many long-term benefits, but he was already happy with gaining an extra guarantee that his allies would remain friendly. This was why he allowed Calabas to arrange a personal meeting with the leaders of the two alliance partners. A short time went by as the three members of the Golden Skull Alliance arranged a small, informal meeting. There was no need for pomp and ceremony in order to hammer out some final details. After a brief discussion, the leaders all decided to meet with Ves aboard the Spirit of Bentheim. Since the focus of the meeting was the spiritual networks that he was able to provide, it was best to enter a ship whose crew was most strongly affected by this innovation. When Ariadne Woden and Reginald Cross discreetly shuttled over to the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentheim, they curiously studied the Larkinsons as they followed a guide who took them deeper into the bowels of the capital ship. Interesting, the nominal head of the Glory Seekers commented as she was assaulted by glows from various sources. How can anyone work under these circumstances? Their female guide and attendant smiled. You get used to it, ma'am. Most of these glows are quite pleasant to be around, so we rarely shy away from them. It will be a lot less intense once we move away from the hangar bay. All of the mech stationed here kind of blend in together to produce a stronger than usual effect. Reginald Cross did not issue a word of complaint. He merely remained silent as he felt but remained unaffected by any nearby glows. He was more interested to observe how other Larkinsons interacted with each other. As they moved through the long and spacious hallways, they no longer encountered any glows. While there were certain instances where golden cat statues had some limited effect, the two guests were able to observe the Larkinsons without feeling as if they were intruding into something private. These Larkinsons hardly act differently from when they are affected by glows, the older Hexer woman noticed. That's because we carry a piece of the Larkinson clan everywhere, ma'am. Our bright warriors have the strongest effect, but the truth is that we already feel a portion of this glow in our minds. It's a lot less noticeable though, but that does not change the fact that we are constantly connected with our other clansmen. It's a magical feeling that I cannot truly describe to someone who has never felt this way. Has anyone ever wanted to remove this bond? Not really, no. The guide shook her head. It's like living without two legs. Getting rid of this comforting connection is no different from sawing off your own limb. Whenever we think back on the period where we lived without it, we feel as if we were living in poverty without even knowing it. There is no way that any Larkinson would ever want to go back to those times where we were alone and not sure if we could ever trust others. Both Ariadne and Reginald frowned a bit at that. While it sounded as if the network watching over the Larkinsons was very helpful and desirable, it also came paired with a dependence or addiction that made it hard to turn back the clock. If either of them chose to go through with receiving a network from the Larkinson Patriarch, then they needed to hope that everything remained fine in the future. If the networks malfunctioned or if Ves tampered with them in malicious ways, then the Glory Seekers and the Crossers had few solutions to remedy the problem. Fortunately, they were already aware that the networks were not omnipotent. Strong-minded people weren't as affected. While this was not as relevant to the Glory Seekers due to their lack of expert pilots, the Crossers were in a different position. Reginald Cross had full confidence that he would be able to spot anything amiss and be able to do something about it if Ves ever broke the rules. We've reached the conference room. Please head inside. Our Patriarch is already inside. When the two leaders entered, they saw that Ves wasn't preoccupied with greeting the newcomers. Instead, he was busy with trying to separate Lucky from Blinky. "I told you to cut it out already! Blinky, you're never going to beat Lucky due to your lack of combat experience, so don't pretend you have a chance." Mro. "Lucky, don't be so harsh on the newest member of our cat family. He's still a kid." Meow. Chapter 30:17 Kinship Networks. Both Ariadne Woden and Reginald Cross were taken aback at the antics of the cats. They two visitors already knew that the Larkinsons loved their pets. They had already crossed paths with numerous cats, dogs, birds, lizards, and other animals. Ves was also famed for his love of cats. Lucky was practically a permanent fixture by his side. What was different this time was that another pet had entered the stage. Compared to the solid, mechanical form of Lucky, Blinky appeared to be a very different kind of cat. He was obviously not organic. Not with the way his body was slightly translucent, and how his entire form glowed and shimmered in front of everyone's eyes. The bright purple exterior did not have the consistency of fur, nor the solidity of metal. The strange light points trailing across Blinky's body made it appear even more mysterious. The closest guess that the visitors could come up with was that Blinky was an electronic cat. In other words, he looked like a projection. Yet neither the Hexer leader nor the Crosser leader thought it was as simple as that. As a spiritual entity with considerable strength, Blinky actually possessed a fairly strong presence. This presence that could not be fully described with words was actually the source of the phenomenon known as glows. Though Blinky's glow was currently mixed and nuanced, Patriarch Reginald was able to perceive more. As a strong expert pilot, he developed a greater sensitivity towards unusual phenomena, especially when it was related to the strengths that expert pilots employed in battle. Blinky had become a much greater existence to him, as he instinctively perceived the energy and other traits locked inside the purple cat. Unfortunately, his Hexer counterpart wasn't able to perceive as much. She was still a normal person and did not possess the senses of an expert pilot. Both guests sat at the two chairs on the opposite side of an oval conference table. Ves stood at the far end as he finished admonishing his two cats. Meow! Lucky flipped his tail and floated to an empty chair in order to take a nap or something. Mro. Blinky dishearteningly returned to V's mind in order to figure out a better way to beat Lucky next time. The two visitors did not miss the fact that Blinky literally disappeared into the head of a human. Ves smirked as he saw how he successfully managed to surprise his fellow leaders. He deliberately exposed Blinky to them in order to showcase what he was capable of. Since they were on the cusp of ordering spiritual networks from him, they needed to know what they were dealing with. Introducing a spiritual entity like Blinky to them would allow them to know that the Larkinson Patriarch possessed unusual talents. This was a deliberate choice on his part. Ves knew that he couldn't keep everything hidden forever, and he was willing to take a risk and reveal a portion of his capabilities to his allies. Welcome to the Spirit of Bentheim. I hope you have gotten a good glimpse of how her crew operates. Ves began. Is it like this aboard every Larkinson ship? The Hexer woman asked. Not quite. The newcomers all possess different cultures and we are still in the process of integrating them. Our clan is large and diverse, and many ships are dominated by specific suborganizations under our umbrella. For example, the mood aboard a combat carrier of the Flagrant Vandals is a lot looser and more informal than the norm. The Sword Maiden and Heavenswarders are far more serious and constantly engaged in one form of training or another. That sounds like a state. Ves pressed his lips. Somewhat. It's quite impressive how your clan can bring all of these different people together without suffering many of the problems associated with doing so. Patriarch Reginald spoke up. No organization that operates as a clan would recruit as freely as you Larkinsons. Yet you show no hesitation in breaking this convention. That is because we have the capital to accelerate our recruitment efforts. We don't have to be as thorough in rooting out traitors and people with impure intentions towards our clan. I believe that this is why the two of you have come here today. Both of you want to enjoy the same benefits. Ves boasted a bit more about the benefits of the Larkinson clan's spiritual network. He touted the inherent trust it fostered among the clansmen, the monitoring of treacherous thoughts, and the easy identification of traitors who were committed to harming the clan. I believe that both of you have learned that not even the most committed and long-standing members of your organizations can be fully trusted. Ves smirked. The Crown Uprising has revealed that everyone has traitors in their ranks. Whether these sleeper agents are unwitting victims who have undergone deep psycho-programming or hardened radicals who have deeply disguised themselves, the fact of the matter is that both the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan are compromised. This was a heavy declaration and one that did not reflect well on his fellow leaders. It wasn't their fault that Crown terrorists lurked within their ranks. The Larkinson clan could have easily ended up in the same position as well if not for the existence of its network. After emphasizing the immediate value that his networks could bring, Ves finally addressed it directly. Colonel Ariadne, Patriarch Reginald, my special networks. Marshal. The Hexer leaders spoke out. Pardon? My new rank is Marshal, Ariadne Woden stated. I received a promotion some time ago, though my role hasn't changed all that much. I am still in charge of the Glory Seekers. Oh. Congratulations, then. Ves blinked. Anyway, the special network is a complicated and elaborate innovation that I have developed exclusively for the Larkinson clan. While I can theoretically apply its model to your own organizations, you should know that it will cost quite a lot for me to establish it. This kind of intangible asset can't be made with ordinary materials. I have to use special resources that are very scarce and difficult to source. That wasn't quite true anymore. Perhaps this used to be the case in the past, but the emergence of Blinky solved much of his energy problems. The only remaining materials that Ves might have trouble with was finding the right ingredients, but that was still a lot more manageable than the alternative. We are aware of the proprietary nature of your special networks, the recently promoted Marshal said. However, we don't understand how it's made, nor what resources you need to make them. One of our goals for this visit is to part some of the veil and gain a greater understanding of these matters. That is difficult. Ves deeply frowned. It's not that I am hell-bent on keeping my proprietary methods in the dark. It is just that you won't be able to see or understand anything without possessing a talent in this esoteric field. Did you see Blinky earlier? You mean the glowing purple cat? Yes. My new pet is just one of many examples of what I am talking about. If you don't understand anything about him, then you are not really qualified to delve further into this topic. Patriarch Reginald looked as if he knew what Ves was talking about. The kid is right, Marshal, the expert pilot affirmed. I don't know too much about his specialty either, but I am aware that it goes beyond conventional technology. I bet this is the reason why Master Willix hovers around him so much. Anything that can interest the MTA is bound to be sensitive. This remark actually strengthened the mystique of what Ves was capable of doing. Dragging in Master Willix and guessing that she endorsed it all was very useful in legitimizing his innovations. Then tell us what you can provide to us in a message that we can understand, Marshal Ariadne requested in a slightly impatient tone. Ves waved his hand. He projected a rough diagram showing the hierarchy of the Larkinson clan. It didn't go into details, but it was enough to get his point across. Imagine that this is the Larkinson clan. The names in the middle are all clansmen who have been with us for a long time. Those at the edge are not yet aligned with the mainstream of our clan. If nothing is done about them, they might drift apart or do something worse." He waved his hand again, causing an animation to run that slowly brought the many names hovering around the edge to go closer to the center. "One of the most important functions of my network is that it encourages closer alignment. While there are many details and nuances about this process, the short story is that it reduces differences over time. Not a lot, but enough to maintain harmony within our clan. This is actually why I like to call it a kinship network." Kinship network was a new term that VS had come up with after Calabas told him that he needed to label and differentiate his product. It didn't matter before when VS was the only one who really dealt with them. But now that he was selling it to others, he had to come up with a presentable name that did not reveal too much to others. VS briefly explained the other functions of the kinship network, such as detecting malice from those attempting to join his clan, monitoring treacherous thoughts, and so on. He did not dare to explain it all in too much detail, so he mostly kept his explanations vague and short. The two leaders still noticed a few important details, though. "From my understanding of network systems, many of these functions can't be performed correctly unless there are people or intelligences in charge," Ariadne brought up. "Who or what controls your kinship networks?" VS smiled. That is a rather important question. There is indeed an intelligence in place that sits at the center of our network. It is not me, nor a human or an AI for that matter. It is a special kind of existence that I have made for the purpose of uniting my clansmen and binding them together. Goldie, would you like to introduce yourself to our guests?" "Nyaya." Goldie materialized in front of VS, catching Marshal Ariadne and Patriarch Reginald off guard. Compared to Blinky, Goldie's presence was a lot stronger. Not only that, her glow was very familiar to the guests, as they had just felt it earlier from the bright warriors they walked past. Several dots began to connect in the minds of the two leaders. They gazed at Goldie and instinctively knew that she was the heart of the Larkinson clan. VS gently petted Goldie's head before scratching her chin. Though she overlooked over 100,000 Larkinsons, she did not show any strain of having to manage so many minds. "Nya." Goldie soon disappeared as VS had already made his point without saying a lot. It took some time before Patriarch Reginald asked a question. "If we choose to acquire a kinship network from you, what kind of creature or intelligence will be in charge?" "This is a very important and personal question for your clan," VS carefully said. "I believe we should talk about this topic further in private. Suffice to say, I can customize one for you from scratch, but I can also derive it out of an existing person or exabeast. Whatever you choose, the two most important criteria are that the nexus of your kinship network should be absolutely loyal and committed to your organization, and that it represents the values and principles which you aspire to. This nexus can grow and change over time as your organizations develop further, so you don't have to be afraid that it will fall out of alignment in the future." In other words, kinship networks were alive. Chapter 3018 Nexus Choices. VS was selling a product at the moment, and his first two prospective customers were already hooked. He could tell that Marshal Ariadne and Patriarch Reginald were already determined to get their hands on kinship networks. VS had dazzled them by showing off Blinky and Goldie before pulling them into his narrative as he continued to give his sales pitch. Though there were plenty of risks and dangers associated with his products, the benefits were also very clear. VS didn't have to work too hard to emphasize the advantages that he could bestow to their organizations. Now that human space had become more turbulent, it became more crucial than ever to ensure greater loyalty and cohesion within organizations. If either leader rejected this unique product, then they would always have to face the question whether they could truly trust their brothers or sisters. VS knew that he had the support of the changing trends. A lot more powerful people and organizations were willing to pay much more to obtain their own networks. Yet these huge benefits also came paired with the new reality that they would all become dependent on VS to service, repair, update, and protect their new kinship networks. This condition alone sparked a lot of doubts in the glory seekers and the crossers. Neither of these two groups were enthusiastic about the fact that their sole service provider could also become their greatest threats if relations ever soured. Of course, the easiest way to prevent this nightmare scenario from happening was to keep everyone honest. If everyone played by the rules and abided by their new agreement, then everyone benefited. This was a crucial dynamic that would ensure that everyone involved would feel reassured that no one had any strong desire to turn their backs on the others. The only problem was it was mainly the glory seekers and crossers that felt this way. The Larkinsons didn't have to worry about the fear of their network going out of control because VS was confident he could solve any issues. The acceptance of this difference was in fact a major concession on the part of his customers. Even though the glory seekers and crossers didn't hand over anything solid to the Larkinson, the invisible bonds that formed between the different organizations became a lot stronger and tighter, and that was all that mattered to VS. After answering a number of questions and clarifying some details, VS moved to the most critical topic of this meeting. Marshal Ariadne, Patriarch Reginald, if you are truly willing to receive your own kinship networks, then you will have to set some parameters, he said. First, you need to determine the nexus that will influence your people and regulate their thoughts. This is a deeply personal decision and one that is extremely influential to the future development of your organizations. I suggest you make a list of criteria first by discussing this issue with your trusted subordinates. Once you know what you want, you can. Ahem. Marshal Ariadne gently cleared her throat. You don't need to bother with that, Patriarch. We already know our choice. We would like nothing more than to allow the Superior Mother to watch over us. She is already doing so, I think, but some of our mech pilots possess a much deeper personal connection due to what you have done to them just before one of our previous battles. In fact, aren't they already connected to this kind of network? VS shook his head. Not quite. The mech pilots you are referring to are tied to a different network that does not have the functions of a kinship network but is much more applicable in battle. Before you ask, this product is not on the table. It is one of the most powerful trump cards of our clan, and it would be a dereliction of my duty if I sold it off like a prize horse. Neither Ariadne nor Reginald pushed him any further on this topic. Though their eyes sparked with desire, they knew better than to touch someone else's trump card. Besides, their most immediate need was to solve the traitors within their own ranks. Only by completely securing their interior would they have the luxury of thinking about anything else. Perhaps they might have an opportunity to obtain this secret product in the future. Ariadne brought the conversation back to her original choice. What do you think about letting the Superior Mother be in charge? No problem, VS easily answered. She is a very capable entity and someone who already possesses an affinity with you all. She is already in charge of several networks, actually. She can accommodate an additional one without a problem with the power she wields. Marshal Ariadne looked completely reassured. Thank you. We welcome any opportunity to draw closer to your mother. She has been our people's unflinching support through these trying times. The choice of the glory seekers was already clear from the beginning. The faint connection that they had already formed with the Superior Mother had slowly caused them to become more aligned with the Hexer ancestral spirit. Though this effect wasn't as strong as that of a kinship network, it was still influential enough to encourage every Hexer to develop an instinctive respect towards the Superior Mother and some of her values. VS actually welcomed this development, as putting the Superior Mother in charge of the Glory Seekers only accelerated their transition to a more friendly and galaxy-ready version of Hexers. He felt quite smug about the fact that the Super Mother's popularization had already caused the Hexers to deviate from their original trajectory. Though it would still take many years and a lot of effort for the Hexers to change their man-hating ways, he knew that many of the ardent women had already mellowed out after becoming more accepting to the alternative perspectives that VS had programmed in the ancestral spirit. It was a pity that there was a limit to this development. The superior mother still had to retain enough Hexer traits in order to make her relatable to the citizens of the hegemony. She was also constantly being influenced by the values that the Hexer people unconsciously imposed on her. Though VS made sure that the superior mother would not get easily affected, who knew what she was like after his mother intervened? In fact, the biggest influence that could induce change in the superior mother was not actually VS or the Hexer people. It was Cynthia Larkin's son. Ever since the superior mother's trajectory became skewed after a mutation had occurred during her creation ceremony, VS already felt that he had lost control of his spiritual product. The superior mother lives a life of her own, and was more than powerful enough to resist any change that VS wanted to make. The only way he could affect her at all these days was to propose changes that earned her approval. That was why the superior mother didn't push back when he fashioned a crown for her to serve as the nexus of her battle network. Regardless, allowing the glory seekers to become more attached to the superior mother was a very reassuring choice to VS. After all, she was his mother in some way, so deepening their loyalty to the Supreme was also deepening their loyalty to her son. After making sure that Marshal Ariadne was willing to subject the glory seekers to closer scrutiny from the superior mother, VS turned to the other leader in the conference room. "What about you, Patriarch Reginald? Your clan doesn't have a figure like the superior mother, so the question of who will become the nexus of your kinship network is not an easy matter." The Cross Patriarch shook his head. "You are wrong. We do have a hero who we can all accept." "Who are you talking about?" "My father." VS looked perplexed. He briefly recalled the namesake of the flagship of the Cross clan. Saint Hemington Cross was the greatest leader of the Cross clan. He was a rare ace pilot and one who possessed unimaginable strength on the battlefield. It was too bad that his competence on the battlefield did not extend to governance. As the leader of clan that governed a lot of territory in the vicious Mountain Star sector, Saint Hemington became consumed by his desire to earn more glory and initiated reckless wars against his neighbors. After the saint's death, the once prosperous clan suffered a dramatic decline. What VS found perplexing was that despite losing an astronomical amount of territory, people and assets, the Crossers still worshipped the solitary cause of all of their suffering. None of the Crossers ever harbored any spite or blame towards the greater Crossers who had lived among them. Even his son, Reginald, still approved and admired the deceased ace pilot despite the latter's fatal flaws. If Saint Hemington turned into the Cross clan's version of the superior mother, VS would become incredibly worried about the future of one of his allies. He could not allow the Cross clan to repeat the mistakes of its past. VS plastered a brittle smile on his face. "Patriarch Reginald, while I would love to accommodate your request, we should let sleeping dogs lie. Saint Hemington has already fought his last battle. He deserves to rest now. Besides, becoming the nexus of a kinship network is a highly technical and sophistical position that requires a different specialty. It's like commanding a fleet carrier. You wouldn't put a mech pilot in charge. The superior mother can function as the nexus of her own network because she is smart, clever, and knowledgeable enough to perform her functions, but Saint Hemington is just a very good mech pilot. As great as he was on the battlefield, you can't expect him to design your mechs or heal wounded soldiers from the brink of death." Patriarch Reginald Cross looked very disappointed at his answer, but only briefly. "You make a good point, but my father is a great man. He is much closer to a god than myself and the little expert pilots in your ranks. He will be able to master the functions that you have described. I am confident in his ability." VS firmly shook his head. You are not listening to me, Reginald. No one is good at every job. Everyone has different specialties. Your father will not be helpful in managing your kinship network. You should pick out someone else or allow me to create one according to your needs. Unfortunately, the cross patriarch dug in his heels. I don't want anyone else. Our entire clan will unanimously reject any other influence. We will only accept my father as our guardian and watcher. If it doesn't work out, we can revisit this discussion, but for now, I do not accept any other answer. Our deal is off if you cannot accommodate this demand. The man drove a hard bargain all of a sudden. Ves was taken aback at the Cross clan's stubbornness, but in hindsight he shouldn't have expected anything different from an expert pilot. Ves still had another excuse, though. There is another reason why St. Hemington Cross is not an option. He's dead and gone. I don't have anything to work with if he isn't around anymore, and all traces of him are gone. The superior mother is different because she is alive, if in a different way. That won't be a problem either. If you are willing to follow me back to the Hemington Cross, I will grant you the exclusive right to step into our inner shrine. I will bring you to my father's tomb so that you can ask him in person whether he is able and willing to take on this responsibility. Okay. We'll do that, I guess, Ves answered. He needed to harvest the spiritual ingredient related to the Cross clan anyway. Shrines and any other site of worship were great places to pick them up. Once he harvested a remnant or something, he could use it as the basis of a new spiritual product that was aligned with the Cross clan. Maybe he would shape it into a dog this time. Chapter 30:19 Inner Shrine. The mood aboard the Hemington Cross had changed since his last visit to the large fleet carrier. Ves could sense an increasing degree of pride and strength from the mech pilots and crew. The crossers had been falling and losing strength ever since the remnants of their clan fled from Vicious Mountain. They lost so much after this frenzied period that it was hard for them to feel assured of their own future. All of that had changed. The Cross clan ceased trending downwards and instead began to grow again. The prosperity offered by Professor Benedict Cortez and the constant fighting spirit shown by Patriarch Reginald Cross had become the twin pillars that supported the clan after its precipitous fall. Yet not everything went fine. The Crown uprising and the surprising actions of a few traitors in their midst shattered the wave of cautious optimism that had swept the crossers. Many crossers died unjustly as the ships they were stationed on blew up without warning. The former Garlanders had to bid farewell to the deceased by sending empty coffins in space because it was too difficult to salvage any remaining body tissue from the debris fields. After performing an intensive investigation, the crossers discovered that the traitors who managed to rig extremely powerful explosives on their ships did not consist entirely of recent recruits. A considerable proportion of traitors who were almost certainly involved in preparing for the terrorist attacks were old-timers who had spent their entire lives in the Cross clan. It was very hard for the Loyalists to imagine how one of their own blood kin could become a shadow agent to some dark and hidden organization. Wasn't it already great for them to be a part of the Cross clan? There shouldn't be any reason for them to pledge their loyalty to another state. The only viable answer to the traitors in their midst was that they had been brainwashed against their will. The tech already existed. It was just rarely seen and very taboo in civilized space. That did not mean that this phenomenon simply didn't happen in the more secure and civilized parts of the galaxy. Clearly, the only way for these loyal and content crossers to turn themselves into suicidal fanatics was because evil people kidnapped them and forcibly reprogrammed their brains. Ves was well aware that not just the crossers, but many other people affected by the Crown uprising believed in this theory. He was a bit more skeptical, though. The Five Scrolls Compact was immensely powerful and was very good at spreading its tentacles everywhere. The unconventional power it offered to people was extremely alluring to individuals who weren't born with extraordinary talent or ability. Regardless, A lot of organizations were already trying their best to root out the dormant crown terrorists that were assuredly still present among the general populations. Yet whatever means of brainwashing the mysterious organization utilized, no scanning method succeeded in identifying a clear and common marker. The brains of the few crown terrorists that had been caught in stasis before they could unleash their deadly attacks were pretty much normal for the most part. They exhibited none of the stress and signs of intensive data transfer that ordinary brainwashing methods typically left behind. If not even the Big Two could preemptively identify crown terrorists, then the Cross clan certainly wasn't better off. This explained why the Crosser crew members also looked a lot less cheerful and a lot more grim. They were proud soldiers, but it was difficult for them to keep their chins high when they knew that not every brother and sister at their side was loyal. As Ves walked through the long and spacious hallways of the Hemington Cross, Patriarch Reginald noticed what his guest was trying to observe. "Please do not mind this shameful sight." The gruff, older man spoke in a rare display of shame. "My men are not as assured as yours. Even if there are only a handful of traitors left alive in my fleet, their presence has already ruined the cohesion among my people. As soldiers, we Crossers have been trained to place our unreserved trust in our fellow comrades. This approach has always served us well because every fighter who bears the Cross name can always be counted upon in battle. Now that this assumption has come into question..." The older patriarch did not need to say anything more. His usually boisterous force of will had actually deflated quite a bit as he admitted this frailty. Under ordinary circumstances, Patriarch Reginald shouldn't be talking about this at all. The only reason why he felt compelled to do so was because Ves needed to understand exactly what he needed to solve. If the promised kinship network did not address this fundamental trust problem, then that would have been a waste of a transaction. The contrast between the Larkinsons and the Crossers couldn't be more clear. The former still acted as if they were taking part in the greatest venture of their lives. Their dreams were slowly coming true with each step they took towards the Red Ocean. The Crossers acted as if they had traveled back to the bad old days of the collapse of their original territory. They were beset by enemies on all sides, and even their own relatives and core personnel abandoned the failing clan in droves in order to save their own hides. Perhaps this prior trauma caused the Crossers to appear a lot more morose than other people. Their first-hand experience with treachery and attacks from within caused them to evoke unpleasant memories. "It's not your fault," Ves softly spoke as he continued to walk by the Patriarch's side. "Our clan would have been in the same position in any other case. Everyone else in human space is gripped by the same fears and uncertainty that your people are suffering from right now. As this crisis continues, I'm sure that everyone will eventually toughen up and get used to it all. Life has to go on, and humans are adaptable. I hope that will be the case." His bodyguards and Lucky were silently trailing behind him in order to give the two leaders space to talk frankly. As they ventured deeper and deeper into the upper decks of the Hemington Cross, they encountered fewer and fewer crew members. They stopped before a fortified checkpoint where over 40 elite infantrymen stood guard before a thick and massive gate. If that wasn't enough, numerous heavy turrets offered additional insurance against intrusion. Ves could already glean that these turrets were all manually operated and completely closed. Even if the rest of the fleet carrier was failing, the defense of the inner shrine would still be guaranteed. Ves mentally scratched his head at the sight. The allocation of all of this hardware, as well as 40 extremely well-armed foot soldiers, was a considerable commitment even to the Cross clan. All of the manpower and resources spent on bulking up the security of a purely ceremonial compartment could have been spent on improving the defenses of the bridge or the engineering bays. The shrine was just an elaborate grave for an ace pilot that had almost driven the Cross clan to extinction. How much honor did he really deserve? They went through a mandatory security check before being allowed inside. Since entering the inner shrine was an extremely solemn honor that was reserved for only the best and most exemplary Crossers, Ves had to leave his cat and everyone else behind. As soon as the pair of patriarchs stepped through the open gates, they both entered a space where the air was different. Ves first looked around the wide open hall. "How glorious!" he couldn't help but comment. The entire hall was set up like a museum dedicated to exhibiting the accomplishments of St. Hemmington Cross. Statues, carvings, and projections displayed the most notable phases in the ace pilot's life. His graduation from the Mech Academy, the aftermath of his first battle, and the moments of his numerous breakthroughs were all immortalized in one form or another. Another purpose of the shrine was to showcase the many trophies that St. Hemmington Cross had claimed from his long list of defeated foes. Tattered banners of fallen mech regiments hung from invisible flagpoles. Burnt and shattered pieces of defeated expert mechs were proudly put on display. Ves could read the backstory behind each of the battles where the expert pilot fell before the former leader of the once ascendant Cross clan. The ace pilot constantly fought and challenged himself. The Garland Empire was filled with warlords that all sought to earn glory in battle, so there was never any shortage of battles in this massive but divided state. Patriarch Reginald gazed at these trophies with pride. "When my father was my age, he already defeated multiple times more expert mechs than myself. Do you know that challenging other expert mechs is the best way for true warriors like us to advance?" Ves turned around in surprise. "I haven't heard of that." "I'm surprised. Doesn't your clan have a rich heritage of expert pilots as well?" "We split off from our original family. Most of the original Larkinsons who moved away with me are less well-versed in the traditions regarding expert pilots. It may be that my uncle and grandfather know more, but haven't passed their knowledge to us. The alternative is that they don't really know this rule on a conscious level. Perhaps they just think that serving in the military and defending our state against invaders is how we are able to find our true calling." He was much more inclined to believe in the latter. The Larkinson family, while fairly impressive in the past, was just a relatively modest military family of a simple third-rate state. The Cross clan was the equivalent of a noble house of a massive second-rate state. It not only possessed a lot more direct and indirect members, but also held vast swathes of territory. With so many professionals working for the clan, it was certain that the Crossers knew a lot more secrets than the original Larkinsons. "It's not an important detail to know," Patriarch Reginald shrugged. "Expert pilots and those who are committed to earn glory will eventually get confronted by an expert mech sooner or later. Facing them directly is a life-changing event, especially to those who have yet to make any progress to becoming an expert pilot. Many mech pilots break. Others come away with an incurable sense of awe towards the demigods they fought." "Isn't that normal?" Ves raised his eyebrow as he briefly turned away from a display that showed off a piece of wreckage from a high-tier expert mech. "Everyone in the galaxy looks up to expert pilots. The only ones who don't are high-ranking mech designers and mech pilots." "You don't understand, kid." The older man tiredly shook his head. "Not everyone can become an expert pilot. Fanboys can never become the idols they admire. No matter how much they try, they can only become a pale imitation at best. The truly successful mech pilots are all warriors or soldiers who possess the heart of courage. Only by boldly confronting the strong is it possible for mech pilot to become someone greater. The moment you bend down, concede or give in to your fears, you lose the qualifications to become anything more than a normal mech pilot." Ves nodded in acceptance. From his own understanding, mech pilots with spiritual potential didn't always succeed in drawing out their hidden strength. Their willpower had to be strong, and maintaining your sense of defiance in the face of a vastly more powerful enemy was a good way to stimulate that potential. He once heard that Venerable Ganso once walked this path after surviving an encounter against a hostile Vision expert mech. A special display suddenly caused Ves to pause. The display was put in a central position and featured a lot more security precautions than usual. He could even sense an active energy shield. The large display only exhibited a mangled finger of a humanoid mech. Compared to the other pieces of wreckage, this one was a lot more special. The material quality as well as the craftsmanship were much more impressive than what Ves encountered from a typical expert mech. Is that? Patriarch Reginald looked solemn. It's as you guess. It is one of the few remnant pieces that we have been able to retrieve from my father's ace mech after his final fatal battle. This single mech finger was the real deal. Ves could tell, because he could feel something special from this broken remnant. Chapter 30-20 Tomb of St. Hemington Cross. Ves never saw an ace mech or ace pilot in the flesh. What he knew about them was mostly theory and second-hand information. It was hard to know what was actually true about them because ace pilots were too distant from the general population. It didn't appear the MTA was too keen on teaching everyone what ace pilots and ace mechs were actually capable of. They just allowed entertainment companies to publish action-packed dramas that were filled with wildly unrealistic battles and depictions of mech pilots. The only facts that Ves knew for certain was that ace pilots were much stronger than expert pilots, and that they all had the opportunity to advance to God Pilot. That was it. Everything else he knew came from unreliable or uncertain sources. For example, while James Ilvain once told him that ace pilots depended much less on their spirituality and much more on their willpower, how could Ves know that this was actually the case? It sounded rather far-fetched that mech pilots, or any person, could sustain their existence by relying on a different extraordinary characteristic. It was like saying that humans could keep themselves hydrated by drinking oil. However, after sensing the remnants of a will that was more powerful than anything that Ves had ever encountered, he felt that James might actually be on to something. Patriarch Reginald stood still and allowed Ves to behold this broken mech finger for as long as he wanted. Everyone who viewed this surviving remnant had a similar reaction. Ace pilots were surrounded with mystique, and it was too difficult for most people to get close to them when they were alive. What a shame, Ves whispered. I would gladly kill to gain the opportunity to see your father's ace mech when it was still whole. I bet it is at least 1,000 times more impactful than viewing this sorry detached finger. We sacrificed a lot of good men to sneak away this finger while there were still hostile ace mechs on the battlefield. We could not allow my father to die without leaving a trace behind for us. He is still our greatest leader even in death. Ves furrowed his brows for a moment. How did you get back his body if it was already difficult for your clan to retrieve this single piece? The traitors passed my father's corpse to us on their own accord. They had already acted disgracefully by deceiving and stabbing a saint in the back. The Predator and Planet clan had to make large gestures in order to limit the damage and salvage what scraps of honor they could still cling to. Giving us back his body is a relatively cheap and easy way for them to regain some goodwill. The cockpits of ace pilots are extremely well protected, so it is not that difficult to retrieve a relatively intact body after defeating an ace mech. I see. Ves found this story to be very questionable at certain points. He would be seeing the ace pilot's deceased body soon enough, so he'll be able to verify his guesses at that time. He focused instead on the extraordinary characteristics of this broken remnant. The impression he got was rather disappointing to him. It was like looking at a sand depression of a massive whale that had beached onto the shore. He could sense several signs that something powerful had once occupied the finger. All of that was gone now, and the only traces left were merely echoes of what had once infused this mech finger. He still managed to sense a spiritual remnant that was stubbornly clinging to the object. This remnant, while small in quantity, was still a lot more potent than Ves was accustomed to. He could also sense a lingering will that was still clinging to life within the object. What's the matter, Ves? It's nothing, Reginald. Ves received a painful shock as soon as he attempted to examine this remnant willpower more deeply. It wasn't exactly alive as far as he could tell, but it was extremely strong and territorial for its size and shabby state. Even in death, the remnant of St. Hemington did not allow for others to intrude upon its space. If this little remnant was already as strong as this, a true ace pilot should be a lot more powerful. Ves mentally shuddered at the thought of receiving a backlash for attempting to poke their minds while they were still in their prime. Ves had the sense that ace pilots were just as strong as the dark gods, but developed their powers in a different direction. This was just a vague guess of his, but one that he instinctively felt was right. When the remnant of St. Hemington shocked him, Ves briefly felt the same degree of threat and apprehension as that of the blinding one or the unending one. It seemed that humans did have a way of matching the combat prowess of a dark god. The battle against the Abyss could have taken a completely different turn if the Larkinson clan was able to field Age of Mechs. Of course, this was just an extravagant fantasy. The Larkinson clan was nowhere close to hosting its own ace pilot. The expert pilots under his care didn't even receive their expert mechs as of yet. Thinking about anything beyond this point was completely pointless. How strong was his ace mech? Ves softly asked as his mind recovered from the sting it just received. How can I possibly describe my father's war steed with any accuracy? It is a great work designed by some of the most renowned masters of the Garland Empire. As soon as my father advanced to ace pilot, 5 great masters all offered to provide him with an ace mech for free. Huh! Your clan actually didn't pay anything to obtain such a powerful machine? Ace pilots are people who stand at the top of the Garland Empire. My father has gained so much power and status that plenty of masters are more than willing to fund the development of an ace mech out of their own pockets. Ves could imagine that this was the case. Working on an expert mech was already exciting and challenging to him. Ace mechs were so much greater that each of them were probably the greatest individual works that mech designers had ever completed. Such impressive machines were fully qualified to become the crowning achievements of their long careers. He noticed something odd about his explanation. These masters. I take it they don't owe any fealty to the Cross clan. That's correct. Reginald nodded. The greatest and most experienced masters of our state offer their services to all ace pilots regardless of which tribe or clan they belong to. They have even supplied the ace mechs to the enemies who defeated us battle. What? And you guys are okay with that? It is a long-standing tradition in the Garland Empire, Ves. It is not that we are short of master mech designers. There are plenty of them in our state. The issue is that ace pilots should receive the best ace mechs possible. While any master can design an ace mech, there are still differences between the works of a younger one and an older one. It is unconscionable for us to turn to lesser masters for a solution. Ves had several issues with this tradition. As a professional mech designer, he valued the benefits of competition. Just like expert mechs, ace mechs should be designed by different groups of mech designers. This not only meant that they were diverse in terms of design choices, but also ensured that many more masters possessed the knowledge and experience of working on ace mechs. Let me get this straight. The process of developing an ace pilot is concentrated in the hands of just a small group of master mech designers, is that right? Yes. This small group you are referring to is an extremely prestigious gathering. Hardly anyone is ever able to pass through its demanding tests. This ensures that everyone who is a part of it is good enough to carry the responsibility of designing the most important combat partner of an ace pilot. This was an interesting arrangement, to say the least. It was yet another example of the backwardness of the Garland Empire. Their mech industry could have become a lot more vigorous at the top if more masters gained the opportunity to work on Ace Mechs themselves. Well, it wasn't his business. Their fleet was constantly moving away from that corner of space, so he didn't have to be bothered by how the Garlanders managed their mech industry. I've seen enough. Please bring me to his body. Very well. Patriarch Reginald solemnly nodded. Please remain respectful in front of his presence. This is the second time I have brought someone other than a crosser in front of his tomb. Who is the first one? Professor Benedict, of course. He deserved to pay tribute to my father for all of the contributions he has made to our clan. He told me he had become quite inspired after his visit. Anticipation welled up inside Ves. Perhaps he might be able to gain some inspiration as well. Knowing what Ace Mechs and Ace pilots were truly like would help him know what he was working towards. They moved past the central display and passed through a broad hall that finally led to an enlarged chamber. The tomb space looked suitably grand. The bare metal walls were covered by golden filigree that showcased more than human displays of the saint and his ace pilot accomplishing unimaginably powerful feats. From slaughtering a dozen expert mechs over the course of a battle to dealing the death blow against over 500 mechs at once, St. Hemington Cross fully showcased the terror of an ace pilot in battle. Yet these stylized depictions paled in comparison to the grand coffin that lay in the center. Surrounded by torches that would never snuff out, the body of the once powerful ace pilot laid in dignity in a coffin made out of rich and rare crystal materials. The top of the crystal tomb was transparent, allowing those outside to see the preserved body of St. Hemington in full clarity. Ves didn't know how the man eventually died, but evidently his enemies did not hack his body to pieces. It looked remarkably intact and completely undamaged at first glance. Of course, the full dress uniform adorning the body also did a good job at hiding any injuries on his body. The impressive array of medals pinned to the ace pilot's chest only served to complement the saint's incredibly important identity. As Ves solemnly followed Patriarch Reginald, he slowly approached the large and massive tomb. When they finally stopped in front of it, the son of the deceased ace pilot did not bow or show any sign of respect. Instead, the expert pilot's eyes burned with desire and ambition. He followed his own words by not giving in to the awe of a more powerful mech pilot. He wanted to match and surpass the accomplishments of his father. One day, I will fully inherit his mantle, Reginald vowed. I shall lead the Cross clan to greater heights and make sure my father's legacy will not be forgotten. That was interesting and all, but as soon as Ves began to look past the impressive tomb and decorations, he became distracted by a surprising finding. Even though St. Hemington Cross had died years ago, his body used to be a vessel of one of the more powerful extraordinary existences in the galaxy. Traces of the saint's incredibly powerful force of will should have lingered. At the very least, the remnant that was left in his body should have been stronger than the lingering will that was locked inside the giant ace mech finger. Yet instead of perceiving all of that, Ves only felt hollowness. Only a small trace of strong willpower still clung to the body, but Ves had a lot of doubts about that. It was concentrated on a very small part of his head. The rest of the ace pilot's corpse didn't seem to mesh with it that well. Ves began to develop a dreadful suspicion. Was he looking at the body of a clone? Chapter 30-21, Grand Catacombs. If someone really gave the Cross clan the body of a clone and passed it off as the real deal, then Ves had to admit that the people responsible pulled off a brilliant scam. He was pretty certain that the entire body was cloned. Ves had a special intuition about that due to his sensitivity towards life and his long and extensive experience with performing research on human test subjects. After witnessing so many heads and bodies explode due to messing with their spirits, Ves had learned many different ways of how spirituality interacted with human tissue. He was pretty certain that the body encased in the crystal coffin was not the ace pilot's original body. The only factor that he found strange was that he still felt the remnant of a strong will inside the body's brain cavity. However, Ves believed this to be a trick. Anyone could easily cut a portion of the original saint's brain and bury it inside the skull of an identical-looking clone. As long as it was done correctly enough, even someone like the ace pilot's own son could be fooled. After all, high-quality cloned bodies were truly indistinguishable from the originals. Only the most sophisticated scanners in the hands of the big two or first-rate states should be able to pick up anomalous signs. Everyone else wouldn't be able to detect the difference. Ves was sure the doctors and biotech experts of the Cross clan had combed over the body in order to prepare it for entombment, but obviously they hadn't found anything amiss. Really, the only anomaly was that the sense of presence from the clone was rather lackluster. There were many possible reasons why this was the cause. Perhaps the natural process of death and decay had degraded it. It was unrealistic to expect the remains of an ace pilot to be as strong as he was in his prime. As Ves swept his senses through the body in the coffin more and more, he truly sensed that he was examining a clone. The impression he got vaguely reminded him of the times he met with James Ilvain. The annoying living prophet may have become very human before his life came to a premature end, but that did not change the fact that his birth was flawed and unnatural. The consequences of this affected his health, his spiritual development, and more. Just because the designed spirit version of him was able to offset some of these flaws didn't mean that he upgraded to a full human. The supposed body of the ace pilot gave him a similar feeling. Ves knew he couldn't fully prove or explain this assertion, but he knew in his heart that he was standing in front of a charade. Whoever was responsible for passing off the fake product for the authentic version knew what he was doing. This was a deliberate act of fraud and one that completely violated every sense of decency with regards to the treatment of ace pilots. Where was his real corpse? Who was responsible for the swap? Perhaps before visiting Prosperous Hill 6, Ves wouldn't be able to make any accurate guesses. However, now that he had gone through the Supreme Sage's pinnacle lab, he was burdened with lots of new information that put a dreadful context to this dreadful situation. Ves had a very good idea who swapped the body. He was also able to come up with a powerful motive to tarnish the ace pilot's remains. He directed a very subtle look towards his fellow patriarch. The expert pilot looked like he had no clue that he was gazing at a falsehood. Patriarch Reginald acted as if Saint Hemington was still alive. Unlike a normal son, Reginald burned with ambition. Back when his father was alive, he wanted to catch up to the ace pilot. Now that Saint Hemington was dead, Reginald hadn't actually changed his goal. In fact, he became more determined to exceed his father's limitations in order to spite the enemies and traitors that plotted the ace pilot's demise. Ves briefly thought about revealing the truth to Patriarch Reginald. From an ethical standpoint, the son deserved to know the truth about the state of his father. If Ves was in Reginald's place, he would have welcomed the truth, however harsh it may have sounded. From a crisis prevention standpoint, revealing the truth would either set off a furious denial or trigger one of the most explosive outbursts of the Cross clan in its history. It didn't take long for Ves to make a decision. There was no way that he was willing to reveal this bombshell. He was almost certainly within the blast radius, so why would he be stupid enough to trigger an explosion that brought no other benefits? While Ves sympathized with Patriarch Reginald and the Cross clan, this conspiracy was deeply rooted and involved powers that were far above his own little head. Small people like him had no ability to change the situation. All he would do was to poke his head out so that the powers that be could easily cut off his neck. There was no other positive benefit aside from soothing his guilty conscience. In fact, Ves didn't think this was beneficial to him in any way. He bore so much blame and fault that he had learned how to cope under all of that weight. In fact, he pretty much denied or ignored all of the recriminations, so he didn't feel burdened in the slightest. Is he as impressive as you expected him to be? Patriarch Reginald broke the silence. Oh, yes, Ves hastily replied. I can certainly see how close Saint Hemington has come to becoming a god in human form. It is truly awe-inspiring to know that this man is able to become a terror on the battlefield that could easily crush thousands of mechs and dozens of expert mechs at a time. Ace pilots were no longer bound by the normal rules that governed reality. Whereas expert pilots only reluctantly bent reality, ace pilots practically treated the laws of physics like toys. Ves wished that he was looking at the true remains of Hemington Cross. It was quite frustrating for him to examine a hollow, spiritless copy that looked the part but failed to replicate what he thought was crucial. The relatively tiny remnant buried inside the man's head didn't cut it. It was clearly a butchered piece that had been taken out of a greater whole. It possessed the aura but not all of the facets of the man that had once transformed his will into something transcendent. It was a huge letdown, in other words. If he wasn't afraid of giving away his true thoughts, he would have sighed in disappointment. There was little point in studying the cloned body because there was truly nothing he could learn from it. He didn't dare touch the remnant will and spirit that was locked inside the small sample of genuine brain tissue because that would most certainly pull out the rug underneath Patriarch Reginald's feet. Is it customary to bury the bodies of ace pilots like this? Ves curiously asked. Not at all. Patriarch Reginald shook his head. The true way to honor an ace pilot is to induct him into a true catacomb. It is one of the greatest honors of every expert pilot, an ace pilot, to intern their bodies in the grand catacombs that the MTA erects in every central star system they control. Under ordinary circumstances, we should have brought my father's body back to the center of the vicious mountain star sector in order to rest my father's body in its rightful place. Oh? Are you fine with ending any easy opportunity to visit his body in person? My father deserves his rest, Reginald said in a grave tone. He has fought and struggled to survive for many decades. Ace pilot or not, he does not deserve to get exposed to strife now that he has passed on. It is only right to bury him in the most impressive place of honor. No one is able to beat the MTA when it comes to erecting the grandest burial places. I don't know about how they act in other star sectors, but in Vicious Mountain, the Mesha station there, have always treated the remains of ace pilots with extreme respect. It is a life-changing experience for anyone to visit one of their grand and oversized catacombs. Ves could easily imagine that. An organization as powerful as the Mech Trade Association was able to build gigantic, moon-sized satellites in order to house the honorable ace pilots that had once lived glorious lives. The attraction was so strong that most people and organizations in human space dreamt of attaining eternal glory by being buried in those immense burial halls. After all, the continuation of a state or political entity was much less certain than that of the MTA. Who knew whether a tomb located on an average planet would remain standing if an enemy state had conquered the territory? Though it was expected for people to honor deceased expert pilots and ace pilots regardless of their affiliation, humans were flawed and many dishonorable incidents had already occurred in the past. In fact, malice wasn't necessarily required to cause something awful to the resting places of high-ranking mech pilots. Wars that spread across the surface of planets always came paired with an immense amount of collateral damage. Stray shells or crashing mechs could easily tear through any tomb. Therefore, it was a lot more desirable for the bodies of high-ranking mech pilots to be buried in the MTA's catacombs. It didn't always happen, and some cultures and individuals might have reasons to keep these valuable remains to themselves, but the MTA did not lack for business when it came to this aspect. Ves had a very strong hunch that this was a deliberate development on the MTA's part. If the MTA ever needed to gain a stable and abundant supply of input material, then it was best for the suppliers of this rare material to give it to the MTA on their own accord. It was such an elegant arrangement that Ves was convinced that it was a premeditated scheme. Of course, the implications of this conclusion was quite controversial and something that he did not dare to voice out loud. The two patriarchs eventually stepped away from St. Hemington's supposed remains. Ves saw no point in studying a fake any further, and Patriarch Reginald wanted to give his father his due rest. They slowly walked back the path they came from. Ves gazed at the other trophies and embellished depictions of St. Hemington's accomplishment with hidden pity. Who knew where the real body of the ace pilot ended up, and whether more had been done to the brain aside from taking out a small sample? Patriarch Reginald would probably believe in the falsehood for the rest of his life. It was rather sad that a son was deceived in this way. When the two patriarchs walked past the central display that showed off the giant mech finger, Ves attempted to harvest an intangible fragment from it. His earlier attempt may have failed, but he already had another solution in mind. Blinky left his mind but remained in his original spiritual form. In order to avoid tipping off Reginald, the Star Cat waited for the humans to move away. It wasn't until Ves had walked far enough for Blinky to approach the limit of how far he could be that the cat took action. Mrow! In one explosive motion, Blinky flew forward and approached the giant metal finger. It then proceeded to suck out a portion of the intangible energy. Though his energy-devouring ability allowed him to steal a small portion of potent energy, the cat received several powerful shocks in the process. Mrow! 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 The most troublesome aspect about these instinctive attacks was that they were driven by a very strong and furious willpower component. This will was something completely indigestible to Blinky. It already hurt him quite a bit to hold a portion of siphoned energy in his stomach without attempting to digest it all. It was as if someone was trying to break out of his own intangible belly. Fortunately, Blinky succeeded in his mission. As long the companion spirit was able to return to the spirit of Bentheim, Ves had many ways to contain the stolen spiritual remains. Chapter 3022 Exclusionary Properties. Ves leaned back on his seat behind his workstation, while propping up his feet on top of his work table. He gazed at the metal ceiling above his head, while his mind wandered off into thought. His personal workshop fell into silence. None of the production machines were active, and there were neither mechs nor materials present in the spacious hall. The only objects of note that were present in the workshop were the four aspects of Lufa. Ves was still undecided on how to put any of them at the disposal of the Larkinsons. Though the side project related to releasing the so-called treatment versions of the Sanctuary project was proceeding well, he wasn't really sure whether it was wise to rock the boat when the Five Scrolls Compact was acting out at the moment. I need to stay under everyone's radar, but that's hard to do when I come out with groundbreaking inventions, he muttered. He was constantly plagued by these dilemmas. If he truly got rid of all of his inhibitions, he could immediately disrupt the second-class mech market by releasing public versions of most of the mechs that he had designed for internal use. In fact, just releasing the second-class versions of his popular third-class mech models would already succeed in causing mass disruption. Ves had no intentions of doing so. Not when he was hunted by several major organizations. I should at least wait until I have left the Yena star cluster far behind before I spark a revolution in the mech market, he muttered. His sense for trouble might not be very reliable, but even he could figure out it was best to leave the scene of the crime before it erupted into chaos. He would feel a lot safer if the consequences of his actions weren't able to catch up to him. As long as he left this corner of the galaxy, he could even turn it into his personal experimental grounds as long as he was safely on the other side of a Beyonder gate. Of course, this issue could wait for later. Right now, VS needed to think about how to approach the kinship networks that he agreed to provide to his two allied partners. Serving the glory seekers required very little thought. He knew what they were about, and they were already acquainted with the superior mother. It also helped a lot that she was already maintaining two existing networks. Since VS had invented at least 3 different types of spiritual networks, he decided to name and define the remaining one as the population network. It was the weakest but most easily propagated kind of spiritual network. Unlike the battle network and the kinship network, those who aligned with the network and its nexus automatically became a part of it without needing to be introduced by an existing member. It did not come with any immediate boost in combat power like his battle networks. It also lacked the close intimacy and the ability to detect treachery like his kinship networks. However, the population network was undefeatable and harvested large quantities of spiritual feedback. Even if every individual connection was faint and weak, when trillions of people piled up together, the sum of it all was enough to drown the spiritual feedback of any of his mech-bound design spirits. It also had a weak influencing effect, as those who first made a faint connection to the superior mother always found it to be pleasant. This encouraged the hexers who dipped their toes in her territory to go even deeper. The best way to do so was to align themselves to her motherly values, so in this way they became incentivized to abandon some of their old ways. It's too bad that there are limits to this shift. It could encourage a leopard to change her spots, but it was not powerful enough to transform this ferocious predator into a tame house cat. The hexers were still hexers, and their insistence on discriminating by gender had been baked into their DNA. There was no way to moderate them quickly enough to make them palatable to the rest of the galaxy. Real and lasting change could only be accomplished over long stretches of time. If the hexadric hegemony enjoyed multiple decades of peace, then it might have been able to turn itself in a state where boys were nurtured and protected instead of treated like devils in the making that had to be suppressed at every turn. Yet the Komodo War seemed hellbent on denying the female-dominated state the time to reform its culture and institutions. VS shook his head. This is not a failure on the part of the superior mother or her population network. The hexers only have themselves to blame for being so obnoxious. He didn't know what he should do with his mother's population network if the hegemony fell. Though the hexer people would not die out anytime soon, it was a lot harder for them to gather and prosper when they were scattered and trying to survive while wandering through space. Perhaps he should expand the scope of the population network so that it accommodated every mother. That might be a viable idea, he determined. It will be just like how I am planning to popularize Lufa. Though VS was not short on spiritual energy and feedback these days, it always helped to secure an abundant supply before his future endeavors became more energy-intensive. He could easily imagine how he might need 1,000 or even 1,000,000 times more spiritual energy to create greater works. The problem was that his level of spiritual engineering hadn't progressed to that point yet. He was quite willing but currently unable to match his mother's prowess. VS eventually returned to thinking on what he should do for the kinship network of the Cross clan. He briefly glanced at the peastone that he had placed in the middle of one of his work tables. A surprisingly strong remnant was still emanated from within the spiritually reactive exotic. The small fragment that Blinky had managed to harvest was a lot more troublesome to deal with than he thought. St. Hemington Cross was definitely dead, but this stubborn little wolf fragment was still alive in a sense. VS knew that because it rejected any intrusion, fought hard against VS and Blinky, and did not accept any of his friendly overtures. What a stubborn little fragment! VS released a small spiritual projection from his mind and cautiously extended it to the occupied peastone. Just as it touched the stone, the tiny spirit and wolf fragment violently lashed out. The indomitable will smashed and ripped apart the incoming projection with ease due to its great concentration of strength. Ves winced a bit. He did not mind the loss of spiritual energy because he could replenish it easily enough. What he actually found troublesome was the fact that fragments that were mostly made out of highly condensed will appeared to possess different properties from the purely spiritual fragments that he previously handled. They're like oil and water. They don't mix together. Different from the lower quality willpower energy that expert pilots had just begun to form, the willpower that Hemington Cross had left behind was a lot more closed. Apparently, advancing from expert pilot to ace pilot induced a qualitative transformation of willpower. It became a lot stronger and more capable of accomplishing something on its own. It had also become a lot less dependent on spiritual energy to serve as a medium and an amplifier for its effects. This came with a downside, though. The willpower of an ace pilot became so strong and domineering that it began to exclude other sources of energy. No matter whether it was spiritual energy or willpower from another source, an ace pilot apparently excluded all of them as long as they were external. The little fragment had taught him a lot about ace pilots. Ves was able to glean several important clues and string them together into tentative theories that possibly explained why ace pilots were stronger than expert pilots. When he combined his new theories with what little reliable information was available in the public, he developed a strong guess about how ace pilots fought. The most important difference between expert pilots and ace pilots has to be the domain. Expert pilots possessed domains of sorts, but they were mostly weak and fairly useless. Their only function was to allow expert pilots to resonate with their own mechs. Ace pilots possessed much stronger domains. These willpower domains not only affected the mech around the ace pilot, but also the space around the machine. How far they extended, Ves wasn't sure, but it should at least be long enough to envelop another enemy mech if the distances were close enough. The consequences were very dire if an enemy fell into the domain of an ace pilot. Perhaps only other ace pilots or god pilots who also possessed their own domains were able to maintain their own strength. Everyone else would just get lost in someone else's domain. Ves possessed a domain as well, but it was of a different kind. Since Ves did not infuse his own domain with extraordinary willpower energy, it was quite open and easy to cooperate with. Ves could bend or combine his spiritual energy with other sources in order to achieve greater outcomes. In other words, the nature of spiritual energy was a lot more inclusive. Their attributes might be different, but as long as they learned how to get along, they could be combined to achieve transformative effects. This was also the basis behind much of his spiritual engineering. All of his design spirits were creations that organically combined his own life-attributed spiritual energy with powerful ingredients from other sources. Hence this was why the will fragment from St. Hemington Cross gave him such a headache. How the hell can I combine this ingredient with other stuff when it tries its best to reject outside influences? Ves didn't think his usual approach of shattering it into little shards before merging it together with other shards would work. As long as their exclusionary nature remained, they would always resist merging with other sources. Would he even be able to create any kinship network by leveraging this key ingredient? Probably not directly, at least. He turned his thoughts into another direction. Instead of creating a new ancestral spirit for the Cross clan that centered around St. Hemington Cross, Ves could create an alternative that did not have any direct relations to the deceased ace pilot. This was a much more palatable solution to Ves. As an ally and partner of the Cross clan, he did not want them to go down the path of Hemington Cross again. The ace pilot's warmongering ways had already caused the Crossers to fall once. Ves did not want to set them up for a second fall. He began to consider an alternate solution. He was much more inclined to create a softer and more generic ancestral spirit. Just like how he was attempting to make the Hexers less extreme, Ves might be able to accomplish something similar to the Crossers. Of course, The new spiritual product he intended to create still had to appeal to Patriarch Reginald and the rest of the Crossers. His client would not accept an influence that was too different from the current Cross clan. Ves began to draft out a profile of an entity that shouldn't elicit too much backlash. The Cross Warlord. Just as its name suggested, the Cross Warlord retained the aggressive and glory-seeking traits of the Crossers. Yet the Warlord was a leader as well as a fighter, so it paid quite a lot of attention to good governance and the well-being of the masses. Perhaps these additional properties were incompatible with the kinds of warlords that emerged from the endless struggles of the Garland Empire, but this was his own version of an ideal warlord. This is a great way to rehabilitate the Cross clan. Ves knew what Patriarch Reginald Cross and his band were like. If Reginald ever advanced to ace pilot, then there was a considerable chance that the son would follow in the footsteps of his father. It's best if I can nip this in the bud. Chapter 3023 New Heirlooms. A few days later, Marshal Ariadne Woden and Patriarch Reginald Cross stepped aboard the Spirit of Bentheim once again. The ship and her crew hadn't changed since their last visit. While the visitors encountered different mechs and people, the Larkinson clan remained fairly upbeat and unconcerned about the crown uprising that continued to unfold across human space. Aside from the initial explosions in the expeditionary fleet, the civilization-wide unrest seemed like a distant affair. Other than the disruption in trade and the requirement to increase their security precautions, the Larkinsons lived their lives just as optimistically as before. Both Ariadne and Reginald wanted to restore this mood to their own people. They were both tired of the constant weight that was pressing on everyone's shoulders. This was why they did not waste any time and urged their Larkinson guide to briskly lead them to the conference room. When they finally entered the room, Ves was already seated at one of the ends of the oval-shaped table. Lucky rested before him on the table and graciously offered his back for petting. Meow. Two more objects were placed on the table. For some reason, both Marshal Ariadne Woden and Patriarch Reginald Cross were attracted by the items that tugged most closely at their hearts. Please take your seats, Ves commanded or requested as he continued to pet Lucky. Once everyone sat down, the meeting finally began. Are those? Ves smiled. They are the key items which you will be using to interface with my product. I like to call them ancestral heirlooms, because they are alive and can grow over time depending on how you treat them. What they house can't be seen or touched but can still be felt. The exact mechanics are a bit complicated for me to explain to you, but all you need to know is that it is a very bad idea to lose possession of them. I highly recommend you bring them with you at all times. For example, I don't carry the Larkinson mandate personally, but my bodyguard always has it within easy reach. When Ves reached out his arm, Nita strode forward and silently placed the heavy tome into his grasp. The Larkinson mandate had grown warmer and more vigorous since the last time he held it. Ves looked admiringly at his own craftsmanship as he brushed his palm past the solid medallion and special collar affixed to the front cover. He could feel Goldie's rich presence from within the book. The ancestral spirit was the most important guardian of the Larkinson clan because only she was able to protect the Larkinsons against threats that not even expert pilots were able to solve. The Larkinson clan would have become a much lesser organization if not for the Golden Cat. Ves was truly proud that he had managed to create such a friendly and useful spiritual product. She had some additional company now. She was no longer the sole spirit who maintained a kinship network. Though Ves was very possessive of this unique type of network, as someone who bore a lot of responsibilities, he had to take the bigger picture into account. The Larkinson clan could not meet every challenge by itself. Even if Ves valued its future potential very highly, at the moment there were much bigger and scarier fish swimming in the same pond. The only way for smaller fish to survive under these circumstances was to band together and hope that their collective strength was enough to deter bigger predators from taking a bite out of their poor bodies. The other leaders in the conference room also shared this sentiment. This was why they were able to come to an agreement without too much delay or arguments. After Ves finished admiring the Larkinson mandate, he quickly regained his composure and set the heirloom on the table. It rested right between the two other objects that he prepared. When the three were all placed next to each other, they formed an interesting dynamic. They were all similar in a way. Each of the items exuded a presence that was very distinct and appealed distinctly to different people. Two of them exuded much stronger glows than the third object, but it couldn't be helped. Ves gestured towards one of them first. "This is for the glory seekers. It is an ancestral heirloom that I have created specifically to serve as a uniting symbol for your people, Marshal Ariadne. I've taken some creative liberties with it since I want it to become a more exclusive symbol for your subordinates rather than just hexers in general. What do you think about your new glory torch?" "I think it looks quite amazing," the older hexer woman uttered. "Your works have always been impressive to us, Ves. This is no different." Ves created a high-tech handheld torch that was able to float in the air under its own power. The torch possessed a black handle and a black cylindrical head that was made out of high-quality metallic exotics. Though Ves was too stingy to use up any of his unending alloy, he blended in some ground pea stone matter in order to make it spiritually reactive. What really stood out was that it projected a purple flame that crackled with hexagon-shaped sparks. Ves initially thought about creating a torch that burned for real, but that would complicate the logistics. Even the most durable and efficient torch fuel ran out after some time. Needing to supplement the fuel of the glory torch on a constant basis would send the wrong message. He thought about adding a stylized flame or source of light next. He came up with the idea of adding a crystal prism on top of the base and causing it to glow like an actual torch. However, his research on luminar crystals wasn't quite finished, and he didn't think it was appropriate to involve the illustrious one. This was why he settled for a projection. It might be a less technically demanding solution, but from how Marshal Ariadne reacted, the current form of the glory torch already did its job. Ves pushed his hand towards the torch, causing the hovering object to move over to the other side of the conference table. Both the projector and anti-grav module that Ves had integrated in the inner structure of the glory torch could last for centuries. Ves had carefully fabricated each component and subcomponent by hand. He assembled them together with so much excruciating care and precision that even Gloriana would clap her hands if she saw how diligently he had worked. As a craftsman and product seller, Ves had his own pride. He did not wish to deliver a substandard or flawed product to his customers, especially when it was a custom job. He had spent hours poring over the design of the glory torch. He made sure to configure and optimize it in a way that every single component and system could last without requiring any maintenance. He chose to integrate robust internal components that could withstand all kinds of shocks. He chose to add multiple different power sources, each of which operated on different principles so that a single negative state would not knock them all out at once. By taking advantage of miniaturization, Ves was able to integrate numerous redundant systems and components inside the torch. Yet the overall structure always remained tough enough to handle plenty of abuse. In fact, the torch could also be used to club someone's skull. When Marshal Ariadne reverently took hold of the base of the torch, the projected purple flared and brightened for a time. At the same time, a small spiritual connection formed between the torch and the person who held the object. "What was that?" "I've programmed it so that the first person to take hold of it will become the inaugural member of the kinship network it supports. In addition, other than the superior mother, you have become its highest authority. While you can't directly interface with the kinship network, you can pass on clear and solid instruction to the torch. Marshal Ariadne had become too engrossed in the faint new sensations that had entered her mind. Connecting to a kinship network was always a magical moment to first-timers. Ves patiently waited for his customer to regain her wits. She looked at Ves with a great degree of appreciation. "This is amazing! I feel closer to the superior mother than ever before. In fact, I feel tempted to never let go of this torch." He chuckled. He always found it enjoyable to delight his customers. "Take good care of the glory torch, but treat it with respect. The superior mother is always present and watching from this ancestral heirloom." He meant that literally, as Ves had inserted a small spiritual fragment of the superior mother in the torch. The hexer sincerely bowed towards Ves. "We will treat it with dignity. We do not dare to do anything that dishonors the superior mother." Just like Ves, she did not opt to carry the torch personally, but passed it over to one of her silent guards. Now that he handled the hexer marshal, Ves turned to his other customer. "Patriarch Reginald, your case is a little more difficult," he slowly said. "While I have tried my best to accommodate your demands, I wasn't able to put your father in the position you desired." The cross patriarch frowned. He already had a hunch that he would be getting something different when he gazed upon the object that was supposed to transform his clan. "What is the matter?" "Saint Hemington Cross has already died and moved away. What is left of him in this realm is not enough. He has already done enough in his past life. He deserves to move on. Keeping him here will only do him a disservice." Though his excuse sounded rather vague and flimsy, Ves just wanted to move on from this point. Though Patriarch Reginald found it difficult to accept this answer, what Ves said next distracted him from his current thoughts. "I have formed an alternative solution that should serve as a proper nexus for your kinship network. I did my best to recreate the spirit of your father before housing him in this exclusive ancestral heirloom. Please accept the cross of rebirth that I have made for your clan." The large, arm-sized cross looked a lot different from the torch he made. In order to reflect the cross clan's martial culture, Ves made a heavy metal cross that gave an angular and industrial impression. There was nothing elegant or refined about the cross. It did not even contain any anti-grav modules or other fine systems. It was just a metal block that Ves had carved in the shape of a cross. When Patriarch Reginald took hold of the cross of rebirth, he underwent the same reaction, though to a much lesser degree. Due to his much greater spiritual strength, he was able to control what happened to an extent. Don't resist. The connection that the cross of rebirth and the nexus inside is trying to make is completely benign. It only took a dozen seconds for the relic to complete its first connection. Patriarch Reginald gazed curiously at the cross of rebirth. He could clearly feel a bond between him and an entity that resided inside the relic. "What am I dealing with here?" "The Cross Warlord is the nexus to your kinship network," Ves dutifully explained. "The Cross Warlord is based on your father, though I did not dare to copy him directly. The Cross Warlord hasn't developed much as of yet, hence why he feels much weaker than the superior mother, but he will rapidly develop over time as time passes and your clan grows stronger. I know the Cross Warlord isn't what you wanted, but the most important requirement is that it can serve as your nexus. You Crossers can't keep harping on the past. You need to look forward, and the Cross Warlord will help you focus on the new heroes that emerge from your ranks." Though Ves not only took some liberties with the truth, but also attempted to steer the development of the Cross clan, Patriarch Reginald didn't know anything better. He just nodded his head and trusted that the professional in this area knew what he was talking about. "I will do my best to work with this Cross Warlord. I might need your help from time to time. That's no problem, Ves easily replied. After-sales support is included in the package. Chapter 3024, Great Sweep. Ves wasn't entirely proud of the Cross of Rebirth. The newly fabricated heirloom along with the Cross Warlord that inhabited it were both failed projects in his eyes. Though he tried his best to process or make use of the willpower fragment of St. Hemington, the darned remnant was too combative. The impression that Ves got from the proud and hostile fragment was that it would rather die than to be converted into a tool for someone else's use. Even when Ves attempted to communicate that the fragment would be able to help the Cross clan become more powerful, it simply stuffed its metaphorical ears and refused any other entreaties. Ves did not dare to do anything further to it. He was even afraid of shattering it, and using it as a key ingredient to make the Cross Warlord because St. Hemington's willpower was too strong and exclusionary. In the end, he decided to put the peastone containing this hard-headed fragment aside. He decided to create a more generic and whiteboard ancestral spirit to serve the needs of the Cross clan. The only special decision he made was to create the Cross Warlord within the sphere of influence of the willpower fragment. Ves hoped that his resulting creation would start off with a high affinity for the Cross clan in his way. In order to make sure the Cross Warlord became acceptable to the Crossers, he blended in ingredients that aligned with their martial values. Both the Solemn Guardian and the Zygra served as the key ingredients. While the two design spirits were rather boring and one-dimensional, they both complemented the professionalism and the pursuit of glory of the Cross clan. Of course, Ves had tweaked the proportions so that there was much more of the Solemn Guardian and a bit less of Zygra in the Cross Warlord. He did not want the ancestral spirit to push the Crossers into becoming more aggressive. If Ves had a choice, he wouldn't have included a fragment of the former Crown Cat at all, but that would likely make the Cross Warlord too tame for the tastes of the Crossers. He did not add any additional ingredients. In fact, he did not even contribute any universal life energy either. The Cross Warlord may be weak at the moment, but with several powerful expert pilots in the clan that it was about to watch over, it would have no problem receiving the high-quality spiritual feedback it needed to jumpstart its own natural growth process. In any case, unlike the Superior Mother, the Cross Warlord was purely a product meant for sale, nothing more. Ves had no emotional connection to it, and he had no reason to commit his most valuable and non-replenishable resources to an ancestral spirit that benefited someone else than his own people. As Reginald Cross began to admire the masculine-looking cross in his hand, he became more accepting of what he received. He shouldn't be asking for more as long as Ves was able to deliver what he originally promised. The immediate priorities of his clan took precedence over his desire to get a portion of his father back. Once Ves made sure that the products he delivered to his customers met their needs, the three moved on to the next step. You need to be careful about the implementation of your kinship networks, Ves warned his fellow leaders. There are not only crown terrorists in your midst, but also other spies and people who are not actually friendly. Some of them pose a deadly threat to you and your group, while others are simply bastards. The latter will probably keep complaining when the kinship network has marked them out, but the former. Terrorists are terrorists. They won't surrender peacefully. Patriarch Reginald ominously determined. Just so. Ves nodded in agreement. You will need to prepare extensively before inducting your people in your new kinship network in one go. The less time and preparation you give them, the lower the likelihood that they will be able to harm too many people. It's actually best to round everyone up and detain them so that they can be inducted into the Cross clan under controlled circumstances. The key is to immediately suppress those who have been found out, either because the network rejected them or because they try their best to weasel their way out of this necessary step. No one in the conference room dared to underestimate the Crown terrorists. They had already shown their means by affecting the highest levels of the first-rate superstates. They discussed this issue for an entire hour. Ves freely gave them plenty of advice on how they could leverage the kinship network to best secure the internal situation of respective groups. A few days passed by as the expeditionary fleet continued to make its way deeper into Winged Serenade. The highly developed star sector should have been a pleasant place to be in due to its high economic and cultural development. Yet due to the constant incidents incited by the Crown terrorists, the busy star sector had turned into a dangerous region of space where any random person on land or in space might turn out to be a threat. Different fleets and individual ships kept a much further distance from each other than before. Anyone who intruded in another vessel's personal space was immediately considered suspect. Plenty of fights had already sparked across the galaxy due to ships mistakenly straying too close to other ships. The Golden Skull Alliance became vigilant towards strangers who might attempt to get uncomfortably close. Even if the expeditionary fleet entered a star system that was devoid of other ships, the Alliance members didn't slack off and diligently deployed their mechs and manned their stations in the event of an attack. Yet, as everyone directed their focus outwards, many glory seekers and crossers were suddenly ordered to assemble in a central area. Once they gathered in the hangar bay or some other large assembly area, armored soldiers along with their accompanying officers all compelled everyone who arrived to undergo a special ritual. Since it was too troublesome to use the glory torch and the cross of rebirth to induct tens of thousands of people in a short amount of time, Ves made sure to provide his customers with additional tools that could be used as substitutes. Every ship hosted a simple but functional statue of the Superior Mother and the Cross Warlord. Though Ves did not spend too much time on each of them, they were more than capable enough to function as an interface for their respective kinship networks. Ves waited quietly on the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim while his Larkinsons went on high alert. The Larkinsons had deployed all of the mechs they could put out into space. Even the expert pilots deployed with their prime mechs, though their presence was completely overkill as far as many people were concerned. 2 hours passed by as the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan both underwent drastic changes. Though Ves did not have access to direct feeds that showed what took place aboard the ships of his allies, he could imagine the confusion among the people and the delight that they experienced once they first formed a connection to a kinship network. Yet not everything was destined to go smoothly. "We've detected an energy spike in the rear of the Glory Seeker fleet. An explosion has just detonated inside one of their repair vessels." "What is the damage?" Grand Captain Daria Maria Vrakin turned to face the sensor operator. "It appears a fuel tank has exploded. Though the ship's hull has been breached, the rest of the vessel is still sound. The explosion took place in the lower decks where she only stored her cargo. The damage appears to be purely material." This was not the first incident that occurred in the combined fleet. Multiple explosions set off. The worst one was caused by a deranged engineer who had somehow sabotaged all of the security measures surrounding a power reactor and rigged it up to blow. The explosion of this unit not only wrecked the entire engineering bay of the logistical ship, but also killed all of the engineers that had been vetted beforehand. Ves sighed and closed his eyes. He had enabled all of this to happen. Rooting out traitors from the ranks of the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan was a necessary process, but that did not mean he liked it. Everyone just had to clench their fists and pull out their aching teeth as quickly and decisively as possible in order to put an end to the pain. Several more damaging attacks occurred, but none of them were major enough to be of concern. It had become a lot harder to destroy an entire ship after the security forces woke up and performed much more stringent checks. In the end, 7 more ships got damaged. Fortunately, the damage was rather isolated and even the weakest civilian vessel in the Allied fleet could take at least some beating. Meanwhile, the Glory Seekers and Crossers managed to go through all of their members. It may have taken an entire day, but everyone left was either inducted into a kinship network or became exposed. Ves could vaguely sense the two kinship networks expanding explosively over time. It was quite amazing to see how the networks had to stretch again and again to accommodate all of the newcomers. When Marshal Ariadne and Patriarch Reginald contacted Ves by remote, all three of them looked tense and tired. "It's never pleasant to go through this ordeal," Ves softly said to his peers. "I predicted that it would be bad, but I never expected that we would find over 300 suspicious members in our midst," Marshal Ariadne revealed. "Granted, the majority are not related to the Crown terrorists, but the fact that they answer to another Hexer dynasty or foreign organization is already bad enough." "What about you, Patriarch Reginald? How is your situation?" Anger began to well in Reginald's mind. If Ves was meeting him in person, he would probably get flooded by the expert pilot's angry aura. "This is unforgivable. We have found hundreds of dubious individuals in our clan as well. Their motives and their true allegiances differ, but it is distressing how the Planet Clan, the Preter Clan, the Billard tribe, the Chardon tribe, and many old enemies managed to insert their own people in our ranks. I fear what they could have done if they were left unchecked." Despite Patriarch Reginald's outburst, Ves didn't think it was a big deal. The spies were mostly deep agents planted by other Garlanders. They weren't elite saboteurs who were trained to destroy entire ships from within. The caught spies were mostly tasked with keeping an eye on the crossers and discreetly passing on any important information they came across. The actual damage they could do was very limited and indirect. Of course, as someone who loathed treachery a lot, Ves would have reacted just as strongly as Patriarch Reginald when he discovered so many problem individuals. "What will you do with them?" Ves curiously asked. Patriarch Reginald let out a harsh noise while cutting his palm across his neck. His message was very clear. Marshal Ariadne was more moderate. "We will perform extensive investigations into the backgrounds of our suspect crew members. We will put each and every one of them through a military tribunal." "I see. I hope you don't judge them too softly. Regardless of the final verdict, I hope that none of them are able to leave and spread word of what has happened. It is in our best interest to hide the existence of our kinship networks. Our enemies, both current and future ones, can take much more effective measures against us if they know of our advantages." "Understood. We will make sure that neither the guilty nor innocent will ever have the opportunity to spread word," Marshal Ariadne vowed. How she would be able to guarantee this, Ves didn't know. He just lamented that a lot of potential test subjects were about to be discarded. If he could get his hands on them, he could perform some extra experiments. Chapter 3025, Extra Protection. Dang dang dang. "Vincent! Can you stop doing that already? You've been hitting it at least 100 times, and it's only morning." "Hey! Let me enjoy my moment, Riella. It took an annoyingly long time for me to receive my custom piece. Now that I finally have it, I need to make sure its protection is up to my expectations." The two young Larkinsons were just finishing their breakfast at the dining table in their stateroom. Riella had a busy day ahead of her like always. As the director of the Larkinson Mech Games circuit, her workload had practically doubled after a large number of lifers and Heavenswarders joined the clan. The latter especially gave her a headache. The former citizens of the Heavensward Association were so accustomed to competitions that they demanded a lot more matches than her department could currently organize. A lot more swordsmanship and swordsman mech competitions had popped up as of late. Most of the participants consisted of sword maidens and Heavenswarders, though a number of Larkinsons from the other mech forces took part as well in order to gain more effective practice. Though Riella was glad that the Larkinson clan acquired a more competitive spirit, the clan didn't have enough venues to organize all of the matches. It was rather fortunate that she received permission from General Verl to borrow some free space from the graveyard and the Dragon's Den as temporary ground-based mech arenas. While it was rather expensive and troublesome to reinforce the borrowed spaces and set up numerous energy-intensive shield generators, she was glad that she received the support from the higher-ups. Evidently, they agreed with her that all of the restless mech pilots in their ranks needed an outlet to experience more visceral combat and enjoy a form of entertainment that was fully Larkinson. Niall. Minxie had just finished her bowl of cat food and began to brush her white fur against Riella's hands. The woman petted her cat's long, white fur and smiled. "Have you been up to any trouble lately?" Niall. "Don't run around too much. We might stumble in a combat situation and I don't want you to be stuck somewhere dangerous. The forward observation chamber might be nice and open, but it is very vulnerable to attack. If you want to go out, then settle somewhere deeper in the ship, like New Durham or something, alright?" Niall. As Riella communicated with her elegant cat, her boyfriend stood up from his chair and boldly stretched his legs and began to take long, exaggerated steps. A gleeful smile appeared on his face as he started making exaggerated kicks in the air. The new baggy uniform pants he started wearing recently helped a lot with allowing him to exercise his recently grown legs. "Those lifer docs sure know what they are doing." Vincent admired his new limbs. "I can hardly feel the difference from my old pair of legs." Even though the operation already happened a month ago, it took quite a lot of time for everything to settle and for him to complete his initial rehabilitation process. Right now, Vincent was still prohibited from running marathons and so on, but that hardly mattered since he mainly piloted mechs for a living. In truth, the real reason why he wore a wider and baggier uniform wasn't so that he could kick in the air whenever he felt like it. He also didn't wear it in order to hide the fact that his athletic, toned physique had deteriorated a bit after being unable to exercise as vigorously as before. No, the real reason he wore his current outfit was because he received too many complaints from others when he wore his normal, slim-fit uniform. The source of other people's complaints pertained to one crucial addition to his daily wardrobe. Vincent formed a fist and gently rapped it downwards. Dang, dang, dang. A sturdy metal sound rang from his waist. The moment he received his new protection gear and wore it underneath his pants, it was as if he finally turned invincible. Though the metal device was a bit bulky and troublesome to operate whenever he needed to go to the bathroom, why should he aim for comfort when protection was all that mattered? He never wanted to end up in a position where his manhood was at risk ever again. He would rather lose his legs 100 times than harm his original organ. Vincent couldn't even imagine how he would end up like if he had to live his life while carrying a cloned third leg. Just the thought of it was a nightmare. A bot came to clean up the dishes while the pair prepared to go their separate ways. They briefly embraced each other for a kiss before leaving for work. While Riella strode off to manage her expanded department, Vincent moved down to the hangar bay in order to gather alongside a special group of Larkinson mech pilots. He approached with a casual stride and waved at his peers. "Hey! What's up, fellas?" The three gathered expert candidates did not respond well to his casual greeting. Their rigid postures and their serious demeanors made it clear that they took their duties a lot more seriously than Vincent. They were true professionals. Not only that, they rarely relaxed these days. Even when they were off duty, they constantly poured themselves into additional training. Whether it was taking sword lessons from the Heavenswarders or learning some tips on how to bolster their defenses from Venerable Janzi, the trio standing before him were thinking day and night about how to better their performance. Vincent couldn't imagine living like this. Life was too beautiful for him to squander all of his time on training. Though he knew this was the Larkinson way, he felt that too many people were taking it too far. He didn't sign up to the Larkinson clan to subject himself to military standards. Unfortunately, his current identity made it impossible for him to shirk all of his new duties. Lieutenant Hector Larkinson voiced his usual disdain this time. "Did you take too long in gearing up your lower shield this time? You can't rush this important ritual. I have to make sure it won't chafe against anything over the course of my day," Vincent nonchalantly replied. "I really don't know how you managed to become an expert candidate with an attitude like yours," Trinity said while she impatiently tapped her foot against the deck of the hangar bay. "There are many more deserving Larkinsons who could contribute much more to the clan with your strength." "Well, tough luck, babe, because my power is all mine. God or whoever is watching me from above has finally given me some slack after giving me such a hard time throughout my life. I earned my gift and I won't let anyone question my worth." Percival Larkinson didn't even deign to comment on that. The fourth expert candidate who gathered here was consumed by much more important thoughts. Though all of them were honored expert candidates, whose skill and battle prowess had surpassed that of their regular colleagues, they were actually in a rather awkward position. They were nothing compared to actual expert pilots. Even if the current expert pilots of the Larkinson clan had yet to receive their expert mechs, the prime mechs they piloted for now were already strong enough to tear through entire mech companies. Though Vincent was very confident in his skills, even he acknowledged that he couldn't defeat so many mechs by himself. A mech captain of the Hall of Heroes eventually approached the foursome. "I see that none of you are late this time. Good. You are all in luck for today. We've managed to come to an arrangement with our crosser allies. We are increasing our cooperation with the other clan in several important ways, and one of them is holding joint training sessions. The crossers are much more knowledgeable when it comes to training expert candidates and expert pilots, so we have worked hard to grasp this opportunity for you and our other expert candidates." "What do you mean by that?" Vincent puzzlingly frowned. "We're not training under Larkinsons this time?" "Not this time, no," the officer grinned. "We have something special planned. Our crew has already equipped the right practice loadout to your mechs. Go ahead and deploy into space. The crossers will take over from there." The four expert candidates received no clarification. They had no choice but to keep their questions to themselves and do as they were told. Each of them surged into space in their own individualized mechs. While they didn't receive any extravagant treatment, the expert candidates were still entitled to some personal accommodations designed by low-ranking mech designers. Vincent opted to pilot a ranged mech after losing the Adonis Colossus. His near-death experience against a Friday Man expert mech had firmly taught him that it was best to keep his distance from his enemies. This was why he settled on the rifleman configuration of the Bright Warrior IB. Though the mech did not grant a lot of possibilities to skilled mech pilots, it was a solid platform that offered decent all-round protection even when it was prepped for ranged combat. The only personal accommodation that his individual Bright Warrior received was some added protection that slightly decreased the mobility of his mech. The difference was clear to see once it deployed in space. Out of the hundreds of Bright Warriors on patrol at the moment, Vincent's customized machine was the only one that carried additional armor plating on a very prominent spot on its frame. From a technical standpoint, it did not make a lot of sense to armor this section in particular. The cockpit and the most important parts of a space-borne humanoid mech were all situated around the chest area. Yet Vincent never thought about adding additional armor to that section for one simple reason. "I want to look like a man, not a woman." The four Larkinson mechs flew further ahead and reached a point in space that was fairly distant from the fleet. It didn't take long for the Cross clan to dispatch their own mechs. Much to Vincent's surprise, a small group of four mechs approached. 3 of them were typical military-grade mechs, but the fourth one was special. The Crossers sent an expert Mech. Larkinsons. The voice of Venerable Linda Cross transmitted over a communication channel. We've been assigned to polish your training, so that is what we will do for today. Since we're not familiar with what you can do, let us start with some live sparring sessions. I have brought some of our elite pilots to challenge you on your respective strengths. Don't take them lightly. You might have the edge on talent, but these are some of the most experienced mech pilots of our clan. The 3 expert candidates of the Living Sentinels soon paired up with the elite mech pilots of the Cross clan and began to spar against each other with special practice weapons. Vincent was the only one who was left without a partner. Where is my sparring partner, Venerable? You're in luck, Mr. Ricklin Larkinson. I'll be personally whipping you into shape, the female expert pilot announced. What? Why? I've heard that your motivation ranks at the bottom among all of the expert candidates of your clan. I know just how I can fix that. Get ready, Vincent! The Amphies was a space knight, but that did not mean it lacked range solutions. The Crosser expert mech activated one of its compact shoulder-mounted laser turrets, and fired a low-powered beam straight onto the most heavily armored portion of Vincent's bright warrior. Iya! Why did you hit me there? Why are you firing at me with a real laser weapon? Don't you have any practice weapons? Stop complaining and start fighting. If you want to drag your mech back with an intact codpiece, then you better work for it. We'll keep this up as long as possible until you are finally good enough for my tastes.